ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Stalingrad by Antony Beevor, and read by Michael Tudor Barnes. Preface. Russia, observed the poet Tyutchev, cannot be understood with the mind. The Battle of Stalingrad cannot be adequately understood through a standard examination. A purely military study of such a titanic struggle fails to convey its reality on the ground, rather as Hitler's maps in his Rastenburg Wolfschanze isolated him in a fantasy world, far from the suffering of his soldiers. The idea behind this book is to show, within the framework of a conventional historical narrative, the experience of troops on both sides, using a wide range of new material, especially from archives in Russia. The variety of sources is important to convey the unprecedented nature of the fighting and its effects on those caught up in it with little hope of escape. The sources include war diaries, chaplains' reports, personal accounts, letters, NKVD, security police interrogations of German and other prisoners, personal diaries, and interviews with participants. One of the richest sources, in the Russian Ministry of Defense Central Archive at Podolsk, consists of the very detailed reports sent daily from the Stalingrad front to Alexander Sherbakov, the head of the political department of the Red Army in Moscow. These describe not only heroic actions, but also extraordinary events, the Commissar's euphemism for treasonous behaviour, such as desertion, crossing over to the enemy, cowardice, incompetence, self-inflicted wounds, anti-Soviet agitation, and even drunkenness. The Soviet authorities executed around 13,500 of their own soldiers at Stalingrad, equivalent to more than a whole division of troops. The main challenge, I soon realized, was to try to balance the genuine self-sacrifice of so many Red Army soldiers with the utterly brutal coercion used against waverers by the NKVD special departments, which very soon afterwards became part of SMERSH, counter-espionage. The barely believable ruthlessness of the Soviet system largely, but not entirely, explains why so many former Red Army soldiers fought on the German side. At Stalingrad, the Sixth Army's frontline divisions contained over 50,000 Soviet citizens in German uniform. Some had been brutally press-ganged into service through starvation in prison camps. Others were volunteers. During the final battles, many German reports testified to the bravery and loyalty of these Hiwis, fighting against their own countrymen. Needless to say, Beria's NKVD became frenzied with suspicion when it discovered the scale of the disloyalty. The subject is still taboo in Russia today. An infantry colonel with whom I happened to share a sleeping compartment on the journey down to Volgograd, the former Stalingrad, refused at first to believe that any Russian could have put on a German uniform. He was finally convinced when I told him of the Sixth Army ration returns in the German archives. His reaction, for a man who clearly loathed Stalin for his purges of the Red Army, was interesting. They were no longer Russians, he said quietly. His comment was almost exactly the same as the formula used over 50 years before, when Stalingrad front reported on former Russians back to Sherbakov in Moscow. The emotions of the great patriotic war remain almost as unforgiving today as at the time. The whole story of folly, pitilessness, and tragedy is revealing in a number of unexpected ways. On the German side, the most striking aspect does not lie so much in the overt issue of Wehrmacht involvement in war crimes, still so hotly debated in Germany today. It lies in the confusion of cause and effect, especially the confusion between political beliefs and their consequences. German troops in Russia, as so many letters written from Stalingrad reveal, were in complete moral disarray. The objectives of subjugating the Slavs and defending Europe from Bolshevism through a preemptive strike proved counterproductive, to say the least. To this day, many German survivors still see the Battle of Stalingrad as a clever Soviet trap into which they had been enticed by deliberate withdrawals. They consequently tend to view themselves as the victims rather than the instigators of this disaster. One thing, however, is unarguable. the Battle of Stalingrad remains such an ideologically charged and symbolically important subject that the last word will not be heard for many years. Part 1. The World Will Hold Its Breath. Chapter 1. The Double-Edged Sword of Barbarossa. Saturday, the 21st of June, 1941, produced a perfect summer's morning. Many Berliners took the train out to Potsdam to spend the day in the park of Sanssouci. Others went swimming from the beaches of the Wannsee or the Nikolassee. In cafes, the rich repertoire of jokes about Rudolf Hess's flight to Britain had given way to stories about an imminent invasion of the Soviet Union. Others, dismayed at the idea of a much wider war, rested their hopes upon the idea that Stalin would cede the Ukraine to Germany at the last moment. In the Soviet embassy on the Unter den Linden, officials were at their posts. An urgent signal from Moscow demanded an important clarification of the huge military preparations along the frontiers from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Valentin Bereshkov, the first secretary and chief interpreter, rang the German Foreign Office on the Wilhelmstrasse to arrange a meeting. He was told that Reichsminister Joachim von Ribbentrop was out of town, and that Staatssekretär Freiherr von Weizsäcker could not be reached by telephone. As the morning passed, more and more urgent messages arrived from Moscow demanding news. There was an atmosphere of repressed hysteria in the Kremlin as the evidence of German intentions mounted, adding to more than 80 warnings received over the previous 8 months. The deputy head of the NKVD had just reported that there were no fewer than 39 aircraft incursions over the state border of the USSR during the previous day. The Wehrmacht was quite shameless in its preparations, yet the lack of secrecy seems only to have confirmed the idea in Stalin's convoluted mind that this must all be part of a plan by Adolf Hitler to extract greater concessions. The Soviet ambassador in Berlin, Vladimir Dekhanozov, shared Stalin's conviction that it was all a campaign of disinformation, originally started by the British. He even dismissed the report of his own military attaché that 180 divisions had deployed along the border. Dekhanozov, a protégé of Lavrenti Beria, was yet another Georgian and a senior member of the NKVD. His experience of foreign affairs had gone little beyond interrogating and purging rather more practiced diplomats. Other members of the mission, although they did not dare express their views too forcefully, had little doubt that Hitler was planning to invade. They had even sent on the proofs of a phrasebook prepared for invading troops, which had been brought secretly to the Soviet consulate by a German communist printer. Useful terms included the Russian for surrender, hands up, where is the collective farm chairman, are you a communist, and I'll shoot. Bereshkov's renewed telephone calls to the Wilhelmstrasse were met by the statement that Ribbentrop is not here and nobody knows when he will return. At midday, he tried another official, the head of the political department. I believe something is going on at Führer headquarters. Very probably everybody's there. But the German foreign minister was not out of Berlin. Ribbentrop was busy preparing instructions to the German embassy in Moscow, headed Urgent, State Secret. Early the next morning, some 2 hours after the invasion began, the ambassador, Count Friedrich Werner von der Schulenburg, was to convey to the Soviet government a list of grievances to serve as the pretext. As the Saturday afternoon in Berlin turned to evening, the messages from Moscow grew increasingly frantic. Bereshkov rang the Wilhelmstrasse every 30 minutes. Still, no senior functionary would accept his call. From the open window of his office, he could see the old-fashioned Schutzmann helmets of the police guarding the embassy. Beyond them, Berliners were taking a Saturday evening stroll on the Unter den Linden. The polarity between war and peace had a bewildering air of unreality. The Berlin-Moscow Express was about to pass through the waiting German armies and cross the frontier as if nothing were amiss. In Moscow, the Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov summoned Count von der Schulenburg to the Kremlin. The German ambassador, after overseeing the destruction of the embassy's secret papers, set off for the meeting called for 9:30. When challenged with the evidence of German preparations, he did not admit that an invasion was about to take place. about to take place. He simply expressed his astonishment that the Soviet Union could not understand the situation and refused to answer any questions until he had consulted Berlin. Schulenburg, a diplomat of the old school who believed in Bismarck's dictum that Germany should never make war on Russia, had good reason to be astonished by the Kremlin's ignorance. Over 2 weeks before, he had invited Dekhanozov, then back in Moscow, to a private lunch and warned him of Hitler's plans. The old Count clearly felt absolved from any loyalty to the Nazi regime after the Führer had blatantly lied to him, claiming to have no designs against Russia. But Dekhanozov, astonished at such a revelation, immediately suspected a trick. Stalin, reacting in the same way, exploded to the Politburo, "Disinformation has now reached ambassadorial level." Stalin was certain that most warnings had been Angliskaya provokatsia, part of a plot by Winston Churchill, the arch-enemy of the Soviet Union, to start a war between Russia and Germany. Since Hesse's flight to Scotland, the conspiracy had grown even more complicated in his mind. Stalin, who had refused to accept the possibility of an invasion until that Saturday afternoon, still remained terrified of provoking Hitler. Goebbels, with some justification, compared him to a rabbit mesmerized by a snake. A succession of reports from frontier guards told of tank engines being warmed up in the woods across the border, of German army engineers constructing bridges across rivers and removing barbed wire entanglements in front of their positions. The commander of the Kiev Special Military District warned that war would begin in a matter of hours. Reports arrived that in Baltic ports, German ships had suddenly stopped loading and sailed for home. Yet Stalin, the totalitarian dictator, still could not come to terms with the idea that events might be outside his control. That night, after long discussions in his study with senior commanders of the Red Army, Stalin agreed to the dispatch in code of a signal to all military district headquarters in the West. In the course of the 22nd to the 23rd of June 1941, sudden attacks by the Germans on the fronts of Leningrad, Baltic Special, Western Special, Kiev Special, and Odessa military districts are possible. The task of our forces is not to yield to any provocations likely to prompt major complications. At the same time, troops are to be at full combat readiness to meet a possible surprise blow by the Germans and their allies. The Navy, and some senior officers in the Red Army, had quietly ignored Stalin's orders against mobilization. But for many units, the warning order, which did not go out until after midnight, arrived too late. In Berlin, Berezhkov had given up any hope of getting through to Ribbentrop's office as the night wore on. Suddenly, at around 3 a.m, the telephone beside him rang. "Herr Reichsminister von Ribbentrop," announced an unfamiliar voice, "wishes to see representatives of the Soviet government at the Foreign Office in the Wilhelmstrasse." Berezhkov explained that it would take time to wake the ambassador and order a car. "The Reichsminister's motor car is already waiting outside your embassy. The minister wishes to see Soviet representatives immediately." Outside the embassy, Dekhanozov and Berezhkov found the black limousine waiting at the curb. An official of the Foreign Ministry in full uniform stood beside the door, while an SS officer remained seated beside the driver. As they drove off, Berezhkov noted that beyond the Brandenburg Gate, dawn was already spreading a glow in the sky above the trees of the Tiergarten. It was midsummer's morning. When they reached the Wilhelmstrasse, they saw a crowd of people outside. The entrance, with its wrought iron awning, was lit by camera lights for newsreel crews. Pressmen surrounded the 2 Soviet diplomats, momentarily blinding them with the flashbulbs of their cameras. This unexpected reception made Berezhkov fear the worst, but Dekhanozov appeared unshaken in his belief that Germany and Russia were still at peace. The Soviet ambassador, barely 5 feet tall, with a small beak nose and a few strands of black hair plastered across a bald pate, was not an impressive figure. Hitler, when he first received him, had him flanked by 2 of his tallest SS guards to emphasize the contrast. Yet the diminutive Georgian was dangerous to those in his power. He had been known as the hangman of Baku from his repressive activities in the Caucasus following the Russian Civil War. In the Berlin embassy, he had even had a torture and execution chamber constructed in the basement to deal with suspected traitors in the Soviet community. Ribbentrop, while waiting for them to arrive, paced up and down his room like a caged animal. There was little sign of the statesmanlike expression which he reserved for great occasions. "The Führer is absolutely right to attack Russia now," he kept repeating, as if trying to convince himself. "The Russians would certainly themselves attack us if we did not do so." His subordinates were convinced that he could not face the prospect of destroying what he saw as his most important achievement, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. He may also have started to suspect that Hitler's reckless gamble could turn into the greatest disaster in history. The two Soviet representatives were shown into the Reichsminister's huge office. An expanse of patterned parquet floor led to the desk at the far end. Bronze statuettes on stands lined the walls. As they came close, Berezhkov was struck by Ribbentrop's appearance. His face was scarlet and bloated. His eyes were glassy and inflamed. He wondered if he had been drinking. Ribbentrop, after the most perfunctory of handshakes, led them to a table to one side where they sat down. Dekhanosov started to read a statement, requesting reassurances from the German government. But Ribbentrop broke in to say that they had been invited to attend a meeting for very different reasons. He stumbled through what amounted to a declaration of war, although the word was never mentioned. The Soviet government's hostile attitude to Germany and the serious threat represented by Russian troop concentrations on Germany's eastern frontier have compelled the Reich to take military countermeasures. Ribbentrop repeated himself in different ways and accused the Soviet Union of various acts, including the military violation of German territory. It suddenly became clear to Berezhkov that the Wehrmacht must have already started its invasion. The Reichsminister stood up abruptly. He handed over the full text of Hitler's memorandum to Stalin's ambassador, who was speechless. "The Führer has charged me with informing you officially of these defensive measures." Dekhanosov also rose to his feet. He barely reached to Ribbentrop's shoulder. The full significance sank in at last. "You'll regret this insulting, provocative, and thoroughly predatory attack on the Soviet Union. You'll pay dearly for it." He turned away, followed by Berezhkov, and strode towards the door. Ribbentrop hurried after them. "Tell them in Moscow," he whispered urgently, "that I was against this attack." Dawn had broken by the time Dekhanosov and Berezhkov climbed into the limousine for the short ride back to the Soviet embassy. On the Unter den Linden, they found that a detachment of SS troops had already cordoned off the block. Inside, members of the staff awaiting their return told them that all their telephone lines had been cut. They tuned the wireless to a Russian radio station. Moscow was an hour ahead of German summertime, so there it was now 6 o'clock on the morning of Sunday, the 22nd of June. To their amazement and consternation, the news bulletin concentrated on increased production figures for Soviet industry and agriculture. It was followed by a Keep Fit broadcast. There was no mention of the German invasion. The senior NKVD and GRU military intelligence officers in the embassy immediately proceeded to the top floor, a restricted area sealed off with reinforced steel doors and steel-shuttered windows. Secret documents were fed into the special quick-burning ovens installed in case of emergency. In the Russian capital, the anti-aircraft defences had been alerted, but the bulk of the population still had no idea of what was happening. Members of the nomenklatura ordered into their offices felt paralyzed from a lack of guidance. Stalin had not spoken. No dividing line between provocation and full-scale war had been defined, and nobody knew what was happening at the front. Communications had collapsed under the onslaught. The hopes of even the most fanatic Kremlin optimist were crumbling. confirmation was received at 3:15 a.m. from the commander of the Black Sea Fleet of a German bombing raid on the naval base of Sevastopol. Soviet naval officers could not help thinking of the surprise Japanese attack against Port Arthur in 1904. Georgy Malenkov, one of Stalin's closest associates, refused to believe the word of Admiral Nikolai Kuznetsov, so he telephoned again himself in private to check that it was not a trick by senior officers to force the leader's hand. At 5:30, 2 hours after the assault began on the western frontiers, Schulenburg had delivered Nazi Germany's declaration of war to Molotov. According to one person present, the old ambassador had spoken with angry tears in his eyes, adding that personally he thought Hitler's decision was madness. Molotov had then hurried to Stalin's office, where the Politburo was assembled. Stalin, on hearing the news, apparently sank into his chair and said nothing. His succession of obsessive miscalculations offered much material for bitter reflection. The leader, most famed for his ruthless trickery, had fallen into a trap which was largely of his own making. The news from the front was so catastrophic over the next few days that Stalin, whose bullying nature contained a strong streak of cowardice, summoned Beria and Molotov for a secret discussion. Should they make peace with Hitler, whatever the price and humiliation, just like the Brest-Litovsk deal in 1918? They could give up most of the Ukraine, Belorussia, and the Baltic states. The Bulgarian ambassador, Ivan Stamenov, was summoned to the Kremlin. Molotov asked him if he would act as intermediary, but to their astonishment, he refused. "Even if you retreat to the Urals," he replied, "you'll still win in the end." The vast majority of the population in the hinterland of the Soviet Union knew nothing of the disaster which had befallen their country. As befitted a day of rest, the centre of Moscow was empty. Admiral Kuznetsov, the Chief of Naval Staff, reflected on the peaceful scene in his car on the way to the Kremlin. The population of the capital still did not know that a fire was blazing on the frontiers and that our advance units were engaged in heavy fighting. Finally, at midday on the 22nd of June, Molotov's voice, not Stalin's, emerged from the wireless. "Today, at 4 o'clock in the morning, German troops attacked our country without making any claims on the Soviet Union and without any declaration of war." His statement gave little detail. "Our cause is just," he concluded woodenly. "The enemy will be beaten. We will be victorious." Molotov's choice of words was uninspired, and his delivery awkward. But this announcement created a powerful reaction throughout the Soviet Union. The city of Stalingrad on the Volga may have been far from the fighting, but this did not diminish the effect. "It was as if a bomb had fallen out of the sky. It was such a shock," remembered a young female student. She promptly volunteered as a nurse. Her friends, especially Komsomol or communist youth members, began collections for the war effort. Reservists did not wait for mobilization orders. They reported at once. Within half an hour of Molotov's speech, the reservist Viktor Goncharov set out from home for the centre, accompanied by his old father, whom he assumed was coming to see him off. His wife, working out at the Stalingrad tram park, could not get back to say goodbye. He had no idea that his father, an 81-year-old Cossack who had fought in 4 wars, was planning to come along to volunteer. But old Goncharov was furious when the staff at the centre rejected him. In Stalingrad Technical University, near the huge Stalingrad tractor factory, students put up a large map on the wall, ready to mark with flags the advance of the Red Army into Germany. "We thought," said one, "that with a huge, decisive blow we'd smash the enemy." Countless newsreels of tank production and aviation achievements had convinced them of the Soviet Union's immense industrial and military strength. The images had proved doubly impressive in a country which until recently had been technologically backward. In addition, the domestic omnipotence of the Stalinist system made it appear unshakable to those inside it. Propaganda fell on a well-prepared soil, acknowledged another of the Stalingrad students. We all had this powerful image of the Soviet state, and therefore of the country's invincibility. None of them imagined the fate that awaited the Soviet Union, even less the one in store for the model city of Stalingrad, with its engineering plants, municipal parks, and tall white apartment blocks, looking across the great Volga. Chapter 2. Nothing is impossible for the German soldier. During that night of the 21st of June, the diplomats in Berlin and Moscow could only guess at what was happening along the frontier that separated them. Never had foreign ministries been so redundant. Some 3,050,000 German troops, with other pro-Axis armies bringing the total to 4 million men, awaited the invasion of the Soviet Union from Finland to the Black Sea. The world will hold its breath, Hitler had declared at a planning session several months before. The ultimate objective was to establish a defence line against Asiatic Russia from a line running from the Volga River to Archangel. The last industrial area left to Russia in the Urals could then be destroyed by the Luftwaffe. It was the shortest night of the year. Wireless silence was maintained for the many hundreds of thousands of troops hidden in the birch and fir forests of East Prussia and occupied Poland. Artillery regiments, which had arrived in the eastern frontier regions weeks before, ostensibly to prepare for manoeuvres, were well prepared. In East Prussia, the gun teams, wearing old clothes borrowed from local civilians, had brought forward reserves of shells on farm carts and camouflaged them next to pre-selected fire positions. Most soldiers believed the stories that this exercise was all part of a huge diversion to cover preparations for the invasion of Britain. At nightfall, when orders were issued, the German army was left in no doubt. The guns were stripped of their camouflage or hauled out from hiding places in barns. They were then hitched to teams of horses, to half-tracks or to artillery tractors with masked headlights, and towed out to their fire positions. Forward observation officers went ahead with the infantry to within a few hundred yards of the frontier posts occupied by the Soviet border guards. Some officers in second-wave divisions toasted the coming operation with vintage champagne and cognac brought from occupied France. A few glanced again through the memoirs of General de Caulaincourt, to whom Napoleon had said on the eve of his invasion in 1812, "Avant 2 mois, la Russie me demandera la paix." Some, trying to imagine what lay ahead, leafed through copies of the phrase book which Dekhanozov's embassy had sent to Moscow with so little effect. A number read the Bible. Soldiers had built fires in their camouflaged encampments to keep away the mosquitoes. Accordion players struck up sentimental songs. While a few sang, others stayed with their thoughts. Many dreaded crossing the frontier into the unknown land of which they had heard only terrible things. Officers had warned them that if they slept in Russian houses, they would be bitten by insects and catch diseases. Many laughed, however, at comrades who wanted to cut all their hair off as a precaution against lice. In any case, most of them believed their officers when they said that there would be no need to worry about winter quarters. In the 24th Panzer Division, for example, Captain von Rosenbach-Lipinski is said to have told his motorcycle reconnaissance battalion, "The war with Russia will last only 4 weeks." Such confidence was in many ways understandable. Even foreign intelligence services expected the Red Army to collapse. The Wehrmacht had assembled the largest invasion force ever seen, with 3,350 tanks, around 7,000 field guns, and over 2,000 aircraft. The German army had improved its level of motor transport with French army vehicles. For example, 70% of the trucks in the 305th Infantry Division, another division to perish at Stalingrad the following year, came from France. Yet the Wehrmacht, although famed for its blitzkrieg, also depended on over 600,000 horses to tow guns, ambulances, and ration wagons. With the vast majority of the infantry divisions on their feet, the overall speed of advance was unlikely to be much faster than that of the Grande Armée in 1812. Many officers had mixed sensations. "Our optimism was tremendous after the rather easy victories in Poland, in France, and in the Balkans," recounted the commander of the 1st Panzer Company to reach the Volga at Stalingrad 14 months later. But as one of those who had just read Caulaincourt, he had bad feelings about the enormous space of Russia. It also seemed rather late in the year to start such an ambitious campaign. Operation Barbarossa had been planned to begin on the 15th of May. The delay of over 5 weeks, often blamed entirely on Hitler's Balkan campaign, was in fact influenced by many other factors, including the exceptionally heavy spring rains, the inability of the Luftwaffe to prepare forward airfields in time, and the allocation of motor transport to divisions. That evening, regimental officers were told of certain special orders affecting the conflict ahead. They included collective measures of force against villages in areas of partisan activity, and the Commissar order. Soviet political officers, Jews and partisans were to be handed over to the SS, or the secret field police. Most staff officers, and certainly all intelligence officers, were told of Field Marshal von Brauchich's order of the 28th of April, laying down ground rules for relations between army commanders and the SS Sonderkommando and security police operating in their rear areas. Their special tasks would form part of the final encounter between two opposing political systems. Finally, a jurisdiction order deprived Russian civilians of any right of appeal and effectively exonerated soldiers from crimes committed against them, whether murder, rape, or looting. The order, signed by Field Marshal Keitel on the 13th of May, justified this on the grounds that the downfall of 1918, the German people's period of suffering which followed, and the struggle against National Socialism, with the many blood sacrifices endured by the movement, can be traced to Bolshevik influence. No German should forget this. When Lieutenant Alexander Stahlberg was privately warned of the Commissar order by his cousin, Henning von Treschow, later one of the key members of the July plot, he burst out, "That would be murder." "The order is just that," agreed Treschow. Stahlberg then asked where it had come from. "From the man to whom you gave your oath," answered his cousin. "As I did," he added, with a penetrating look. A number of commanders refused to acknowledge or pass on such instructions. They were generally those who respected the traditional ethos of the army and disliked the Nazis. Many, but not all, were from military families, now a fast diminishing proportion of the officer corps. The generals were the ones with the least excuse. Over 200 senior officers had attended Hitler's address, in which he left no doubts about the war ahead. It was to be a battle between two opposing world views, a battle of annihilation against Bolshevik commissars and the communist intelligentsia. The idea of Rassenkampf, or race war, gave the Russian campaign its unprecedented character. Many historians now argue that Nazi propaganda had so effectively dehumanized the Soviet enemy in the eyes of the Wehrmacht that it was morally anesthetized from the start of the invasion. Perhaps the greatest measure of successful indoctrination was the almost negligible opposition within the Wehrmacht to the mass execution of Jews, which was deliberately confused with the notion of rear area security measures against partisans. Many officers were affronted by the Wehrmacht's abandonment of international law on the Ostfront, but only the tiniest minority voiced disgust at the massacres, even when it became clear that they belonged to a program of racial extermination. The degree of ignorance claimed after the war by many officers, especially those on the staff, is rather hard to believe in the light of all the evidence that has now emerged from their own files. 6th Army Headquarters, for example, cooperated with SS Sonderkommando 4A, which followed in its tracks almost all the way from the western frontier of the Ukraine to Stalingrad. Not only were staff officers well aware of its activities, they even provided troops to assist in the roundup of Jews in Kiev and transport them to the ravine of Babi Yar. What is particularly hard to assess in retrospect is the degree of initial ignorance at regimental level about the true programme, in which perhaps the cruelest weapon of all was to be starvation. Few officers saw the directive of the 23rd of May, which called for the German armies in the East to expropriate whatever they needed, and also to send at least 7 million tons of grain a year back to Germany. Yet it should not have been hard to guess its basic outline, with the orders to live off the land. Nazi leaders had no illusions about the consequences for civilians deprived of the Ukraine's resources. Many tens of millions will starve, predicted Martin Bormann. Goering bragged that the population would have to eat Cossack saddles. When the illegal Barbarossa orders were prepared in March 1941, it was General Franz Halder, the Chief of Staff, who bore the main responsibility for the Army's acceptance of collective reprisals against civilians. As early as the first week in April 1941, two opponents of the regime, the former ambassador Ulrich von Hassel and General Ludwig Beck, were shown copies of these secret orders by Lieutenant Colonel Helmut Grosskurt, who was to perish soon after the surrender at Stalingrad. "It makes one's hair stand on end," wrote Hassel in his diary, "to learn about measures to be taken in Russia, and about the systematic transformation of military law concerning the conquered population into uncontrolled despotism. Indeed, a caricature of all law. This kind of thing turns the German into a type of being which had existed only in enemy propaganda. The army," he subsequently noted, "must assume the onus of the murders and burnings which up to now have been confined to the SS." Hassel's pessimism was justified. Although a few army commanders were reluctant to distribute the instructions, several others issued orders to their troops which might have come straight from Goebbels' office. The most notorious order of all came from the commander of the Sixth Army, Field Marshal von Reichenau. General Hermann Hoth, who was to command the 4th Panzer Army in the Stalingrad campaign, declared, "The annihilation of those same Jews who support Bolshevism and its organization for murder, the partisans, is a measure of self-preservation." General Erich von Manstein, a Prussian Guards officer admired as the most brilliant strategist of the whole Second World War, and who privately admitted to being partly Jewish, issued an order shortly after taking over command of the 11th Army, in which he declared, "The Jewish Bolshevik system must be rooted out once and for all." He even went on to justify the necessity of harsh measures against Jewry. There was little mention of this in his post-war memoirs, Lost Victories. The acceptance of Nazi symbols on uniform and the personal oath of allegiance to Hitler had ended any pretense that the army remained independent from politics. The generals followed Hitler in these circumstances, Field Marshal Paulus acknowledged many years later in Soviet captivity, and as a result they became completely involved in the consequences of his policies and conduct of the war. In spite of all the Nazis' attempts to reshape the German army, it was not as monolithic at regimental level in June 1941 as some writers have made out. The difference in character between a Bavarian, an East Prussian, a Saxon, and above all an Austrian division would be remarked upon immediately. Even within a division from a particular region there could be strong contrasts. For example, in the 60th Motorized Infantry Division, which was later trapped at Stalingrad, many young officers in its volunteer battalions came from the Technische Hochschule in Danzig and were caught up in the heady atmosphere of the city's return to the fatherland. "For us," wrote one of them, "National Socialism was not a party program, but the very essence of being German." On the other hand, the officers in the division's reconnaissance battalion, 160 Aufklärungsabteilung, a sort of mechanized yeomanry cavalry, came mainly from East Prussian landowning families. They included Prince Zudona Slobitten, who had served in the Kaiser's Garde du Corps in the Ukraine in 1918. The 16th Panzer Division was firmly in the tradition of the old Prussian army. Its 2nd Panzer Regiment, which spearheaded the dash to Stalingrad the following summer, was descended from the oldest Prussian cavalry regiment, the Great Elector's Life Guard cuirassiers. The regiment had so many members of the nobility that few were addressed by their military rank. Instead of Herr Hauptmann or Herr Leutnant, one of their tank crewmen remembered, it was Herr Fürst or Herr Graf. The regiment had suffered such low losses in the Polish and French campaigns that its peacetime identity remained virtually untouched. Traditions from an earlier age offered an advantage. Within the regiment, observed an officer from another panzer division, it was safe to talk. Nobody in Berlin could joke like us about Hitler. Officer conspirators on the general staff were able to talk about deposing Hitler, even to uncommitted generals, without risking denunciation to the Gestapo. Dr. Alois Beck, the Catholic chaplain of the 297th Infantry Division, was convinced that of the 3 Wehrmacht services, the army was the least influenced by National Socialist ideology. In the Luftwaffe, those who disliked the regime remained silent. You could not entirely trust any German in those days, said a lieutenant in the 9th Flak Division who was captured at Stalingrad. He dared to talk freely with only one fellow officer, who had once admitted in private that the Nazis had exterminated a mentally ill cousin of his. One historian has pointed out that although the Wehrmacht should not be regarded as a homogeneous entity, the degree to which its different elements were willing to participate in a war of extermination against the Soviet Union, be it as an anti-Russian, anti-Bolshevik, or anti-Jewish crusade, is an area of research that needs to be pursued. Prince Dohna, with the 60th Mechanized Infantry Division, was shocked by my own callousness when he reread his diary many years later. Today, it seems impossible to understand that I could have allowed myself to have been caught up unprotesting in this megalomania. But we were dominated by the feeling of being part of a tremendous war machine which was rolling irresistibly to the east against Bolshevism. At 3:15 a.m. German time, on the 22nd of June, the first artillery barrages began. Bridges over rivers were seized before the NKVD border guards reacted. The guards' families, who lived at the frontier posts, died with them. In some cases, demolition charges had been removed earlier by silent raiding parties. German commando groups from the Sonderverband Brandenburg, named after their barracks on the edge of Berlin, were already to the rear of Russian frontier units, cutting telephone lines. And since late April, small teams of anti-communist Russian and Ukrainian volunteers had been infiltrated with radio sets. As early as the 29th of April, Beria had been informed of 3 groups of spies caught crossing the border with radio sets. Those taken alive had been handed over to the NKGB for further interrogation. The first sign of dawn, on the 22nd of June, appeared ahead of the infantry on the eastern horizon as point units, facing water obstacles, clambered into assault boats. Many infantry regiments, as they advanced the last few hundred yards to their start lines, could hear waves of bombers and fighters approaching from behind. Gull-winged Stukas, flying at a lower altitude, were off in search of tank parks, headquarters, and communication centres behind the lines. A Red Army engineer officer at 4th Army headquarters was awoken by the sound of massed aero engines. He recognized the sound from the Spanish Civil War, in which he had served as an advisor. The bombs were falling with a piercing shriek, he recorded. The army headquarters building we had just left was shrouded in smoke and dust. The powerful blasts rent the air and made our ears ring, Another flight appeared. The German bombers dived confidently at the defenseless military settlement. When the raid was over, thick black pillars of smoke billowed up from many places. Part of the headquarters building was in ruins. Somewhere, a high-pitched, hysterical female voice was crying out. The main Luftwaffe effort was directed against the Red Army's aviation regiments. Preemptive sorties over the next 9 hours destroyed 1,200 Soviet aircraft, the vast majority on the ground. Messerschmitt pilots could hardly believe their eyes when, banking over aerodromes, instantly recognizable from photo reconnaissance, they glimpsed hundreds of enemy planes neatly lined up at dispersal beside the runways. Those which managed to get off the ground or arrive from airfields further east proved easy targets. Some Soviet pilots, who either had never learned aerial combat techniques or knew that their obsolete models stood no chance, even resorted to ramming German aircraft. A Luftwaffe general described these air battles against inexperienced pilots as infanticide. The panzer divisions, with the engines of their tanks and half-tracks running, heard little except through their headphones. They received the order to advance as soon as the infantry had secured the bridges and crossings. The task of the panzer formations was to cut through and then encircle the bulk of the enemy's army, trapping it in a kessel, or cauldron. This is how the Wehrmacht planned to destroy the Red Army's fighting strength, then advance virtually unopposed on its three major objectives: Leningrad, Moscow, and the Ukraine. Army Group North, under Field Marshal Ritter von Leeb, was primarily responsible for the advance from East Prussia into the Baltic states to secure the ports, and then on to Leningrad. Army Group Centre, under Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, was to follow Napoleon's route to Moscow once it had encircled the main concentrations of the Red Army in its path. Brauchitsch and Halder were deeply disturbed, however, when Hitler decided to weaken this central thrust in order to bolster what they saw as subsidiary operations. The Führer believed that once he seized the agricultural wealth of the Ukraine and the Caucasian oil fields, the Reich's invincibility was guaranteed. Army Group South, under Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, soon supported on his right by a small Hungarian army and two Romanian armies, was entrusted with this task. The Romanian dictator, Marshal Ion Antonescu, had been delighted when told of Operation Barbarossa 10 days before its launch. "Of course I'll be there from the start," he had said. "When it's a question of action against the Slavs, you can always count on Romania." On the anniversary of Napoleon's proclamation from his imperial headquarters at Vilkovsky, Hitler issued a long justification of the breakdown of relations with the Soviet Union. He turned the truth inside out, claiming that Germany was threatened by approximately 160 Russian divisions massed on our frontier. He thus started the European crusade against Bolshevism, with a shameless lie to his own people and to his own soldiers. Chapter 3. Smash in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down. Seldom had an attacker enjoyed such advantages as the Wehrmacht in June 1941. Most Red Army and frontier units, having been ordered not to respond to provocations, did not know how to react. Even beyond the 12th hour, Stalin still desperately hoped for a last chance of conciliation, and was reluctant to allow his troops to strike back. An officer entering the office of Colonel General D.G. Pavlov, the commander of the Central Front, heard him yelling in nervous exasperation down the telephone as yet another frontline commander reported German activity on the border. "I know. It has already been reported. Those at the top know better than we." The three Soviet armies stretched out along the frontier on Stalin's orders never stood a chance, and their tank brigades behind were destroyed by air attack before they had a chance to deploy. The great 18th century citadel of Brest-Litovsk, the town where the Kaiser's general staff had inflicted such a humiliating diktat on Lenin and Trotsky in 1918, was surrounded in the first few hours. Army Group Centre's two panzer groups, commanded by Generals Hoth and Guderian, surrounded large Soviet forces in two rapid encirclements. Within 5 days, their forces had joined up near Minsk, some 200 miles from the border. More than 300,000 Red Army soldiers were trapped, and 2,500 tanks destroyed or captured. In the north, striking out of East Prussia across the river Niemen, the 4th Panzer Group smashed through the Russian line with ease. 5 days later, General von Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps, advancing almost 50 miles a day, was nearly halfway to Leningrad and had secured the crossing of the river Dwina. This impetuous dash, Manstein wrote later, was the fulfillment of a tank commander's dream. The Luftwaffe, meanwhile, had continued to annihilate Red Army aviation. By the end of the second day of fighting, it had increased its score to 2,000 aircraft destroyed. The Soviet Union could build fresh aircraft and train new pilots, but that immediate infanticide of aircrew crushed morale for a long time. "Our pilots feel that they are corpses already when they take off," a squadron officer admitted to a commissar 15 months later at the height of the Battle of Stalingrad. This is where the losses come from. In the south, where Soviet forces were strongest, the German advance was much less rapid. General Kirponos had managed to establish a defence in depth rather than line his armies along the frontier. But although his divisions inflicted quite heavy casualties on the Germans, their own losses were infinitely greater. Kirponos rushed his tank formations into battle before they could deploy effectively. On the second day, the 23rd of June, General Ewald von Kleist's 1st Panzer Group came up against Soviet divisions equipped with the monster KV tank, and for the very first time, German crews saw the T-34 tank, the best general-purpose tank developed in the Second World War. The reduction of the southern front between the Pripet marshes and the Carpathian Mountains took much longer than expected. Field Marshal von Reichenau's 6th Army found itself continually harassed by Russian forces cut off in the wooded swampland to its left. Reichenau wanted prisoners executed as partisans, whether or not they still wore uniform. Red Army units also shot their German captives, especially Luftwaffe pilots who had bailed out. There were few opportunities for sending them to the rear, and they did not want them to be saved by the enemy advance. In Lvov, the capital of Galicia, the NKVD slaughtered political prisoners to prevent their release by the Germans. Its savagery was no doubt increased by the atmosphere of suspicion and chaos in the city, with drunkenness and looting. Lvov was subjected not only to aerial bombing, but also to sabotage by German organized groups of Ukrainian nationalists. The mood of violent fear had been fueled just before the invasion by jibes from the non-Russian population. "The Germans are coming to get you." Hitler's conviction that the Soviet Union was a rotten structure that would come crashing down was shared by many foreign observers and intelligence services. Stalin's purge of the Red Army, which had begun in 1937, was fueled by an inimitable mixture of paranoia, sadistic megalomania, and a vindictiveness for old slights dating back to the Russian Civil War and the Russo-Polish War. Altogether, 36,671 officers were executed, imprisoned, or dismissed, and out of the 706 officers of the rank of brigade commander and above, only 303 remained untouched. Cases against arrested officers were usually grotesque inventions. Colonel K.K. Rokossovsky, later the commander who delivered the coup de grace at Stalingrad, faced evidence purportedly provided by a man who had died nearly 20 years before. The most prominent victim was Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky, the leading advocate of mobile warfare. His arrest and execution also represented the deliberate destruction of the Red Army's operational thinking, which had encroached dangerously upon Stalin's preserve of strategy. Former Imperial Army officers under Tukhachevsky had been developing a sophisticated theory of operational art based on the study of the relationship between mass firepower and mobility. By 1941, this was a treasonous heresy, which explained why few Red Army generals had dared to mass their tanks effectively against the German threat. 2.5 years after the purge began, the Red Army presented a disastrous spectacle in the winter war against Finland. Marshal Voroshilov, Stalin's old crony from the 1st Cavalry Army, displayed an astonishing lack of imagination. The Finns outmanoeuvred their opponents time after time, Their machine gunners scythed down the massed Soviet infantry struggling forward through the snowfields. Only after deploying 5 times as many men as their opponents and huge concentrations of artillery did the Red Army begin to prevail. Hitler had observed this lamentable performance with excitement. Japanese military intelligence took a rather different view. It was about the only foreign service which did not underestimate the Red Army at this time. A series of border skirmishes on the Manchurian frontier, which culminated in the battle at Khalgin Gol in August 1939, had showed what an aggressive young commander, in this case the 43-year-old General Georgy Zhukov, could achieve. In January 1941, Stalin was persuaded to promote Zhukov to Chief of the General Staff. He was therefore right at the centre when, on the day after the invasion, Stalin set up a Supreme General Staff headquarters under its old Tsarist name of Stavka. The great leader then appointed himself Commissar of Defence and Supreme Commander of the Soviet Armed Forces. In the first days of Barbarossa, German generals saw little to change their low opinion of Soviet commanders, especially on the central part of the front. General Heinz Guderian, like most of his colleagues, was struck by the readiness of Red Army commanders to waste the lives of their men in prodigious quantities. He also noted in a memorandum that they were severely hampered by the political demands of the state leadership and suffered a basic fear of responsibility. This, combined with bad coordination, meant that orders to carry out necessary measures, countermeasures in particular, are issued too late. Soviet tank forces were insufficiently trained and lacked intelligence and initiative during the offensive. All of this was true, but Guderian and his colleagues underestimated the desire within the Red Army to learn from its mistakes. The process of reform was not, of course, easy or rapid. Stalin and his placemen, especially senior commissars, refused to acknowledge that their political interference and obsessive blindness had caused such disasters. Front and army commanders had been hamstrung by the Kremlin's militarily illogical instructions. To make matters worse, the dual command system of commissars approving orders was reinstituted on the 16th of July. The political controllers of the Red Army tried to escape their responsibility by accusing frontline commanders and their staff officers of treason, sabotage, or cowardice. General Pavlov, the commander of the central part of the front, and the general yelling down the telephone that those at the top knew better what was going on, was not saved by having followed orders. Accused of treason, he became the most prominent victim to be executed in this second round of the Red Army purges. The paralyzing atmosphere in headquarters can be imagined. A sapper expert in mines who arrived at a command centre accompanied by NKVD border guards because they knew the area, was greeted by expressions of terror. A general babbled pathetically, "I was with the troops, and I did everything. I'm not guilty of anything." Only then did the sapper officer realize that on seeing the green tabs of his escort, these staff officers had thought that he had come to arrest them. During this hysteria of deflected blame, the groundwork for reorganization began. Zhukov's Stavka Directive of the 15th of July 1941 set down a number of conclusions following the experience of 3 weeks of war against German fascism. His main argument was that the Red Army had suffered from bad communications and overlarge, sluggish formations, which simply presented a vulnerable target for air attack. Large armies with several corps made it difficult to organize command and control during a battle, especially because so many of our officers are young and inexperienced. Even if the purges were not mentioned, their shadow was impossible to forget. The Stavka, he wrote, therefore believes it is necessary to prepare to change to a system of small armies, consisting of a maximum of 5 or 6 divisions. This step, when eventually introduced, greatly improved the rapidity of response, largely by cutting out the corps level of command between division and army. The biggest mistake made by German commanders was to have underestimated Ivan, the ordinary Red Army soldier. They quickly found that surrounded or outnumbered Soviet soldiers went on fighting when their counterparts from Western armies would have surrendered. Right from the first morning of Barbarossa, there were countless cases of extraordinary courage and self-sacrifice, although not perhaps as many as there were of mass panic. But that was largely due to the confusion. The defence of the citadel of Brest-Litovsk is the most striking example. German infantry occupied the complex after a week of heavy fighting, but some Red Army soldiers held out for almost a month from the initial attack without any resupply of ammunition or food. One of the defenders scratched on a wall, "I am dying, but do not surrender. Farewell, motherland. 2741." This piece of wall is still reverently preserved in the Central Museum of the Armed Forces in Moscow. What is not mentioned is that several of the wounded Soviet soldiers captured in the citadel managed to survive Nazi prisoner-of-war camps until liberated in 1945. Instead of being treated as heroes, they were sent straight to the Gulag by Smersh, following Stalin's order that anyone who had fallen into enemy hands was a traitor. Stalin even disowned his own son, Yakov, captured near Vitebsk on the 16th of July. As the chaos on the Russian side lessened during the summer, the resistance became more dogged. General Halder, who at the beginning of July had felt that victory was at hand, soon felt less certain. "Everywhere the Russians fight to the last man," he wrote in his diary. "They capitulate only occasionally." Guderian also admitted that Russian infantrymen were nearly always stubborn in defence, and added that they showed skill in fighting at night and in forests. These two advantages, above all night fighting, were to prove far more important than the Germans realized. The German commanders had believed that no society run by political terror could defend itself against a determined attack from outside. The warm welcome from civilians convinced many Germans that they would win. Devout Ukrainians, who had suffered one of the most terrifying man-made famines in history, greeted the arrival of military vehicles with black crosses as symbolic of a new crusade against the Antichrist. But Hitler's plans of subjugation and exploitation could only strengthen the rotten structure by forcing even those who loathed the Stalinist regime to support it. Stalin and the apparatus of the Communist Party quickly recognized the need to shift their rhetoric away from Marxist-Leninist clichés. The phrase, "the Great Patriotic War," appeared in a headline in the first issue of Pravda to appear after the invasion, and Stalin himself soon took up this deliberate evocation of the patriotic war against Napoleon. Later that year, on the anniversary of the October Revolution, he went on to invoke the distinctly unproletarian heroes of Russian history, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Suvorov, and Kutuzov. The preservation of Stalin's personal reputation was greatly helped by the political ignorance of the majority of the population. Few, outside the nomenclatura and the well-connected intelligentsia, linked him directly with the refusal to acknowledge the threat from Germany and the disasters of late June. Stalin, in his broadcast of the 3rd of July, did not, of course, take any of the blame. He addressed the people as brothers and sisters, and told them that the motherland was in great danger, with the Germans advancing deep into the Soviet Union. On balance, this admission strengthened the mood of the country with its unprecedented frankness, because until then the official communiques had spoken only of heavy losses inflicted on the enemy. It was nevertheless a great shock to many, such as the students of Stalingrad Technical University, waiting to mark the advance of Red Army troops into Germany with flags on their wall map. When the shocking and incomprehensible advance of the Wehrmacht became clear, the map was hurriedly taken down. Whatever one may think about Stalinism, there can be little doubt that its ideological preparation through deliberately manipulated alternatives provided ruthlessly effective arguments for total warfare. All right-thinking people had to accept that fascism was bad and must be destroyed by any means. Fascism was totally devoted to the destruction of the Communist Party. Therefore, it should lead the struggle. This form of logic is captured in Wassily Grossman's novel Life and Fate. "The hatred fascism bears us," declared Mostovsky, an old Bolshevik who had fallen foul of Stalinism, "is yet another proof, a far-reaching proof, of the justice of Lenin's cause." Political arguments were, however, of secondary importance for the majority of the population. Their real stimulus came from a visceral patriotism. The recruiting poster, "The Motherland Calls," showed a typical Russian woman holding the military oath and backed by a sheaf of bayonets. Although unsubtle, it was deeply effective at the time. Huge sacrifices were expected. "Our aim is to defend something greater than millions of lives," wrote a young tank commander in his diary exactly a month after the invasion. "I am not speaking about my own life. The only thing to be done is to lose it to some advantage for the motherland." 4 million people volunteered, or felt obliged to volunteer, for the Opolchensi militia. The waste of lives was so terrible it is hard to comprehend. A carnage whose futility was perhaps exceeded only by the Zulu king marching an impi of his warriors over a cliff to prove their discipline. These untrained soldiers, often without weapons, and many still in civilian clothes, were sent against the Wehrmacht's panzer formations. 4 militia divisions were almost completely annihilated before the siege of Leningrad had even begun. Families, ignorant of the incompetence and chaos at the front, with drunkenness and looting or NKVD executions, mourned almost without criticism of the regime. Anger was reserved for the enemy. Most acts of bravery from that summer never came to light, having disappeared with the death of witnesses. Some of the stories, however, did emerge later, partly because a strong feeling of injustice grew in the ranks that the deeds of many brave men were not being acknowledged. For example, a letter was found on the body of a surgeon Maltsev at Stalingrad, expressing his need to testify to the courage of a comrade during the terrible retreat. "Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, a big battle will take place," he had written, "and I will probably be killed, and I dream that this account will be published so that people will learn of the feats performed by Lichkin." Tales of bravery offered little compensation at the time. By mid-July, the Red Army was in a desperate position. In the first 3 weeks of fighting, it had lost 3,500 tanks, over 6,000 aircraft, and some 2 million men, including a significant proportion of the Red Army officer corps. The next disaster was the battle round Smolensk during the second half of July, in which several Soviet armies were trapped. Although at least 5 divisions escaped, some 300,000 Red Army prisoners were still taken by the beginning of August. Over 3,000 tanks and 3,000 guns were also lost. Many more Soviet divisions were then sacrificed, one after the other, to prevent Field Marshal von Bock's panzer divisions seizing the rail junctions of Yelnaya and Roslabel and sealing another pocket. Some historians, however, argue convincingly that this delayed the German advance at a crucial moment, with important consequences later. In the south, Field Marshal von Rundstedt's army group, now supported by Romanians and Hungarians, took 100,000 prisoners from the divisions trapped in the Uman pocket early in August. The advance into the Ukraine, across the open, rolling prairie with sunflowers, soybeans, and unharvested corn, seemed unstoppable. The greatest concentration of Soviet forces, however, lay round the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Their commander-in-chief was another of Stalin's cronies, Marshal Budyenny, with Nikita Khrushchev as chief commissar, whose main responsibility was the evacuation of industrial machinery to the east. General Zhukov warned Stalin that the Red Army must abandon Kiev to avoid encirclement. But the Soviet dictator, who had just told Churchill that the Soviet Union would never give up Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev, lost his temper and removed him from his position as chief of the General Staff. Once Rundstedt's mobile forces had finished at Uman, they continued, veering to the south of Kiev. The 1st Panzer Group then swung north, joining up with Guderian's divisions, whose sudden strike down from the central front took the Soviet command by surprise. The danger of a terrible trap became plain, but Stalin refused to abandon Kiev. He only changed his mind when it was far too late. On the 21st of September, the encirclement battle of Kiev ended. The Germans claimed a further 665,000 prisoners. Hitler called it the greatest battle in world history. The Chief of the General Staff, Halder, on the other hand, called it the greatest strategic mistake of the campaign in the East. Like Guderian, he felt that all their energies should have been concentrated on Moscow. The advancing invaders, overrunning one position after another, suffered a confusion of emotions and ideas as they gazed with a mixture of disbelief, contempt, and also fear on the communist enemy, who had fought to the last. The piles of corpses seemed even more dehumanized when charred, and with half their clothes stripped from them by the force of a shell blast. "Look closely at these dead, these Tatar dead, these Russian dead," wrote a journalist attached to the German army in the Ukraine. "They are new corpses, absolutely brand new, just delivered from the great factory of the Piatiletka, or 5-year plan. They're all the same, mass-produced. They typify a new race, a tough race, these corpses of workers killed in an industrial accident." Yet, however compelling the image, it was a mistake to assume that the bodies before them were simply modern communist robots. They were the remains of men and women who, in most cases, had reacted to a sense of patriotism that was somehow both spiritual and visceral. Chapter 4. Hitler's Hubris, the delayed battle for Moscow. "The vastness of Russia devours us," wrote Field Marshal von Rundstedt to his wife just after his armies had successfully completed the Uman encirclement. The moods of German commanders had started to swing between self-congratulation and unease. They were conquering huge territories, yet the horizon seemed just as limitless. The Red Army had lost over 2 million men, yet still more Soviet armies appeared. "At the outset of the war," General Halder wrote in his diary on the 11th of August, "we reckoned on about 200 enemy divisions. Now we have already counted 360. The door had been smashed in, but the structure was not collapsing. By mid-July, the Wehrmacht had lost its initial momentum. It was simply not strong enough to mount offensives in 3 different directions at once. Casualties had been higher than expected, over 400,000 by the end of August, and the wear and tear on vehicles far greater than predicted. Engines became clogged with grit from the dust clouds and broke down constantly, yet replacements were in very short supply. Bad communications also took their toll. The railway tracks, which were a slightly broader gauge, had to be relaid, and instead of the highways marked on their maps, the armies found dirt roads which turned to glutinous mud in a brief summer downpour. In many marshy places, German troops had to build their own corduroy roads of birch trunks laid side to side. The further they advanced into Russia, the harder it was to bring supplies forward. Panzer columns racing ahead frequently had to stop through lack of fuel. The infantry divisions, which composed the bulk of the army, were marching up to 40 miles a day, but more usually around 20, their jackboots roasting in the summer heat. The lancer, or infantryman, carried about 55 pounds of equipment, including steel helmet, rifle, ammunition, and entrenching tool. His canvas and leather pack contained mess tin, canteen, an Esbit field stove, a combined spoon and fork in aluminium, rifle cleaning kit, spare clothes, tent pegs and poles, field dressing, sewing kit, razor, soap, and Vulcan Sanex condoms, even though carnal relations with civilians were officially forbidden. The infantry was so tired, trudging forwards in full kit, that many fell asleep on the march. Even the panzer troops were exhausted. After servicing their vehicles, track maintenance was the heaviest work, and cleaning their guns, they had a quick wash in a canvas bucket in a vain attempt to shift the ingrained dirt and oil from their hands. Their eyes swollen from fatigue, they then shaved, blinking into a mirror temporarily attached to a machine gun mounting. The infantry tended to refer to them as Die Schwarze because of their black overalls. War correspondents described them as the knights of modern warfare. But their dust-choked vehicles broke down with monotonous regularity. The frustrations provoked quarrels between commanders. A majority, General Heinz Guderian was the most outspoken, despaired of Hitler's diversions. Moscow was not only the capital of the Soviet Union, they argued, it was also a major centre for communications and the armaments industry. An attack on it would also draw in surviving Soviet armies to their final destruction. The Führer, however, kept his generals in order by exploiting their rivalries and disagreements. He told them that they knew nothing of economic matters. Leningrad and the Baltic had to be secured to protect essential trade with Sweden, while the agriculture of the Ukraine was vital to Germany. Yet his instinct to avoid the road to Moscow was partly a superstitious avoidance of Napoleon's footsteps. Army Group Center, having secured Smolensk and encircled the Soviet armies beyond it at the end of July, was ordered to halt. Hitler sent most of Hoth's Panzer Group northwards to help the attack on Leningrad, while Panzerarmee Guderian, the new designation was a typical Hitlerian sop to a disgruntled but necessary general, was diverted southwards to act as the upper jaw of the great Kiev encirclement. Hitler changed his mind again early in September, when he at last agreed to Operation Typhoon, the advance on Moscow. Yet more time was lost because Hoth's panzer divisions were still engaged in the outskirts of Leningrad. The forces for Operation Typhoon were not finally ready until the very end of September. Moscow lay just over 200 miles away from where Army Group Center had been halted, and little time remained before the period of autumn mud and then winter. When General Friedrich Paulus, Halder's chief planner for Barbarossa, had raised the question of winter warfare earlier, Hitler had forbidden any mention of the subject. Hitler, in the Wolfschanze, used to gaze at the operations map showing the huge areas notionally controlled by his forces. For a visionary who had achieved total power in a country possessing the best-trained army in the world, the sight induced a sense of invincibility. This armchair strategist never possessed the qualities for true generalship, because he ignored practical problems. During the brief campaigns in Poland, Scandinavia, France, and the Balkans, resupply had at times been difficult, but never an insuperable problem. In Russia, however, logistics would be as decisive a factor as firepower, manpower, mobility, and morale. Hitler's fundamental irresponsibility, a psychologically interesting defiance of fate, had been to launch the most ambitious invasion in history while refusing to gear the German economy and industry for all-out war. In hindsight, it seems more like the act of a compulsive gambler, subconsciously striving to increase the odds. The horrific consequences for millions of people seemed only to strengthen his megalomania. Field Marshal von Bock had under his command 1.5 million men, but his panzer divisions were weakened by the lack of replacement tanks and spare parts. When he assembled his commanders on the eve of the offensive, he set the 7th of November, the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, as the deadline for surrounding the Soviet capital. The ambitious Bock longed to be known as the conqueror of Moscow. The Stavka, meanwhile, had been expecting a German offensive against Moscow ever since Army Group Center had halted in mid-August. Stalin had sent General Yeremenko to organize armies into a new Bryansk front, while 2 other fronts, Western and Reserve, were prepared to protect the capital. Yet, in spite of these precautions, Yeremenko's forces were taken by surprise when, early on the morning of the 30th of September, Guderian's Panzerschwerpunkte struck their southern flank out of an autumnal mist. The sun soon broke through, making a warm, clear day, ideal for the offensive. The Germans had nothing to fear from the air. At that moment, less than 5% of Red Army aviation in European Russia still survived. During the first days of October, the offensive went perfectly for the Germans, with the panzer groups and Field Marshal Kesselring's Second Air Fleet working closely together. Yeremenko asked the Stavka for permission to withdraw, but no permission was given. On the 3rd of October, Guderian's point units on the right reached the city of Orel, 125 miles behind Yeremenko's lines. Surprise was complete. As the leading panzers raced up the main street, past trams, passers-by waved to them, assuming they were Russian. The Red Army had not even had time to prepare charges to blow up the important arms factories. On the 6th of October, Yeremenko and his staff narrowly escaped capture by German tanks soon after midday. All communications were lost. In the chaos of the following days, Marshal Budyeni, supposedly commanding the reserve front, even lost his headquarters, and Yeremenko, who was badly wounded in the leg, had to be evacuated by air. Soviet leaders in the Kremlin at first refused to acknowledge the scale of the threat. On the 5th of October, a fighter pilot reported a column of German panzers a dozen miles in length advancing rapidly up the road to Yukhnov, not much more than 100 miles from Moscow. Even when another pilot was sent out on reconnaissance and confirmed the report, the Stavka still refused to believe it. A third pilot was sent out, and he too confirmed the sighting. This did not stop Beria from wanting to arrest and interrogate their commander as a panic-monger, but it finally succeeded in galvanizing the Kremlin. Stalin called an emergency session of the State Defense Committee. He also ordered General Zhukov, who had brutally invigorated the defense of Leningrad, to fly back immediately. After Zhukov had seen the chaos for himself, Stalin instructed him to reorganize the remnants from the disaster into a new Western Front. Every available unit was thrown in to hold some sort of line until the Stavka reserves could be deployed. With Moscow itself now at risk, over 100,000 men were mobilized as militia, and 250,000 civilians, mostly women, were marched out to dig anti-tank ditches. The first snow fell on the night of the 6th of October, then promptly melted, turning roads to thick mud for 24 hours. Vox panzer divisions still managed to achieve 2 large double encirclements, one by Bryansk itself and the other round Vyazma on the central route to Moscow. The Germans claimed to have cut off 665,000 Red Army soldiers and to have destroyed or captured 1,242 tanks, more than in the whole of Bock's 3 panzer groups. "What a great satisfaction it must be for you to see your plans maturing so well," wrote Field Marshal von Reichenau to General Paulus, his former Chief of Staff, and soon to be his successor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army. But groups of Russian soldiers, although surrounded and unsupplied within the pockets, fought on almost until the end of the month. "Strong point after strong point has to be captured individually," Paulus heard from a divisional commander. "As often as not, we cannot get them out even with flamethrowers, and we have to blow the whole thing to bits." Several German panzer divisions also encountered a new form of unconventional weapon during this fighting. They found Russian dogs running towards them, with a curious-looking saddle holding a load on top with a short upright stick. At first, the panzer troops thought they must be first-aid dogs, but then they realized that the animals had explosives or anti-tank mines strapped to them. These mine dogs, trained on Pavlovian principles, had been taught to run under large vehicles to obtain their food. The stick, catching against the underside, would detonate the charge. Most of the dogs were shot before they reached their target, but this macabre tactic had an unnerving effect. It was, however, the weather which rapidly became the Wehrmacht's worst hindrance. The season of rain and mud, the Rasputitsa, set in before the middle of October. German ration lorries frequently could not get through, so single-horse farm carts, known as Panzerwagons, Panji was Wehrmacht slang for a Polish or Russian peasant, were commandeered from agricultural communities for hundreds of miles around. In some places, where no birch trunks came to hand to make a corduroy road, the corpses of Russian dead were used instead as planks. A lancer would often lose a jackboot, sucked from his leg in the knee-deep mud. Motorcyclists could only advance in places by getting off to haul their machines through. Commanders, who never lacked for manpower to push their staff cars through a boggy patch, wondered how anybody could make war in such conditions. All of them, however, feared the freeze that would soon follow. Nobody forgot that every day counted. The German advance formations struggled on as best they could. In the centre, on the 14th of October, 10th Panzer Division and the SS Das Reich Division reached the Napoleonic battlefield of Borodino in rolling countryside with woods and rich farmland. They were only 70 miles from the western edge of Moscow. On the same day, 100 miles northwest of the capital, 1st Panzer Division took the town of Kalinin with its bridge over the Volga and severed the Moscow-Leningrad railway line. Meanwhile, on the southern flank, Guderian's panzers swung up past Tula to threaten the Soviet capital from below. The progress of the three-pronged attack on Moscow threw the Soviet leadership into panic. On the night of the 15th of October, foreign embassies were told to prepare to leave for Kuibyshev on the Volga. Beria started evacuating his headquarters too. The NKVD interrogators took their most important prisoners with them. They included senior officers who, although desperately needed at the front, were still being beaten to a pulp in the search for confessions. 300 other prisoners were executed in batches in the Lubyanka. At the end of the month, however, Stalin told the chief of the NKVD to halt what Beria himself called his mincing machine. The Soviet dictator was more than willing to go on shooting defeatists and cowards, but for the moment he had tired of Beria's conspiracy fantasies, describing them as rubbish. Stalin demanded accurate reports from the front, but anyone who dared to tell him the truth was accused of panic-mongering. He found it hard to hide his own disquiet. He suspected that Leningrad would fall, so his first consideration was how best to extricate the troops to help save Moscow. His lack of concern for the starving population was as callous as that of Hitler. There was only one encouraging development at this time. Red Army divisions from the Manchurian frontier were already starting to deploy in the region of Moscow. 2 of the 1st Siberian Rifle Regiments to arrive had in fact faced the SS Das Reich at Borodino a few days before, but it would take several weeks to transport the bulk of the reinforcements along the Trans-Siberian Railway. The key Soviet agent in Tokyo, Richard Sorge, had discovered that the Japanese planned to strike south into the Pacific against the Americans, not against the Soviet Far East. Stalin did not entirely trust Sorge, but this time his information had been confirmed by signals intercepts. On the morning of the 16th of October, Alexei Kosygin, the deputy chairman of Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars, entered its building to find the place abandoned. Papers had been scattered by drafts, doors were left open, and telephones rang in empty offices. Kosygin, guessing that the callers wanted to check whether the leadership had left the capital, ran from desk to desk, trying to answer them. Even when he picked up the receiver in time, there was silence at the other end. Only one important official dared to identify himself. He asked bluntly whether Moscow would be surrendered. At Stalin's crisis meeting in the Kremlin on the 17th of October, with Molotov, Malenkov, Beria, and Alexander Sherbakov, the new chief of the Red Army political department, plans were discussed for mining factories, bridges, railways, roads, and even that Stalinist showpiece, the Moscow Metro. No public announcement was made about the evacuation of the remaining ministries to Kuibyshev, but news spread with astonishing rapidity, considering the penalties for defeatist talk. Stories circulated that Stalin had been arrested in a Kremlin coup, that German paratroopers had dropped in Red Square and other enemy troops had infiltrated the city in Soviet uniform. The fear that the capital was about to be abandoned to the enemy provoked thousands to try to get out, storming trains in stations. Food riots, looting and drunkenness turned many minds to the chaos in 1812 which led to the burning of Moscow. Stalin had considered leaving, but changed his mind. It was Alexander Sherbakov, with his impassive Buddha face, with thick horn-rimmed glasses resting on the tiny, turned-up button of a nose, wearing a plain khaki tunic with only one decoration on it, the Order of Lenin, who announced on Moscow radio Stalin's decision to remain. A state of siege was declared on the 19th of October. Beria brought several regiments of NKVD troops into the city to restore order. Panic-mongers were shot, along with looters and even drunkards. In the popular mind, there was only one test of whether the city would be defended or abandoned. Was the military parade for the anniversary of the revolution going to take place on Red Square? The people of Moscow seemed to provide the answer themselves, rather than wait for their leader to speak. Rather like the defence of Madrid exactly 5 years before, the mood suddenly turned from one of mass panic to one of mass defiance. Stalin, with his uncanny instinct, soon realized the symbolic importance of the parade in Red Square, even if Lenin's mummified corpse had been evacuated to a safer place. Molotov and Beria at first thought the idea crazy, with the German Luftwaffe in easy striking distance. But Stalin told them to concentrate every anti-aircraft battery available round the capital. The cunning old impresario was planning to borrow the best dramatized touch from the siege of Madrid, when, on the 9th of November 1936, the 1st International Brigade of Foreign Volunteers had paraded up the Gran Via to the populace's wildly enthusiastic but mistaken cheers of "Vivan los Rusos." They had then marched straight on through the city to face Franco's Army of Africa on its western edge. In Moscow, Stalin decided, reinforcements for Zhukov's armies would march through Red Square, past the saluting base of Lenin's mausoleum, and straight on to face the invader. He knew the value that newsreel footage of this event would have when distributed round the world. He also knew the right response to Hitler's speeches. "If they want a war of extermination," he growled on the eve of the anniversary parade, "they shall have one." The Wehrmacht was by now severely handicapped by the weather. Bad visibility hampered the flying artillery of the Luftwaffe. Field Marshal von Bock's armies, forced to halt at the end of October for resupply and reinforcement, were spurred on by desperation to finish off the enemy before the real winter came. The fighting in the second half of November was relentless. Regiments on both sides were reduced to fractions of their former numbers. Guderian, having found himself blocked by strong resistance at Tula, south of Moscow, swung further round to the right. On the left flank, Hoth's panzers pushed forward to cross the Moskva-Volga Canal. From one point north of Moscow, German troops could see through their binoculars the muzzle flashes of the anti-aircraft batteries round the Kremlin. Zhukov ordered Rokossovsky to hold the line at Kryukovo with the remains of his 16th Army. "There can be no further falling back," he ordered on the 25th of November. Rokossovsky knew that he meant what he said. Russian resistance was so determined that the weakened German forces slowed to a halt. At the end of November, in a last-ditch attempt, Field Marshal von Kluge sent a large force straight up the main road to Moscow, the Minsk chaussee along which Napoleon's troops had marched. They broke through, but numbing cold and the suicidal resistance of Soviet regiments blunted their attack. Guderian and Kluge, on their own initiative, began to withdraw their most exposed regiments. Guderian took the decision sitting in the Tolstoy house of Yasnaya Polyana, with the grave of the great writer covered by snow outside. They wondered what would happen next along the whole central front. The deep German salients either side of Moscow were vulnerable, but the desperation and shortages of the troops they had been fighting convinced them that the enemy had also been fought to a standstill. They never imagined that the Soviet leadership was secretly massing fresh armies behind Moscow. Winter had arrived in full force, with snow, bitter winds, and temperatures dropping below minus 20 degrees centigrade. German tank engines were frozen solid. In the front line, the exhausted infantrymen dug bunkers to shelter from the cold as much as from enemy bombardment. The ground had started to freeze so hard that they needed to light big fires on it first before attempting to dig. Headquarters staffs and rear echelons occupied peasant houses, expelling Russian civilians into the snow. Hitler's refusal to contemplate a winter campaign meant that his soldiers suffered terribly. Many of the men are going about with their feet wrapped in paper, and there is a great dearth of gloves, wrote the commander of a panzer corps to General Paulus. Except for their coal-scuttle helmets, many German soldiers were by now hardly recognizable as members of the Wehrmacht. Their own close-fitting, steel-shod jackboots simply hastened the process of frostbite, so they had resorted to stealing the clothes and boots of prisoners of war and civilians. Operation Typhoon may have inflicted huge casualties on the Red Army, but it cost the smaller Wehrmacht irreparable losses in trained men and officers. "This is no longer the old division," wrote the chaplain of 18th Panzer Division in his diary. "All around are new faces. When one asks after somebody, the same reply is always given: dead or wounded." Field Marshal von Bock was forced to acknowledge at the beginning of December that no further hope of strategic success remained. His armies were exhausted, and the cases of frostbite, which reached over 100,000 by Christmas, were rapidly outstripping the numbers of wounded. But any hope that the Red Army was also incapable of further attack was suddenly shattered, just as the temperature fell to minus 25 degrees centigrade. The Siberian divisions, including many ski troop battalions, formed only a part of the counterattack force prepared secretly on Stavka orders. New aircraft and squadrons from the Far East had been assembled on airfields to the east of Moscow. Some 1,700 tanks, mainly the highly mobile T-34, whose unusually broad tracks coped with the snow and ice far better than German panzers, were also ready for deployment. Most Red Army soldiers, but far from all, were equipped for winter warfare, with padded jackets and white camouflage suits. Their heads were kept warm with ushanki, round fur caps with ear flaps at the side, and their feet with large valenki, felt boots. They also had covers for the working parts of their weapons, and special oil to prevent the action from freezing. On the 5th of December, General Koniev's Kalinin front attacked the outer edge of the Germans' northern salient. Salvos of Katyusha rockets fired from multiple launchers, which German soldiers had already nicknamed Stalin organs, acted as the terrifying heralds of the onslaught. The following morning, Zhukov threw in the First Shock Army, Rokossovsky's 16th Army, and two others against the inner side of the salient. To the south of Moscow, Guderian's flanks were also attacked from different directions. Within 3 days, his lines of communication were gravely threatened. In the centre, continual attacks prevented Field Marshal von Kluge from diverting troops from his 4th Army to help the threatened flanks. For the first time, the Red Army enjoyed air superiority. The aviation regiments brought up to aerodromes behind Moscow had protected their aircraft from the cold, while the weakened Luftwaffe, operating from improvised landing strips, had to defrost every machine by lighting fires under its engines. The Russians enjoyed a harsh satisfaction at the abrupt change in fortunes. They knew the retreat would be cruel for the ill-clad German soldiers struggling back through blizzards and the frozen snowfields. The conventional counterattacks were greatly aided by raids causing panic and chaos in the German rear. Partisan detachments, organized by officers of NKVD frontier troops sent behind enemy lines, attacked from frozen marshes and the forests of birch and pine. Siberian winter warfare battalions from the First Shock Army appeared suddenly out of the haze, The only warning was the hiss of their skis on the snow crust. Red Army cavalry divisions also ranged far into the rear, mounted on resilient little Cossack ponies. Squadrons and entire regiments would suddenly appear 15 miles behind the front, charging artillery batteries or supply depots with drawn sabres and terrifying war cries. The Soviet plan of encirclement rapidly became clear. In 10 days, Bock's armies were forced to pull back anything up to 100 miles. Moscow was saved. The German armies, ill-equipped for winter warfare, were now doomed to suffer in the open. Events elsewhere had also been momentous. On the 9th of December, 3 days after the main counterattack started, the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. 2 days later, Hitler announced to the cheers of the Greater German Reichstag, housed in the Berlin Kroll Opera, that he had declared war on the United States of America. During that second week of December, a savagely exultant Stalin became convinced that the Germans were on the point of disintegration. Reports of their line of retreat, with scenes of abandoned guns, horse carcasses, and the bodies of frozen infantrymen half covered in drifting snow, tended to encourage the idea of another 1812. There had also been outbreaks of panic in the German rear. Support troops, whose vehicles often became unusable in the terrible conditions, were shaken by unexpected attacks far behind the lines. Visceral fears of barbarous Russia surged inside them. They felt very far from home. Stalin was obsessed with the opportunity, and fell into Hitler's mistake of believing in the power of the will while discounting the reality of insufficient supplies, bad transport, and exhausted troops. His ambition knew no bounds as he gazed at the Stavka decision map. He demanded much more than an extension of the counterattacks against Army Group Center. On the 5th of January 1942, Stalin's plans for a general offensive were fully set out at a joint meeting of the Stavka and the State Defense Committee. He wanted major offensives in the north to cut off the besiegers of Leningrad, and also in the south, back into the lost territories of the Ukraine and the Crimea, an idea strongly encouraged by Marshal Timoshenko. Zhukov and others who tried to warn of the dangers failed utterly. The Führer, also preoccupied by thoughts of 1812, had issued a stream of orders against any retreat. He was convinced that if they held out through the winter, they would break the historical curse on invaders of Russia. His intervention has long been the subject of debate. Some argue that his resolution saved the German army from annihilation. Others believe that his demands to hold ground at any cost led to terrible and unnecessary losses in trained men, which Germany could not afford. The retreat never really risked becoming a rout, if only because the Red Army lacked the communications, the reserves, and the transport needed to continue the pursuit. Hitler, however, was convinced that his strength of will in the face of defeatist generals had saved the whole Ostfront. This was to have disastrous consequences at Stalingrad the following year, bolstering his obstinacy to a perverse degree. The fighting became increasingly chaotic, with front lines swirling in different directions on the map as Stalin's general offensive deteriorated into a series of flailing brawls. Several Soviet formations became cut off as they broke through the German front with insufficient support. Stalin had underestimated the capacity of German troops to recover from a reverse. In most cases, they fought back ferociously, well aware of the consequences of being caught in the open. Commanders on the spot assembled scratch units, often including support personnel, and bolstered their defences with whatever armament was available, especially flak guns. Northeast of Moscow, at Kolm, a force 5,000 strong, led by General Scherer, held out, resupplied by parachute drops. The much larger Demyansk-Kessel, with 100,000 men, was resupplied by Junkers 52 transports, painted white for camouflage. Over 100 flights a day, bringing in a total of 60,000 tons of supplies and evacuating 35,000 wounded, allowed the defenders to hold out against several Soviet armies for 72 days. the German troops were half-starved when finally relieved at the end of April. Yet the conditions for Russian civilians trapped in the pocket were infinitely worse. Nobody knows how many died. They had nothing to eat save the entrails of the horses slaughtered for the soldiers. Yet this operation determined Hitler in his belief that encircled troops should automatically hold on. It was part of the fixation which greatly contributed to the disaster at Stalingrad less than a year later. Stalin's callous abandonment of General Andrei Vlasov's Second Shock Army, cut off in marshes and forests 100 miles northwest of Demyansk, did not, however, serve as a warning to Hitler, even after the embittered Vlasov surrendered and, throwing in his lot with the Germans, agreed to raise an anti-Stalinist Russian army. As if to offer a curious, dramatic balance, the commander of the relief force at Demyansk, General Walter von Seydlitz-Kurzbach, turned against Hitler after being captured at Stalingrad. Then, in September 1943, as will be seen, he volunteered to raise a small army from prisoners of war to be air-landed in the Reich to start an uprising. It was a proposal which the suspicious Beria did not take up. With troops in the open, at temperatures sometimes dropping to minus 40 degrees centigrade, Hitler's almost superstitious refusal to order winter clothing had to be remedied. Goebbels quickly managed to mask the truth. An appeal to the population at home provided newsreel footage of national solidarity, with women handing over fur coats, even winter sports champions bringing in their skis for the Ostfront. The response encouraged Hitler to declaim over lunch at the Wolfschanze, "The German people have heard my call." But when the clothes started to arrive towards the end of December, soldiers tried them on with cynical amusement or wonder. The garments, clean and sometimes smelling of mothballs, created a strange impression on the lice-plagued recipients. "You could see the sitting room with the sofa," wrote a lieutenant, "or the child's bed, or perhaps the young girl's room from which they came. It could have been on another planet." Sentimental thoughts of home were not just a form of escapism from their world of vermin and filth, but also from an environment of escalating brutality in which conventional morality had become utterly distorted. German troops, most of them no doubt loving fathers and sons at home, indulged in a sort of sick war tourism in Russia. An order had to be circulated which forbade the photographing of executions of deserters, events which had greatly increased with a sudden decline in morale. And executions of partisans and Jews in the Ukraine, to judge from the audience shown in the pictures, attracted an even greater throng of amateur photographers in Wehrmacht uniforms. A German officer described how shocked he and his soldiers had been when Russian civilians had cheerfully stripped the corpses of their fellow countrymen. Yet German soldiers were taking clothes and boots from living civilians for themselves, then forcing them out into the freezing wastes, in most cases to die of cold and starvation. Senior officers complained that their soldiers looked like Russian peasants. But no sympathy was spared for the victims, robbed of their only hope of survival in such conditions. A bullet might well have been less cruel. During the retreat from Moscow, German soldiers seized any livestock and food supplies on which they could lay their hands. They ripped up floorboards in living rooms to check for potatoes stored underneath. Furniture and parts of houses were used for firewood. Never did a population suffer so much from both sides in a war. Stalin had signed an order on the 17th of November ordering Red Army units, aviation, artillery, ski troops, and partisan detachments to destroy and burn to ashes all houses and farms for up to 40 miles behind the German lines, to deny the enemy shelter. The fate of Russian women and children was not considered for a moment. The combination of battle stress and the horrors of war increased the suicide rate among German soldiers. Suicide in field conditions is tantamount to desertion, troops were warned in one order. A soldier's life belongs to the fatherland. Most shot themselves when alone on sentry duty. Men would pass the long dark nights thinking of home and dreaming of leave. Samizdat, discovered by Russian soldiers on German bodies, demonstrates that they were indeed cynics as well as sentimentalists. Christmas, ran one spoof order, will not take place this year for the following reasons. Joseph has been called up for the army. Mary has joined the Red Cross. Baby Jesus has been sent with other children out into the countryside to avoid the bombing. The three wise men could not get visas because they lack proof of Aryan origin. There will be no star because of the blackout. The shepherds have been made into sentries, and the angels have become Blitzmedeln, telephone operators. Only the donkey is left, and one can't have Christmas with just a donkey. The military authorities were concerned that soldiers going home on leave would demoralize the home population with horror stories of the Ostfront. "You are under military law," ran the forceful reminder, "and you are still subject to punishment. Don't speak about weapons, tactics, or losses. Don't speak about bad rations or injustice. The intelligence service of the enemy is ready to exploit it." One soldier, or more likely a group, produced their own version of instructions, entitled Notes for Those Going on Leave. Their attempt to be funny reveals a great deal about the brutalizing effects of the Ostfront. "You must remember that you are entering a National Socialist country, whose living conditions are very different to those to which you have become accustomed. You must be tactful with the inhabitants, adapting to their customs, and refrain from the habits which you have come to love so much. Food. Do not rip up the parquet or other kinds of floor because potatoes are kept in a different place. Curfew. If you forget your key, try to open the door with the round-shaped object. Only in cases of extreme urgency, use a grenade. Defense against partisans. It is not necessary to ask civilians the password and open fire on receiving an unsatisfactory answer. Defense against animals. Dogs with mines attached to them are a special feature of the Soviet Union. German dogs, in the worst cases, bite, but they do not explode. Shooting every dog you see, although recommended in the Soviet Union, might create a bad impression. Relations with the civil population. In Germany, just because somebody is wearing women's clothes does not necessarily mean that she is a partisan. But in spite of this, they are dangerous for anyone on leave from the front. General. When on leave back in the fatherland, take care not to talk about the paradise existence in the Soviet Union in case everybody wants to come here and spoil our idyllic comfort. A certain cynicism even emerged over medals. When a winter campaign medal was issued the following year, it quickly became known as the Order of the Frozen Flesh. There were more serious cases of disaffection. Field Marshal von Reichenau, the Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army, exploded in rage just before Christmas on finding the following examples of graffiti on the buildings allotted for his headquarters. "We want to return to Germany. We've had enough of this. We are dirty and have lice and want to go home." And "We didn't want this war." Reichenau, while acknowledging that such thoughts and moods were evidently the result of great tension and deprivation, put full responsibility on all officers for the political and moral condition of their troops. And while a small group of well-connected officers, led by Henning von Treschow, plotted to assassinate Hitler, at least one communist cell was at work in the ranks. The following appeal, in front letter number 3, to set up soldier committees in each unit, in each regiment, in each division, was found by a Russian soldier in the lining of the greatcoat of a German soldier. "Comrades, who is not up to his neck in shit here on the Eastern Front? It is a criminal war unleashed by Hitler, and it is leading Germany to hell. Hitler must be got rid of, and we soldiers can do this. Soldiers can do this. The fate of Germany is in the hands of people at the front. Our password should be, away with Hitler. Against the Nazi lie. The war means the death of Germany." The dynamics of power during total war inevitably strengthened state control even further. Any criticism of the regime could be attacked as enemy-inspired propaganda, and any opponent could be portrayed as a traitor. Hitler's ascendancy over his generals was unchallenged, and they became the scapegoats for the former corporal's obsessions. Those commanders who disagreed with his policy of holding on at all costs in December 1941 were removed. He forced Brauchitsch to retire and appointed himself commander-in-chief instead, on the grounds that no general possessed the necessary National Socialist will. The German army managed to re-establish a firm defence line east of Smolensk, but its eventual destruction had become virtually certain. We can now see, with the benefit of hindsight, that the balance of power, geopolitical, industrial, economic and demographic, swung decisively against the Axis in December 1941, with the Wehrmacht's failure to capture Moscow and the American entry into the war. The psychological turning point of the war, however, would come only in the following winter, with the battle for the city of Stalingrad, which, partly because of its name, became a personal duel by mass proxy. Part 2. Barbarossa relaunched. Chapter 5. General Paulus's First Battle. The curious chain of events which brought General Friedrich Paulus to command the Sixth Army began with Hitler's angry disappointment towards the end of 1941, and a year later a very similar frustration would lead to the disaster which befell Paulus and his divisions. In November 1941, while the world's attention was focused on the approaches to Moscow, the situation in the eastern Ukraine had fluctuated wildly. At the climax of Army Group South's advance, the leading divisions of Kleist's 1st Panzer Group reached Rostov-on-Don on the 19th of November in driving snow. The following day, they seized the bridge over the Great River, the last barrier before the Caucasus. But the Soviet commander, Timoshenko, reacted quickly. The left flank of the German spearhead was weakly guarded by Hungarian troops, and a thrust there, combined with counterattacks across the frozen Don, soon forced Kleist back. Hitler was furious, having just exulted in the illusion that both Moscow and the Caucasian oil fields lay within his grasp. To make matters worse, this was the first withdrawal by the German army during the Second World War. He refused to believe that Field Marshal von Rundstedt lacked the strength and the supplies, and he refused to accept that Kleist should be permitted to pull back his troops, many of them badly frostbitten, to the line of the River Meuse. Rundstedt indicated, on the 30th of November, that if confidence no longer existed in his leadership, then he wished to be relieved of his command. Early the next morning, Hitler dismissed him. He ordered Reichenau, the commander of the Sixth Army, to take over and halt the withdrawal immediately. This Reichenau attempted, or pretended, to do. A few hours later, a shamelessly short time, he sent a message to Führer headquarters with the information that withdrawal behind the Meuse had become inevitable. Reichenau, an overactive bulldog of a man whose apoplectic expression was heightened by his monocle, did not endear himself to Rundstedt, who later described him as a roughneck who used to run around half-naked when taking physical exercise. On the 3rd of December, the Führer flew down to the Ukraine in his Focke-Wulf Condor to find out what had happened. He first spoke to Sepp Dietrich, the commander of the SS Leibstandarte Division. Dietrich, to Hitler's astonishment, supported Rundstedt's decision to withdraw. Both Rundstedt and Reichenau had their headquarters at Poltava, where Charles II of Sweden, the first modern invader of Russia, had been defeated by Peter the Great in 1709. Hitler made his peace with Rundstedt, who had not yet departed. It was agreed that the old Field Marshal should still return home, although now it would be for sick leave. 9 days later, he received a cheque for 250,000 Reichsmarks from the Führer as a birthday present. Hitler, still slightly suspicious of Reichenau, at first insisted that he remain Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army as well as of Army Group South. But over dinner, while the Führer carefully chewed his millet and pumpkin and potato puffs, Reichenau argued convincingly that he could not run 2 headquarters at once. He recommended that General Paulus, his former Chief of Staff, should take over the Sixth Army. Hitler assented, although without much enthusiasm. Thus, on New Year's Day, 1942, Paulus, who had never even commanded a division or a corps, found himself catapulted up the army list to the rank of General of Panzer Troops. 5 days later, he became Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army, just after Timoshenko launched a major but ill-coordinated offensive towards Kursk. Friedrich Wilhelm Paulus came of Hessian yeoman stock. His father had risen from the post of bookkeeper in a reformatory to become the chief treasurer of Hesse-Nassau. The young Paulus had applied to join the Imperial Navy in 1909, but was refused. A year later, the army's enlargement offered an opening. Paulus, almost certainly feeling at a social disadvantage in the Kaiser's army, was obsessed with his turnout. His contemporaries called him Der Lord. In 1912, he married Elena Rosetti Solescu, the sister of 2 brother officers, members of a Romanian family with princely connections. She disliked the Nazis, but Paulus, who had joined the Freikorps in the fight against Bolshevism after the First World War, most probably shared Reichenau's admiration of Hitler. As a company commander in the 13th Infantry Regiment, the tall and fastidious Paulus was competent yet uninspired when compared with Erwin Rommel, the commander of the machine gun company. Unlike Rommel, a robust leader prepared to ignore his superiors, Paulus possessed an exaggerated respect for the chain of command. His work as a staff officer was conscientious and meticulous. He enjoyed working late at night, bent over maps with coffee and cigarettes to hand. His hobby was drawing scale maps of Napoleon's campaign in Russia. He later appeared to his son's brother officers in the 3rd Panzer Division as more like a scientist than a general, when compared to Rommel or Model. Paulus's good manners made him popular with senior officers. He even got on well with that rumbustious thug Reichenau when he became his chief of staff in August 1939. Their teamwork impressed other senior officers during the first year of the war, in which their most memorable moment was taking the surrender of King Leopold of the Belgians. Not long after the conquest of France, General Halder summoned Paulus to Berlin to work as chief planner on the general staff. There, his most important task lay in evaluating the options for Operation Barbarossa. Once the invasion was well underway, Reichenau asked Halder to let him have his chief of staff back again. Paulus's fantastic leap to army commander, as friends described it in letters of congratulation, was marred exactly a week later. On the 12th of January 1942, his patron, Field Marshal von Reichenau, went for his morning run at Poltava. The temperature was 20 degrees below zero. Reichenau felt unwell during lunch and suddenly collapsed from a heart attack. Hitler, on hearing the news, ordered Dr. Flada, the Sixth Army's senior medical officer, to bring him straight back to Germany. The unconscious Reichenau was strapped to an armchair fastened inside the fuselage of a Dornier. The pilot insisted on landing at Lemberg to refuel, but he crash-landed some distance from the field. Dr. Flada, despite a broken leg, fired signal flares to attract help. By the time the party finally reached the hospital in Leipzig, Reichenau was dead. Flada reported to Paulus afterwards that the ill-omened crash had been almost like a film. Even his field marshal's baton had been broken in two. Hitler ordered a state funeral, but did not attend. He gave Rundstedt the distinction of representing him. Although Paulus's rather aloof manner made him appear cold, he was more sensitive than many generals to the well-being of his soldiers. He is also said to have cancelled Reichenau's order of the 10th of October 1941, encouraging the severe treatment of Jews and partisans. Yet, when the Sixth Army reached Stalingrad, its Felt Gendarmerie was apparently given the task of arresting communist activists and Jews to hand them over to the SD Sonderkommando for punitive measures. Paulus certainly inherited a heavy legacy. From the very start of Barbarossa, the massacre of Jews and gypsies had been deliberately mixed in, whenever possible, with the execution of partisans, mainly because the phrase Jüdische Saboteure helped to cloud the illegality of the act and to bolster the notion of a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. The definition of partisan and saboteur was soon widened far beyond the terms of international law, which permitted a death sentence only after a proper trial. In an order of the 10th of July 1941, 6th Army Headquarters warned soldiers that anyone in civilian clothes with a close-cropped head was almost certain to be a Red Army soldier and should therefore be shot. Civilians who behaved in a hostile fashion, including those who gave food to Red Army soldiers hiding in woods, were also to be shot. Dangerous elements, such as Soviet officials, a category which extended from the local Communist Party secretary and collective farm manager to almost anyone employed by the government, should, like commissars and Jews, be handed over to the Feldgendarmerie or the SD Einsatzkommando. A subsequent order called for collective measures, either executions or the burning of villages, to punish sabotage. According to the evidence of SS Obersturmführer August Heffner, Field Marshal von Reichenau himself gave the order early in July 1941 for 3,000 Jews to be shot as a reprisal measure. The behaviour of many soldiers in Army Group South was particularly gruesome. Reichenau's 6th Army Headquarters issued the following order on the 10th of August 1941. In various places within the Army's area of responsibility, organs of the SD, of the Reichsführer's SS, and chiefs of the German police have been carrying out necessary executions of criminal, Bolshevik, and mostly Jewish elements. There have been cases of off-duty soldiers volunteering to help the SD with their executions or acting as spectators and taking photographs. It was now forbidden for any soldiers who have not been ordered by a superior officer to take part in, to watch, or to photograph any of these executions. Later, General von Manstein's Chief of Staff passed the message to the Offizier Corps of the 11th Army in the Crimea that it was dishonourable for officers to be present at the execution of Jews. German military logic, in another of its distortions of cause and effect, does not appear to have acknowledged the possibility that officers had already shamed themselves by furthering the aims of a regime capable of such crimes. Occasionally, atrocities were halted, but not for long. On the 20th of August, chaplains from the 295th Infantry Division informed Lieutenant Colonel Helmut Grosskurt, the Chief of Staff, that 90 Jewish orphans in the town of Belaya Tserkov were being held in disgusting conditions. They ranged from infants up to 7-year-old children. They were to be shot, like their parents. Grosskurt, the son of a pastor and a convinced anti-Nazi, had been the Abwehr officer who that spring had secretly passed details of the illegal orders for Barbarossa to Ulrich von Hassel. Grosskurt immediately sought out the district commander and insisted that the execution must be stopped. He then contacted 6th Army Headquarters, even though Standartenführer Blobel, the head of the Sonderkommando, warned Grosskurt that he would report his interference to Reichsführer SS Himmler. Field Marshal von Reichenau supported Blobel. The 90 Jewish children were shot the next evening by Ukrainian militiamen to save the feelings of the Sonderkommando. Grosskurt wrote a full report, which he sent direct to Headquarters, Army Group South. Appalled and furious, he wrote to his wife, "We cannot and should not be allowed to win this war." At the first opportunity, he went on leave to Paris to see Field Marshal von Witzleben, one of the leading members in the anti-Hitler movement. The massacre of the innocents in Belaya Tserkov was soon dwarfed by a far greater atrocity. Following the capture of Kiev, 33,771 Jews were rounded up in the last days of September to be slaughtered by Sonderkommando 4A and 2 police battalions in the ravine of Babi Yar outside the city. This Gross Aktion was once again entirely within the 6th Army's area of responsibility. Reichenau along with certain key officers from his headquarters who attended the town commandant's planning conference on the 27th of September 1941, must have known their fate in advance, even if the soldiers detailed to assist in the roundup may have been taken in by the cover story of evacuation. Soviet Jews did not imagine what awaited them. They had little idea of Nazi anti-Semitism, because under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, no criticism of National Socialist policies had been published. The town commandant, in his proclamation posters, had also lulled suspicions with the instruction, "You should bring with you identity papers, money, and valuables, as well as warm clothing." The Sonderkommando, which had expected 5,000 to 6,000 Jews, was astonished to find that more than 30,000 had turned up. Field Marshal von Reichenau's notorious order to the Sixth Army of the 10th of October 1941, which was supported by Field Marshal von Rundstedt, quite clearly makes the Wehrmacht chain of command jointly responsible for atrocities against Jews and civilians in the Ukraine. In this eastern theatre of war, the soldier is not only a man fighting in accordance with the rules of war, but also the ruthless standard-bearer of a national ideal and the avenger of all the bestialities perpetrated on the German peoples. For this reason, the soldier must fully appreciate the necessity for the severe but just retribution that must be meted out to the subhuman species of Jewry. Their duty was to free the German people forever from the Jewish Asiatic threat. Reprisal burnings and executions did not end with Reichenau's death and Paulus's arrival. For example, on the 29th of January 1942, some 3 weeks after the new commander-in-chief of Sixth Army took over, the village of Komsomolsk near Kharkov, with 150 houses, was burned to the ground. During this operation, 8 people were shot, and 2 children, presumably so terrified that they stayed hidden, were burned to death. German soldiers were bound to mistreat civilians after nearly 9 years of the regime's anti-Slav and anti-Semitic propaganda, even if few of them consciously acted at the time out of Nazi values. The nature of the war produced emotions that were both primitive and complex. Although there were cases of soldiers reluctant to carry out executions when ordered, most natural pity for civilians was transmuted into an incoherent anger based on the feeling that women and children had no business to be in a battle zone. Officers preferred to avoid moral reflection. They concentrated instead on the need for good military order. Those who still believed in the rules of war were often horrified at the conduct of their soldiers, but instructions to respect procedures had little effect. Interrogations should end with the release of the prisoner or putting the prisoner in a camp, emphasized an order from the 371st Infantry Division. Nobody should be executed without the order of the officer in charge. They also despaired at the scale of looting. Few soldiers offered to pay the locals for livestock and produce, mainly because the German government refused to provide adequate rations. "The Lancers go to vegetable gardens and take everything," a company commander in the 384th Infantry Division wrote in his diary later that summer, during the advance to Stalingrad. "They even take household items, chairs and pots. It's a scandal. Severe prohibitions are published, but the ordinary soldier hardly restrains himself. He is forced into such conduct by hunger." The effects were particularly serious in a country of such extreme climate as Russia. The plundering of food reserves condemned the civil population to death by starvation when winter came. Even honey-making became impossible because the sugar needed to keep bees alive during the winter was seized. The terrible truth, which very few officers could bear to recognize, was that the Army's tolerance or support for the Nazi doctrine of a race war on the Eastern Front, exempt from normal military and international law, was bound to turn it into a semi-criminal organization. The failure of generals to protest demonstrated a total lack of moral sensibility or of moral courage. Physical courage was unnecessary. The Nazis, in the earlier stages of the Russian campaign, would not have dared to do anything worse to a senior officer who objected than remove him from his command. Hitler's ability to manipulate generals was uncanny. Although most generals in the Sixth Army were not convinced Nazis, they were nevertheless loyal to Hitler, or certainly pretended to be. For example, a letter written on the 20th of April would be dated Führer's birthday, and proclamations were signed Long live the Führer. But it was perfectly possible for a general to keep his independence and his career unharmed using military rather than political exhortations. General Karl Strecker, the commander of the 11th Corps and an unashamed old warhorse, made a point of never acknowledging the regime. He signed proclamations to his soldiers, "Forward with God, our belief is in victory. Hail, my brave fighters." More important, he personally countermanded illegal orders from above, on one occasion driving from unit to unit to make sure that officers understood him. He chose Grosskurt as his chief of staff, and together they were to direct the last pocket of resistance at Stalingrad, loyal to their own sense of duty, but not to the Führer. Contrary to all rules of war, surrender did not guarantee the lives of Red Army soldiers. On the third day of the invasion of the Ukraine, August von Kaganek, a reconnaissance troop commander with 9th Panzer Division, saw from the turret of his reconnaissance vehicle dead men lying in a neat row under the trees alongside a country lane, all in the same position, face down. They had clearly not been killed in combat. Nazi propaganda, simultaneously provoking both atavistic fears and hate, incited soldiers to kill as much out of the former as the latter. Yet at the same time it also reminded them that they were brave German soldiers. This produced a powerfully destructive combination, for it is the attempt to control the outward signs of cowardice which produces the most violent reaction of all. The greatest fear that Nazi propaganda encouraged among troops was a fear of capture. "We were afraid," Kaganek acknowledged, "afraid of falling into the hands of the Russians, no doubt thirsty for revenge after our surprise attack." Officers with traditional values were even more appalled when they heard of soldiers taking pot-shots at the columns of Soviet prisoners trudging to the rear. These endless columns of defeated men, hungry and above all thirsty in the summer heat, their brown uniforms and fore and aft pilotka caps covered in dust, were seen as little better than herds of animals. An Italian journalist who had seen many columns wrote, "Most of them are wounded. They wear no bandages. Their faces are caked with blood and dust. Their uniforms are in rags, their hands blackened. They walk slowly, supporting one another." The wounded generally received no medical assistance, and those who could not march or who collapsed from exhaustion were shot. Soviet soldiers were not allowed to be transported in German military transport in case they infected it with lice and fleas. It should not be forgotten that 600 Soviet prisoners of war were gassed in Auschwitz on the 3rd of September 1941. This was the first experiment there with Zyklon B. For those who reached prisoner of war camps alive, the chance of survival turned out to be not much better than 1 in 3. Altogether, over 3 million Red Army soldiers out of 5.7 million died in German camps from disease, exposure, starvation, and ill-treatment. The German army itself, not the SS, nor any other Nazi organization, was responsible for prisoners of war. Its attitude was reminiscent of Kaiser Wilhelm II's remark in 1914 that the 90,000 Russian prisoners captured at Tannenberg should be left to starve. On the southern front, a German camp at Lozovaya, overrun by Timoshenko's January advance, revealed appalling conditions, with Red Army prisoners dying of cold, of starvation, of brutal maltreatment. Yuri Mikhailovich Maximov, of the 127th Rifle Division, captured in the autumn of 1941, was one of those taken to Novo-Alexandrovsk. The so-called camp there had no huts, just open ground with a barbed wire fence. The 18,000 men were fed from 12 cauldrons in which odd hunks of horseflesh were boiled. When the guards on duty gave the order to come forward to receive food, submachine gunners shot down anybody who ran. Their corpses were left there for 3 days as a warning. German officers at the front wanted prisoners to be better treated for practical reasons. Their information on enemy numbers, organization, and intentions may give us more than our own intelligence services can provide, read an instruction from the Chief Intelligence Officer of the 96th Infantry Division. Russian soldiers, he added, respond to interrogation in a naive way. The OKW Propaganda Department at the same time issued orders that Russian desertion must be encouraged to save German lives. But intelligence staffs at the front knew well that this could work only if promises made to deserters are kept. The trouble was that they were usually treated just as badly as any other prisoners. Stalin's dislike of international law had suited Hitler's plan for a war of annihilation. So when the Soviet Union proposed a reciprocal adherence to the Hague Convention less than a month after the invasion, its note was left unanswered. Stalin did not usually believe in observing such niceties, but the ferocity of the German onslaught had shaken him. Within the Red Army, there was no formal equivalent to the illegal orders issued to the Wehrmacht, but members of the SS and later other categories, such as camp guards and members of the secret field police, were almost certain to be shot after capture. Luftwaffe pilots and panzer crews also risked lynching, but on the whole, the shooting of prisoners was random rather than calculated, while acts of wanton cruelty were localized and inconsistent. The Soviet authorities desperately wanted prisoners, especially officers, for interrogation. For partisans, including Red Army detachments, hospital trains were regarded as legitimate targets, and few pilots or gunners spared ambulances or field hospitals. A doctor with the 22nd Panzer Division observed, "My ambulance had a machine gun mounted on top, and a red cross on the side. The Red Cross symbol was a farce in Russia, and served only as a sign for our own people." The worst incident took place on the 29th of December 1941, when a German field hospital was overrun at Feodosia on the Crimean coast. Soviet marine infantry, many of them apparently drunk, killed about 160 German wounded. A number of them had been thrown out of the windows. Others were taken outside, soaked in water, and left to freeze to death. The occasional primitive atrocity committed by Red Army soldiers during the first 18 months, there would almost certainly have been more if they'd not been retreating so rapidly, prompted many Germans to make comparisons with the 30 Years' War. A truer link, however, would have been to the Russian Civil War, one of the cruelest 20th century conflicts, which Hitler's crusade against Bolshevism had reignited. But as the war progressed, Russian outrage and a terrible desire for revenge was fired much more by news of German acts in the occupied territories. Villages burned to the ground in reprisals, and civilians starved, massacred, or deported to work camps. This impression of genocide against the Slavs aroused, along with the desire for revenge, a pitiless determination not to be beaten. General Paulus did not take over the Sixth Army at an easy moment, and he was probably more shaken by Reichenau's death than he showed. His first experience of senior command in January 1942 coincided with Stalin's ill-judged general offensive, following the Red Army's success round Moscow. In fact, it was a difficult time for all German forces on the southern front. General von Manstein's 11th Army in the Crimea had not yet managed to seize Sevastopol, and a surprise attack by Red Army troops from the Caucasus at the end of December had taken the Kerch Peninsula. Hitler, apoplectic with rage, had the corps commander, General Count von Sponik, court-martialed. Paulus moved 6th Army headquarters forward to Kharkov, Marshal Timoshenko's objective. The temperature had dropped to 30 degrees below zero, sometimes lower. German transport by rail and road was frozen solid, and horse-drawn carts could provide only the barest rations. Timoshenko's plan had been to cut off the industrial region of the Donbass and seize Kharkov in a huge encirclement, but only the southern part of the pincer had managed to pierce the German lines. This had been a successful thrust, taking a salient nearly 60 miles deep. But the Red Army lacked the resources and fresh troops, and after 2 months of bitter fighting, their attacks ground to a halt. The Sixth Army held on, yet Paulus was uneasy. Field Marshal von Bock, whom Hitler had reluctantly appointed to command Army Group South, did not disguise his feeling that he had been overcautious in counter-attacking. Paulus kept his command with the support of his protector, General Halder. His chief of staff, Colonel Ferdinand Heim, was moved instead. In his place came Colonel Arthur Schmidt, a slim, sharp-featured and sharp-tongued staff officer from a Hamburg mercantile family. Schmidt, confident of his own abilities, put up many backs within Sixth Army headquarters, although he also had his supporters. Paulus relied greatly on his judgment, and as a result he played a large, some say an excessive role in determining the course of events later that year. In the early spring of 1942, the divisions that were to perish at Stalingrad took little interest in staff gossip. Their immediate concerns were replenishment and rearmament. It said much for the professional resilience of the German army, and much less for its sense of self-preservation, that memories of the terrible winter were virtually effaced as soon as spring and new equipment arrived. Morale was higher again, remembered one commander, whose company at last had a full complement of 18 tanks. We were in a good state. They were not even greatly disturbed by the fact that even the long-barreled version of the Panzer Mark III had only a 50mm gun, whose shell often failed to penetrate Soviet tanks. Although no announcement had been made within divisions, everyone knew that a major offensive would not be long in coming. In March, General Pfeffer, the commander of the 297th Infantry Division, said, half-jokingly, to a captain who was reluctant to be sent back to France for a battalion commander's course, "Just be happy that you're getting a break. The war will last long enough and be terrible enough for you to get a good taste of it." On the 28th of March, General Halder drove to Rastenburg to present the plans demanded by the Führer for the conquest of the Caucasus and southern Russia up to the Volga. He did not suspect that in Moscow the Stavka was studying Timoshenko's project for a renewed offensive in the area of Kharkov. On the 5th of April, the Führer's headquarters issued orders for the campaign to bring final victory in the east. While Northern Army Group, with Operation Northern Light, was planned to bring the siege of Leningrad to a successful conclusion and link up with the Finns, the main offensive, Operation Siegfried, renamed Operation Blue, would take place in southern Russia. Hitler was still convinced of the Wehrmacht's qualitative superiority over the Soviets, and saw no need for reserves. It was almost as though his removal of the Army Group commanders had also effaced all memory of the recent failures. Field Marshal von Bock, the most rapidly reappointed, doubted that they had the strength to seize, let alone hold, the Caucasian oil fields. He feared that the Soviet Union was not running out of reserves, as the Führer's headquarters so firmly believed. "My great concern, that the Russians might preempt us with their own attack," he wrote in his diary on the 8th of May, "has not diminished. That same day, Bock welcomed General Walter von Seydlitz-Kurzbach, who had broken the Demyansk encirclement. Seydlitz, an artilleryman, was a descendant of Frederick the Great's brilliant cavalry general, known in his youth for galloping between the sails of a windmill in full swing, but most famous for the great victory of Rossbach in the 7 Years' War, where his massed squadrons carried the day. Walter von Seydlitz was also impulsive, and like his ancestor, he was also doomed to ill fortune and an embittered old age. Seydlitz had arrived that afternoon by air from Königsberg, where he had snatched a few days' leave with his wife before taking over command of the 51st Corps under Paulus. When he and his wife had said goodbye at the airfield, they never imagined that it was a farewell for almost 14 years. Seydlitz went forward to Kharkov the next day. The city, he found, had not been seriously damaged when captured. The buildings mainly date from Tsarist times, except for a new university in bombastic Stalinist style and a huge American-built tractor works. In the centre, almost everything is built of brick, while further out, houses are made of wood. In his new corps, he found that he had 2 Austrian divisions, the 44th Infantry Division, successor to the old Habsburg Hock- und Deutschmeister Regiment, and General Pfeffer's 297th Infantry Division. On the 10th of May, Paulus submitted to Field Marshal von Bock his draft plans for Operation Fridericus, the elimination of the Barvenkovo salient gained by Timoshenko during the January offensive. Bock's fears of a Russian attack proved correct even sooner than he had feared. Timoshenko had assembled 640,000 men, 1,200 tanks, and nearly 1,000 aircraft. On the 12th of May, 6 days before the scheduled start of Operation Fridericus, the Red Army launched twin attacks from around Volchansk and from the Barvenkovo salient to cut off Kharkov. Bock warned Paulus not to counterattack too hurriedly or without air support. But Soviet tank brigades broke through the front of General Walter Heitz's 8th Corps, and by that evening Russian tank units were a dozen miles from Kharkov. Next morning, Bock realized that the enemy breakthrough round Volchansk was more serious than he had realized. Paulus's 6th Army received a heavy battering from different directions. In 72 hours of fighting, much of it in heavy rain, 16 battalions were destroyed. Paulus was convinced that a holding action, giving ground where necessary, was the only solution. Bock, however, had other ideas. He persuaded Halder to convince Hitler that a bold counterattack with Kleist's 1st Panzer Army could transform a setback into victory. The Führer, who lived for such moments, immediately recognized the opportunity. Claiming the idea for his own, he galvanized Kleist into moving his 1st Panzer Army rapidly into position to strike at the enemy's southern flank. He ordered the Luftwaffe to concentrate every available attack group to pin down Timoshenko's formations until Kleist was ready. Kleist struck at the southern side of the Barvenkovo salient before dawn on the 17th of May. By midday, his spearheaded advance 10 miles, even though his panzer divisions had to engage the T-34 at close range, otherwise their shells bounced off like fireworks. That evening, Timoshenko signaled Moscow, pleading for reinforcements to stop Kleist. According to Zhukov, Timoshenko did not warn Moscow that his armies were likely to be encircled, but the chief commissar of the front, Nikita Khrushchev, claimed that Stalin persistently refused to allow them to withdraw from danger. This later formed one of his indictments of Stalin during his famous denunciation in 1956 at the 20th Party Congress. Finally, on the 19th of May, Timoshenko called off the offensive with Stalin's agreement. But it was too late. Bock decided that the moment had come for Paulus to attack from the north, to seal the trap. The fighting which resulted, a gradual compression of over 250,000 Soviet troops, led to unusual situations. According to a senior NCO in the 389th Infantry Division, his Grenadier Regiment found itself in a merciless battle with what he described as a bandit battalion of women soldiers, commanded by a redhead. The fighting methods of these female beasts showed itself in treacherous and dangerous ways. They lie concealed in heaps of straw and shoot us in the back when we pass by. Just as the ring was closing, part of the 2nd Panzer Regiment and some mechanized artillery found themselves cut off at nightfall within the massed Russians. Their commander was the legendary Hyacinth Graf von Strachwitz, known as the Panzer Kavallerist. The 49-year-old Strachwitz, a renowned cavalryman in the First World War, his troop had been so far to the front in the advance of 1914 that they had seen Paris in the distance, still retained the dark moustache and the dashing good looks of a 1920s film star. More important, He had not lost the uncanny nose for danger which had made his reputation as a lucky commander. As this small force from 16th Panzer Division had no idea of the situation around them when darkness fell, Strachwitz ordered a hedgehog defence until daybreak. Just before first light, he took Captain Baron Bernd von Freytag-Loringhoven, who was one of his squadron commanders, and 2 of the artillery officers up a small hill ready to look around. As the 4 officers were focusing their binoculars, Strachwitz suddenly grabbed Freytag-Loringhoven by the arm and dragged him down the slope. He shouted a warning to the 2 gunners, but they were not quick enough. Both were killed by a shell from a Russian battery on another small hill. Strachwitz, wasting no time, ordered the drivers to start up, and the tanks and vehicles charged in a body out of the vast arena to rejoin the rest of the division. Red Army soldiers fought back bitterly for more than a week during humid spring weather. They made desperate charges, sometimes with arms linked, at the German lines at night. But the trap was firm, and they were massacred in their thousands under the curiously dead light of magnesium flares. The bodies, piled in front of the German positions, testified to their suicidal bravery. The survivors wondered if they would ever get out. One unknown Russian soldier, trapped in the pocket, wrote on a scrap of paper how, watching the German searchlights playing on the clouds, he wondered if he would ever see his sweetheart again. Less than 1 man in 10 managed to escape. The 6th and 57th Armies, caught in the Barvenkovo mousetrap, were virtually annihilated. Paulus and Kleist's armies had secured nearly 240,000 prisoners, 2,000 guns, and the bulk of Timoshenko's tank force. Their own losses were not much more than 20,000 men. Congratulations arrived from all quarters. Paulus found himself feted in the Nazi press, which, reluctant to praise reactionary aristocrats, made much of his modest family origins. The Führer awarded him the Knight's Cross and sent a message to say that he fully appreciated the success of the 6th Army against an enemy overwhelmingly superior in numbers. Schmidt, Paulus's chief of staff, argued in later years that the most influential effect of this battle was on Paulus's attitude towards Hitler. The Führer's decision to back the ambitious counterattack convinced Paulus of his brilliance and of the superior ability of OKW to judge the strategic situation. Ironically, in the circumstances, Paulus also received an unusually emotional letter of appreciation from Major Count Klaus von Stauffenberg of the General Staff, who had stayed as his companion during part of the battle. "How refreshing it is," wrote Stauffenberg, "to get away from this atmosphere to surroundings where men give of their best without a thought, and give their lives too, without a murmur of complaint, while the leaders and those who should set an example quarrel and quibble about their own prestige, or haven't the courage to speak their minds on a question which affects the lives of thousands of their fellow men." Paulus either did not notice, or more likely he deliberately ignored, the coded message. Paulus was clearly reluctant to examine Hitler's faults. Yet after the way the plans for Barbarossa had been changed at the Führer's whim the previous year, he should have been able to assess the real danger for field commanders. Hitler, intoxicated with the notion of his own infallibility and profiting from almost instant communications with their headquarters, would try, godlike, to control every manoeuvre from afar. Chapter 6. How much land does a man need? Early on the 1st of June, Hitler took off from the airfield near Rastenburg in his personal Focke-Wulf Condor for the headquarters of Army Group South at Poltava. The subject of the conference was the great summer offensive. He was in an exhilarated mood when he greeted Field Marshal von Bock and his senior commanders, including Kleist of the 1st Panzer Army, Horth of 4th Panzer Army, and Paulus of 6th Army. The senior Luftwaffe officer present was Colonel General Baron Wolfram von Richthofen. Richthofen, a cousin of the Red Baron, whose squadron he had joined in 1917, was a hard-faced man, both intelligent and arrogant. His record of ruthlessness spoke for itself. He had commanded the Condor Legion in Spain when the technique of carpet bombing was invented, and had been directly responsible for the destruction of Guernica in 1937, an event which came to symbolize the horror of modern war. It was Richthofen's 8th Air Corps which had destroyed Belgrade in April 1941, killing 17,000 civilians, an act for which his commander-in-chief, General Alexander Löhr, was executed after the war by the Yugoslavs. The following month, during the invasion of Crete, Richthofen's aircraft reduced the Venetian architecture of both Carnia and Heraklion to rubble. During the conference, Hitler hardly mentioned Stalingrad. As far as his generals were concerned, it was little more than a name on the map. His obsession was with the oil fields of the Caucasus. "If we don't take Maikop and Grozny," he told his generals, "then I must put an end to the war." At that stage, the only interest in Stalingrad was to eliminate the armaments factories there and secure a position on the Volga. The capture of the city itself was not considered necessary. The first phase of Operation Blue was to capture Voronezh. The second was to trap the bulk of the Soviet forces in a great pincer movement west of the Don. The Sixth Army would then move towards Stalingrad to secure the northeast flank, while Kleist's 1st Panzer Army and the 17th Army would occupy the Caucasus. After Bock had finished his presentation, Hitler spoke. He made it all sound so simple. The Red Army was finished after the winter fighting, and the victory at Kharkov had again confirmed German supremacy. So certain was Hitler of success in the south that as soon as Sevastopol fell, he planned to send Manstein's 11th Army northwards. He even told Manstein about his dream of sending armoured columns through the Caucasus into the Middle East and India. Before Operation Blue could start in earnest, 2 lesser offensives had to be performed to straighten the front and prepare the start line, with bridgeheads across the river Donets. On the afternoon of the 5th of June, as a last treat, many officers and soldiers from the 6th Army went to the Kharkov ballet. The unpaid dancers had been kept alive through the winter on Wehrmacht rations. That day they danced Swan Lake, and the packed audience, sweating in their Feldgrau uniforms, greatly enjoyed their interpretation of Prince Siegfried's tragedy, trapped by the wicked Rotbart. This curious conjunction of 2 code names, Siegfried, the original name for Operation Blue, and Rotbart, the German equivalent of Barbarossa, was entirely coincidental. After the performance, the audience hurried back to their units. On that hot, moonless night, leading elements from the 6th Army started to move northeastwards to the Volchansk sector. On the 10th of June at 2 in the morning, companies from the 297th Infantry Division began to cross the Donets by assault boat. Having secured a foothold on the far side, pioneer companies set to work constructing a 60-yard pontoon bridge. By evening, tanks of the 14th Panzer Division were rattling across. The next morning, a bridge further upstream was seized before the Soviet troops guarding it could blow their charges. But this crossing was so narrow that on the following day, traffic jams built up between minefields on both sides of the route marked by white tape. A cloudburst turned the dirt road into a morass. Then 2 shells exploded, blasting fountains of mud and black smoke into the air. This panicked the horses of a baggage wagon. They reared, then bolted off the road through the white tape. A mine exploded. 1 horse was blown to bits, the other fell to the ground, bleeding. Their wagon caught fire. Flames then spread to another one close by, which was loaded with munitions. Small arms ammunition and grenades started to explode in an instant battle. The pattern of skirmishes, successes, and relatively minor mishaps continued the next day. A major on the staff of a Swabian division was sitting next to his general on a railway embankment during a visit to a point unit. He was killed instantly by a shot from a Russian sniper concealed in a thicket. Their driver was also hit in the left shoulder. The general, having ordered the infantry and a pair of self-propelled assault guns to exact revenge, had the corpse of his staff officer placed in his vehicle, and left the fateful place. During dinner that evening in the headquarters mess tent, junior officers debated the advantages of a sudden death. Some regarded the Major's unexpected end as desirable, almost a military ideal. Others were depressed, seeing it as the robbery of a life, reducing the body of an officer to the level of shot game. The general remained angrily silent throughout, clearly unsettled by the death of a subordinate from a bullet intended for himself. While the 6th Army and the 1st Panzer Army secured the start line for Operation Blue, due to start on the 28th of June, all the headquarters concerned were thrown into confusion. On the 19th of June, Major Reichel, the operations officer of 23rd Panzer Division, flew in a Fiesler Stork light aircraft to visit a frontline unit. Contrary to all security procedures, he had taken with him a set of detailed orders for the whole operation. The Stork was shot down just beyond German lines. A patrol sent out to recover the bodies and the documents found that the Russians had got there first. Hitler, on hearing the news, became almost incoherent with rage. He demanded that Reichel's divisional commander and corps commander should face a court-martial. The great irony was that Stalin, when told of the captured papers, dismissed them out of hand as forgeries. Reverting to his obsessive obstinacy of the previous year, he refused to believe anything which contradicted his own view that Hitler would again strike at Moscow. Southwestern Front Headquarters sent Reichel's papers to the Kremlin by aircraft, but Stalin, during his meeting on the 26th of June with General Golikov, the commander of the threatened Bryansk front, threw the papers aside angrily when he saw that Golikov believed them to be authentic. Golikov was sent straight back to his headquarters to prepare a quick, preemptive attack to recapture Orel. He and his staff worked on a draft plan all the next day and through most of the night. But their labours were wasted. The German offensive began a few hours later. On the 28th of June, the 2nd Army and the 4th Panzer Army, which were deployed near Kursk, attacked due east towards Voronezh, not north towards Orel and Moscow as Stalin expected. A forward air controller from the Luftwaffe, usually a lieutenant aided by a couple of NCOs with one of the latest radio sets, was attached to the headquarters of the leading panzer divisions, ready to call in airstrikes. Once the initial breakthrough was achieved, Hoth's panzer divisions advanced rapidly, with Richthofen's Stukas smashing strong points or tank concentrations ahead. The breakthrough of Hoth's 4th Panzer Division caused great alarm in Moscow. Stalin agreed to Golikov's requests for more tanks and transferred several brigades from the Stavka Reserve and Timoshenko's southwestern front. But because of bad communications, their deployment for a counterstrike took time. A Focke-Wulf 189 from a close reconnaissance squadron located their concentration areas, and on the 4th of July, Richthofen's 8th Air Corps struck again. On the 30th of June, Paulus's 6th Army crossed the start line prepared on the eastern side of the River Donets. It had the 2nd Hungarian Army on its left and 1st Panzer Army on its right. The resistance encountered was stronger than expected, with T-34s and anti-tank guns both dug in and camouflaged from the Stukas as well as the panzers. This form of fighting, however, put the Russian tank troops at a disadvantage, because the far more experienced German panzer troops outmaneuvered them easily. Soviet crews either fought to the end without moving, or they made a run for it at the last moment. The Russian tanks come out of their emplacements like tortoises, wrote an observer, and try to escape by zigzagging. Some of them still wear their camouflage netting like green wigs. The German divisions advanced across immense fields of sunflowers or corn. One of the main dangers they faced was from Red Army soldiers cut off by the rapid advance, attacking from behind or from the flank. On many occasions, when German soldiers fired back, the Red Army soldiers fell, feigning death, and lay there without moving. When the Germans approached to investigate, the Soviet soldiers waited until almost the last moment, then shot them at close range. In spite of their relentless advance, German staff officers remained uneasy after the capture of Major Reichel's plans. They had already been debating privately whether or not Kharkov had been a decisive victory. Now they feared a trick. They did not know if the enemy was preparing reserve armies for a surprise counterattack, or planning to withdraw into the hinterland, extending their supply lines further across vast regions with poor communications. At this stage, however, their fears were greatly exaggerated. The chaos on the Soviet side was so great, owing to the breakdown in communications, that staff officers and commandos were having to fly around in biplanes, dodging the Messerschmitts, trying to locate their troops. The Reichel affair cast a long shadow. This idea of the cunning Russian trap was perpetuated and enhanced after the Battle of Stalingrad by many survivors and German historians of the Cold War period, who ignored the rather obvious fact that Stalin's greatest mistake since the invasion had been to refuse to let his forces retreat. The Red Army's starting to withdraw ahead of the Germans in July 1942 was not part of a devilish plan. Quite simply, Stalin had at last accepted the wisdom of allowing commanders to evade encirclement. As a result, the German pincer attack west of the Don closed uselessly. The Stavka, however, was agreed that Voronezh, a vital communications centre, should be defended to the last. They knew that if they did not hold on there and prevent the Germans advancing across the upper Don, then the whole of Timoshenko's southwestern front would be outflanked. Voronezh was to be the first major battle for the recently mechanized 24th Panzer Division, which, until the year before, had been the Wehrmacht's only cavalry division. Flanked by the Grossdeutschland and 16th Motorized Divisions, 24th Panzer Division charged headlong at Voronezh. Its Panzer Grenadiers reached the Don on the 3rd of July and secured a bridgehead on the far side. The following evening, Panzer Grenadiers from the Grossdeutschland captured the bridge on the main road to Voronezh in an audacious coup de main before the Russians realized what had happened. Hitler flew once more to Poltava on the 3rd of July with his retinue to consult with Field Marshal von Bock. He was again in triumphant mood with the capture of Sevastopol and had just made Manstein a field marshal. During the conversation, wrote Bock in his diary, the Führer took great pleasure in the idea that the English get rid of any general when things go wrong, and thus were burying any initiative in their army. The German generals present were forced to join in the sycophantic laughter. Although the Führer was clearly in exuberant form, he was also anxious not to allow the Soviet armies to escape, especially those southeast of Voronezh within the Don bends. It looked as if the town would fall rapidly. Hitler then made a disastrous compromise decision. He allowed Bock to continue the battle for Voronezh with the 1 Panzer Corps already engaged, while sending the rest of Hoth's army southwards. But the German forces left behind lacked the strength to achieve a rapid result. The Soviet defenders held out in ferocious street fighting, where the Germans lost their main advantages. More by happenstance than strategy, the fighting at Voronezh was part of a phase for the Red Army of concentrating defence on cities, not on arbitrary lines on the map. The new flexibility had allowed Timoshenko's armies to pull back, avoiding encirclement, but they had already been so badly mauled that on the 12th of July a new army group command, the Stalingrad Front, was established by Stavka Directive. Although nobody dared voice the defeatist suggestion that the Red Army might be forced back as far as the Volga, a suspicion began to grow that this was where the main battle would have to be fought. The most significant evidence was the prompt dispatch from Saratov of the 10th NKVD Rifle Division, whose 5 regiments came from the Urals and Siberia. Its divisional headquarters took over command of all local NKVD units and militia battalions, set up an armoured train detachment and 2 tank training battalions, and took control of the river traffic across the Volga. These seemed glorious days for German front-line regiments. "As far as the eye can see," wrote an observer, Armoured vehicles and half-tracks are rolling forward over the steppe. Pennants float in the shimmering afternoon air. Commanders stood fearlessly erect in their tank turrets, one arm raised high, waving their companies forward. Their tracks stirred up dust and propelled it outwards like smoke clouds in their wake. These days were especially intoxicating for young officers, racing to retake Rostov-on-Don. The recovery of their morale with the spring weather, the new equipment, and the great success at Kharkov had laid to rest the nightmare of the previous winter. "It was almost as if we had two parts to our head," explained Count Clemens von Kaganek, a lieutenant in 3rd Panzer Division, soon to win the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. "We were charging ahead exultantly, and yet we knew that the enemy would attack again in the winter." They'd also half forgotten Russia's ability, with its huge distances, extreme weather and bad roads, to grind down their modern machinery and force them back to the tactics and conditions of the First World War. In the early months of the campaign, the infantry calculated carefully how far they'd marched since they crossed the frontier on the morning of Barbarossa. Now they did not bother any longer. They tramped ahead, their faces caked with sweat and dust, at the 10-kilometre tempo, 6 miles per hour, in an attempt to keep up with the motorized formations. Panzer commanders also seemed to forget that the artillery of most German divisions was still unmechanized, their plodding trace horses coughing regularly in the dust clouds and gun crews swaying with fatigue on their backs. Yet technology and the flatness of the steppe brought one great advantage. Any wounded from the advance-to-contact engagements were rapidly evacuated by a Sanitäts-U, a Junkers 52 converted into an air ambulance. Struck by the limitless horizon and expanse of sky, and perhaps also influenced by the sight of vehicles swaying crazily in and out of potholes like ships in a heavy swell, the more imaginative saw the steppe as an uncharted sea. General Strecker described it in a letter as an ocean that might drown the invader. Villages became the equivalent of islands. In the sun-baked steppe, they also offered the most likely source of water. But a panzer commander might spot an onion-domed church tower in the distance, then, on arrival, find beside it the rest of the village destroyed, perhaps with timbers still smouldering. Only the brick chimneys remained standing. The carcasses of horses and livestock lay around, their bellies swollen in the heat, forcing their legs grotesquely in the air. Often the only sign of life would be the odd cat meowing in the ruins. In a village unscathed by the fighting, an old peasant might appear hesitantly, then snatch off his cap as if for a barin before the revolution, and hurry to draw water for the visitors. Some of the village women might, meanwhile, be driving their geese off into a nearby gully or copse to conceal them, but they soon found that German soldiers had as good a nose as any Communist Party requisition group. Soldiers did not just take turnips and onions from the fields, they raided almost every allotment or kitchen garden that they passed. Chickens, ducks and geese were the favourite spoils of war, because they were so portable and easy to prepare for the pot. Clemens Podevils, a war correspondent attached to the Sixth Army, described in his diary the arrival of a combat group in one village on the 30th of June, following a sharp skirmish. Black figures jumped down from tanks and half-tracks. Suddenly, a great execution is carried out. The poultry, with bloody ruffs and beating their wings in a paroxysm, was carried back to the vehicles. The men jumped back on board, the tank tracks ground the soil, and the vehicles moved on again. The one thing which they did not bother to take from the locals that summer was their sunflower seeds, which German soldiers jokingly called Russian chocolates. There is an unsettling disparity in many accounts, with no connection made between horrifying scenes and their own involvement. "A really small boy stood in our way," wrote a 20-year-old theology student in a letter. "He no longer begged, he just muttered, 'Pan,' bread." It was eerie how much sorrow, suffering, and apathy could exist in a child's face. Shortly afterwards, the same theology student turned soldier, just before his death, revealed the lyricism of an early 19th century romantic. Germany, I have not yet used this word, you country of big, strong hearts. You are my home. It is worth one's life, becoming a seed for you. German allies looted with their own paradoxical notion of morality that it must be right to steal from communists. Our lads have stolen 3 jugs of milk, wrote a Hungarian corporal in his diary. The women had brought the milk down to the basement, when our lads appeared with grenades and pretended to throw them. The women were scared and ran away, and our lads took the milk. We pray to God to help us in future as well. That July, Hitler became increasingly impatient with delays that were essentially his own fault. Panzer divisions would streak ahead in sudden breakthroughs, but then came to a halt at a crucial moment when fuel ran out. This represented a doubly goading delay for the Führer, with his eyes constantly straying across the map to the oil fields of the Caucasus. His feverish mood pushed him into the most disastrous change of plan, which in fact wasted more time and more precious fuel as formations were redirected. The central stage of Operation Blue had been a rapid advance by 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army towards Stalingrad to cut off Timoshenko's retreating troops before the attack was launched against Rostov and across the lower Don into the Caucasus. But Hitler was so desperate to speed the attack into the Caucasus that he decided to run the 2 stages concurrently. This, of course, greatly reduced the concentration of force. Entirely against Halder's advice, he diverted Huth's 4th Panzer Army southwards and also deprived 6th Army of 40th Panzer Corps, thus slowing its advance down into a slow frontal assault towards Stalingrad. Field Marshal von Bock could not conceal his exasperation at the Führer's arbitrary decision to split Operation Blue from a coherent 2-stage whole into 2 totally separate parts. Hitler also decided to divide Army Group South into 2. Field Marshal List, a Bavarian, was to take Army Group A into the Caucasus, while Field Marshal Baron von Weichs was to command Army Group B with the 6th Army as its largest formation. The Führer, only too well aware of Bock's disapproval, dismissed him, blaming him for the delay at Voronezh. Hitler thus changed not only the organization, but also the timing and the sequence which formed the logic of Operation Blue. His next step, 2 weeks later, was to increase its scope considerably, while reducing the forces available further still. The Führer's attention was focused firmly on the approaches to the Caucasus, as he waited impatiently for signs of a great battle of encirclement trapping Timoshenko's forces on the steppe north of Rostov. But the only encirclement achieved was a comparatively small one by 40th Panzer Corps at Milerovo on the 17th of July. The panzer divisions, wasting no time, left other troops to round them up. They wheeled southeastwards, and their point units reached the town and railway station of Morozovsk on the following day. On the next day after that, they reached the lower Don, an advance of 125 miles in just over 3 days. Once again, the fate awaiting Soviet prisoners was terrible. Stepan Ignatovich Odinikhtsev, a clerk in 60th Cavalry Division, was one of those captured at Milerovo on the 17th of July. Along with thousands of other Russian prisoners, he was herded to a makeshift cage at Morozovsk, next to the main railway line which ran east to Stalingrad and westwards back through the Ukraine. Some prisoners were dispersed over the following weeks to other hastily erected camps, and Odinikhtsev found himself in another open barbed wire cage near the village of Golubaya. "We were starved to death," he recounted after being found over 3 months later by Red Army troops. "On the best days, we received a little rye in boiled water. Meat from a dead horse was a delicacy. We were constantly beaten with rifle butts, sometimes without any reason. Each day, dozens of people died from starvation or beating." Although the NKVD was highly suspicious of any Red Army soldier taken by the Germans, Odinikhtsev interrogator believed his story. "This man," he scribbled in pencil at the bottom of the typed report, "looks like a skeleton covered with skin." So rapid was the German advance at this time that on the 19th of July, Stalin personally ordered the Stalingrad Defense Committee to prepare the city for war immediately. The Stavka feared that Rostov would not hold out for long. The 17th Army was poised to cross the Don on the Black Sea side. 1st Panzer Army was advancing on the city from the north, and part of the 4th Panzer Army was about to strike across the Don to the east of it. On the 23rd of July, 13th and 22nd Panzer Divisions, backed by Panzer Grenadiers from the SS Viking Division, struck right into the heart of Rostov as far as the main Don Bridge. Fighting in the city was fierce, especially the defence by NKVD troops of their headquarters. But by the end of the following day, the last main pockets of resistance were crushed in an operation of systematic clearance, building by building. The Führer was exultant. The retaking of Rostov obliterated his bad memories of the previous winter. Hitler had arrived at his new advanced headquarters at the Ukrainian town of Vinnytsia on the 16th of July. As an alternative to the Wolfschanze at Rastenburg, it was codenamed Werwolf. The word Wolf, the old German version of Adolf, clearly gave the Führer an atavistic thrill. He was no doubt reassured to know that Vinnytsia was Judenrein, cleansed of Jews, after mass executions by a police battalion the previous autumn. The town, it later transpired, had also been the site of Stalinist atrocities in 1938, when NKVD troops massacred over 10,000 Ukrainians. But the Germans did not discover the graves until 1943. The Werwolf complex of large and comfortable log cabins had been built in a pine wood north of the town. The deceptively simple Führer house was built round a private courtyard. Hitler, paranoid in enemy territory, also had a concrete bunker. His bodyguard, Rattenhuber, described the security precautions at Vinnytsia during his interrogation by Smersh officers soon after the end of the war. Stalin, who was obsessed with every personal detail about Hitler, received a special report from Abakumov, the head of Smersh. The effort and attention to detail when serving the Führer's needs and safety were reminiscent of a Byzantine court. Before he arrived, Gestapo teams searched the walls for microphones and explosives. A large vegetable garden was organized by a German horticultural firm, Seidenspinne, and dug by the Todt organization. Hitler's personal chef, Hauptsturmführer Vater, had to go out to select the vegetables himself. Any other vegetable destined for the Führer's plate had to be dug up under the eye of an appointed courier, who then brought the produce direct to the kitchen. All the food was chemically analyzed before cooking and sampled by a taster before it reached his plate. Samples from the water supply also had to be checked several times a day. Mineral water was bottled in the presence of couriers and brought in. Even the laundry was X-rayed to ensure that no explosive had been concealed. Oxygen tanks were stored outside the bunker, ready to pump in air, because Hitler was afraid of noxious vapours from the ferroconcrete. The Gestapo supervised the filling of these tanks and tested them regularly. The Führer's stay during the second part of July coincided with a period of great heat. The temperature was close to 40 degrees. Hitler, sweating profusely, was most uncomfortable, especially in his state of feverish impatience during the advance on Rostov. Unable to bear the weight, he kept goading Halder to speed the operation. He had so convinced himself that the Red Army was in the final stages of collapse that on the 23rd of July he rewrote Operation Blue in Führer Directive No. 45. In a campaign which has lasted little more than 3 weeks, the deep objectives outlined by me for the south flank of the Eastern Front have been largely achieved. Only weak enemy forces have succeeded in escaping encirclement and reaching the far bank of the Don. Hitler, having already ignored the strategic rationale on which the whole plan had been based, now increased its objectives at a stroke. 6th Army would take and occupy Stalingrad. He was no longer content with the original idea of just advancing to the Volga and destroying the arms factories. Paulus should then send motorized groups down the Volga to Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. Army Group A, under Field Marshal List, was now ordered to seize the whole of the eastern seaboard of the Black Sea and most of the rest of the Caucasus. List, on receiving this order 2 days later, stared in disbelief. He could only conclude that Hitler possessed intelligence confirming the collapse of the Red Army, which had not been passed down. The army commanders also heard that Manstein's 11th Army, having now completed the conquest of the Crimea, was leaving for the Leningrad front, and that the Grossdeutschland and the SS Leibstandarte Panzer Grenadier divisions were to be sent back to France. "The constant underestimation of enemy potential," wrote Halder in his diary, "is gradually taking on a grotesque form and becoming dangerous." Hitler tried to justify this high-risk gamble on the basis of reinforcements arriving from their allies. Although the Führer could be most persuasive in his full, uplifting propaganda flow, what Rommel cynically called a sun-ray cure, he convinced few generals on this particular subject. When he spoke in grandiose terms of the 3rd and 4th Romanian armies, the 2nd Hungarian army, and the 8th Italian army, they knew perfectly well that they could never be equated to a full German corps, let alone an army, mainly because of their lack of defence against tank attack. German generals also shared the opinion formed by Field Marshal von Rundstedt about this absolute League of Nations army, which included Romanians, whose officers and NCOs were, in his view, beyond description, Italians, terrible people, and Hungarians, only wanted to get home quickly. With a couple of exceptions, such as the Slovaks, first-rate, very unassuming, and Romanian mountain troops, he and other German commanders considered them ill-equipped, ill-armed, ill-trained, and completely unprepared for warfare on the Ostfront. Although arrogantly expressed, many of Rundstedt's observations are confirmed from other sources. Diaries, letters, and Soviet interrogation reports make the lot of Allied soldiers and NCOs painfully and sometimes pathetically clear. Corporal István Baloch was part of the 1st Hungarian motorized brigade, which left Budapest railway station on the 18th of June amid silent people and sad sounds of bugles, destined for the blood-soaked land of Russia. "Mother of God, guarding over Hungary," he wrote in a minute diary which was taken from his body on the bank of the River Don 3 months later and sent to Moscow. "Pray for us and defend us from all sins and disasters. Amen." Moods were very mixed as they departed, with sadness, an ancient dread of the Russian steppe, and moments of febrile optimism. In some of the troop trains, songs were heard, another Hungarian recounted later when interrogated. Soldiers and officers drank wine, and there was gaiety. Nobody knew what war was really like. 5 days later, Baloch's train passed some of the battlegrounds of the previous year. Everywhere, crushed Russian tanks can still be seen. We look at them and fear the idea of this red hell moving against Hungary. Thanks be to God that this has been stopped. We are firmly confident that we shall smash the red danger for Europe. On the 1st of July, at Ivanovka, they heard artillery fire for the first time. Everywhere, the remains of burnt-out German vehicles can be seen. Aren't the Germans starting to lose their military luck? Believe in God, so that good fortune will stay with us in spite of some defeats. The vast majority of all Allied soldiers were conscripts, of whom at least half were illiterate. A lack of familiarity with technological advance made them liable to panic if attacked by tanks or aircraft. Their daily pay, as a Romanian cavalry lieutenant acknowledged when captured, was only enough to buy 1 litre of milk. The medical services appear to have changed little since the previous century. Morale in Hungarian units was not improved by the way the officers treated their men. Field punishment in the Allied armies could be arbitrary, if not chaotic. A man went to his comrade without the permission of his detachment commander, Corporal Ballock recorded on the 3rd of July. They wanted to hang him, but changed the punishment to 8 hours guard at night, but this was also postponed. 3 other soldiers were hanged, however. To my regret, it is as if we were still living in the 14th century. Romanian soldiers could still be condemned to flogging by their officers. Disciplinary measures had become even more necessary after the Romanian forces suffered 98,000 casualties in the siege of Odessa during the late summer of 1941. Few of them had understood the reason for continuing the advance east of the Dniester, once Bessarabia had been reoccupied. The Balkan attitude to war remained primitive in other ways. A number of soldiers expressed their disappointment at the shortage of pickings in Russia after all that their officers had promised them. The habit of looting is in the blood of Germans and Hungarians alike, one of them naively admitted to his NKVD interrogator after capture. The true weakness of these Allied armies was not put to the test until that autumn. By the time that Hitler came to recognize, but not to acknowledge, the mistake, it was too late to evade disaster. When one contemplates Hitler's almost compulsively over-optimistic ambitions at this stage, it is clear that he never read, or never digested, Leo Tolstoy's tale, How Much Land Does a Man Need?, written in 1886. In it, a wealthy peasant named Pahom is told of the rich earth in the land of the Bakshirs beyond the Volga. They are simple folk, and he will be able to get all the land he wants from them without much trouble. When Pahom reaches the land of the Bashkirs, they tell him that for 1,000 rubles he can have as much land as he can walk round in a day. Pahom, despising them for their lack of sophistication, is exultant. He is certain that he can enclose a huge distance. Almost as soon as he starts out, however, he spots one attractive feature after another that he decides to include. A pond over there, or a stretch of land that would be good for flax. Then he notices that the sun is starting to go down. Realizing that he risks losing everything, he runs faster and faster to make it back in time. I've grasped too much, he tells himself, and ruined the whole affair. The effort kills him. He dies at the finishing post, and that is where he is buried. 6 feet, from his head to his heels, was all he needed, was Tolstoy's conclusion. The difference in the story, less than 60 years later, was that it was not a single man buried there in the steppe, but hundreds of thousands of proxies. Chapter 7. Not one step backwards. On the 28th of July, 1942, while Hitler was still celebrating the capture of Rostov, Stalin sensed that the moment of crisis was at hand. Soviet forces, retreating from Paulus's Sixth Army, faced annihilation west of the Don. If the Germans then advanced across the Volga, 40 miles further on, the country would be cut in two. Convoy PQ-17 had just been destroyed in the Barents Sea, and the new Anglo-American supply line across Persia would soon be threatened. The Soviet Union faced strangulation. That day, Stalin suddenly stopped pacing up and down his office in the Kremlin while listening to a report from General Vasilevsky. "They've forgotten my Stavka order," he burst out. This order, issued the previous August, stated that anyone who removes his insignia during battle and surrenders should be regarded as a malicious deserter, whose family is to be arrested as the family of a breaker of the oath and betrayer of the motherland. Such deserters are to be shot on the spot. Those falling into encirclement and who prefer to surrender are to be destroyed by any means, while their families are to be deprived of all state allowance and assistance. "They've forgotten it," Stalin said again. "Write a new one on the same lines." "When do you want me to report with the new order?" Vasilevsky asked. "Today. Come back as soon as it is ready." Vasilevsky returned that evening with the draft of Order Number 227, more commonly known as Not One Step Backwards. Stalin made many changes, then signed it. The order was to be read to all troops in the Red Army. Panic-mongers and cowards must be destroyed on the spot. The retreat mentality must be decisively eliminated. Army commanders who have allowed the voluntary abandonment of positions must be removed and sent for immediate trial by military tribunal. Anyone who surrendered was a traitor to the motherland. Each army had to organize 3 to 5 well-armed detachments, up to 200 men each, to form a second line to shoot down any soldier who tried to run away. Zhukov implemented this order on the Western Front within 10 days, using tanks manned by specially selected officers. They followed the first wave of an attack, ready to combat cowardice by opening fire on any soldiers who wavered. 3 camps were set up for the interrogation of anyone who had escaped from German custody or encirclement. Commanders permitting retreat were to be stripped of their rank and sent to penal companies or battalions. The first, on the Stalingrad front, came into being 3 weeks later on the 22nd of August, the day before the Germans reached the Volga. Penal companies, strafroti, were to perform semi-suicidal tasks such as mine clearance during an attack. Altogether, some 422,700 Red Army men would atone with their blood for the crimes they have committed before the motherland. The idea so appealed to the Soviet authorities that civilian prisoners were transferred from the Gulag to Straf units, some say almost 1 million. But this may well be an exaggeration. Promises of redemption through bravery usually proved to be false, mainly because of bureaucratic indifference. Men were left to die in their ranks. On the Stalingrad front, the 51st Army was told to round up officers who had escaped from encirclement. The first group of 58 officers heard that they would be sent in front of a commission to allocate them to new units. But nobody bothered to interrogate them. Instead, they found themselves without trial or warning in penal companies. By the time the mistake came to light nearly 2 months later, they were already wounded or killed. The system of NKVD special departments, re-established the year before to deal with traitors, deserters and cowards, was strengthened. The special department, or OO, Osobgi Otdel, dated back to 1919, when Lenin and Felix Dzerzhinsky, the head of the Cheka, wanted complete control over the armed forces. In April 1943, less than 2 months after the Battle of Stalingrad finished, the special departments, under their chief, Viktor Abakumov, became SMERSH, the acronym for Smert Spionam, death to spies. Rifle divisions had an NKVD special department staff of up to 20 officers, with 1 operational representative per battalion, and a headquarters guard unit of 20 to 30 men who held prisoners and executed cowards and traitors. The special department officer recruited his own agents and informers. According to a former SMERSH informer, he tended to be pale because they usually worked during the night, and on parade he looked closely in our faces, as if he knew something bad about each one of us. NKVD special departments took their work of rooting out spies and traitors with great seriousness. An officer, using the name Bruni, wrote to the author and journalist Ilya Ehrenberg, complaining that the newspapers did not publish enough in praise of the special departments. It is very difficult to discover an experienced fascist spy. This requires great intelligence and a good eye. An NKVD soldier should be very keen and know the special rules of this game. The press publishes much about the terrible deeds of the Germans, which is necessary, but it is also important to make our soldiers hate traitors. The Wehrmacht tried to exploit the Stalinist approach to loyalty. One German instruction strongly recommended that Soviet prisoners should be warned of the treatment which awaits them at the hands of the NKVD should they manage to escape from German captivity and return to the Red Army. Another department of the NKVD, set up by Beria in the autumn of 1939, dealt with enemy prisoners of war. Its first major task had been the liquidation of 15,000 Polish officers in the forest at Katyn. In the summer of 1942, however, its officers were underemployed because so few Germans were captured during the Axis advance. Every member of a small detachment from the 29th Motorized Division of 4th Panzer Army was interrogated by Lieutenant Lepinskaya from the political department of Southwestern Front headquarters. Her questions, to gauge their morale, provided little encouraging material. "Most of the soldiers want to fight to the end," she had to report. "No cases of desertion or self-inflicted wounds. Officers strict but fair." Lepinskaya had more luck with Romanian prisoners. An officer admitted that his men hated Marshal Antonescu for having sold their motherland to Germany. Romanian soldiers were even more forthcoming. They told her of fistfights with Germans, even that a German officer had been killed after he shot 2 of their comrades. Their own officers were very rude to them and often struck them. There had been numerous cases of self-inflicted wounds, despite lectures from officers that they were a sin against the motherland and God. Lepinskaya concluded that the Romanians were clearly in a low political moral state. Her report was passed rapidly back to Moscow. The advance across the Don steppe provided many mixed experiences for the Sixth Army after the winter snows. General Strecker, the commander of the 11th Corps, found it as hot as Africa, with huge dust clouds. On the 22nd of July, his chief of staff, Helmut Grosskurt, recorded a temperature of 53 degrees in the sun. Sudden rains, while temporarily turning tracks to mire, did little to solve the water shortage, which was the main preoccupation of the German Lancer during that time. The Red Army polluted wells during the retreat, while collective farm buildings were destroyed and tractors and cattle driven to the rear. Supplies, which could not be moved in time, were rendered unusable. "The Russians have poured petrol over the grain supplies," a corporal wrote home on the 10th of August. "Soviet bombers dropped phosphorus bombs at night to set the steppe on fire," reported a panzer division. But many of the columns of black smoke on the horizon were started by cordite burns round artillery positions. The German gunners, in shorts, with their bronze torsos muscled from the lifting of shells, looked like athletes from a Nazi propaganda film. But conditions were not as healthy as they might have appeared. Cases of dysentery, typhus and paratyphus began to increase. Around field ambulances, cookhouses, and especially butchery sections, the plague of flies was horrible, reported one doctor. They were most dangerous for those with open wounds, such as the burns of tank crewmen. The continual movement forward made it very difficult to care for the sick and wounded. Evacuation by a Sanitetz U air ambulance was the best hope, but Hitler's insistence on speed meant that almost every transport aircraft had been diverted to deliver fuel to halted panzer divisions. For soldiers of the Sixth Army, the summer of 1942 offered the last idylls of war. In Don Cossack country, the villages of whitewashed cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by small cherry orchards, willows, and horses in meadows, provided an attractive contrast to the usual dilapidation of villages taken over by collective farms. Most of the civilians, who had stayed behind in defiance of communist evacuation orders, were friendly. Many of the older men had fought the Bolsheviks in the Russian Civil War. Only the previous spring, just a few weeks before the German invasion, Cossacks had risen in revolt at Shakhty, north of Rostov, declaring an independent republic. This had been stamped out by NKVD troops with a rapid and predictable brutality. To the surprise of a company commander in the 384th Infantry Division, Cossacks remained friendly even after looting by his soldiers. They handed over eggs, milk, salted cucumber, and even a whole ham as a gift. He then arranged to purchase geese for 2 Reichsmarks a bird. "To be honest, people give everything they have if you treat them correctly," he wrote in his diary. "I've never eaten so much as here. We eat honey with spoons until we're sick, and in the evening we eat boiled ham." During the rapid German advances, Stalin sought to blame his generals. He kept changing commanders in the vain hope that a ruthless new leader could galvanize resistance and transform the situation. He even rang one army commander to dismiss him, then told him to call to the telephone one of his own corps commanders who was to be his replacement. A sense of failure and disaster spread, destroying the confidence partially rebuilt after the battle before Moscow. The Red Army, still suffering from Stalin's premature offensives early in the year, lacked trained troops and experienced NCOs and officers. Most of the conscripts hurled into battle had often received little more than a dozen days' training, some even less. Young peasants, drafted in from collective farms, were pitifully ignorant of modern warfare and weaponry. A cavalryman, who found an aluminium tube on the ground, thought he could use it as a handle for his horsebrush. It proved to be an incendiary bomb, which blew up in his hands. The Germans never ceased to be astonished at the profligacy of Russian commanders with their men's lives. One of the worst examples came during the defensive battles west of the Don. 3 battalions of trainee officers, without weapons or rations, were sent against the 16th Panzer Division. Their commandant, who surrendered after the massacre, told his captors that when he had protested about this senseless task, the army commander, who was clearly drunk, had bellowed at him to get on with it. The Red Army still suffered from the old fear of initiative left from the purges. But out of the latest disasters in the south, which finally destroyed the reputations of Stalinist witch-hunters, a new breed of commander was starting to emerge, energetic, pitiless, and much less afraid of commissars and the NKVD. Zhukov's achievements provided the light and the hope for many other rising officers, furious at the Red Army's humiliations. General Vasily Chuikov, soon to become the army commander in Stalingrad, was one of the most ruthless of this new generation. His explosions of temper were compared to those of Zhukov. His strong peasant face and thick hair was typically Russian. He also had a robust sense of humour and a bandit laugh which exposed gold-crowned teeth. Soviet propaganda later portrayed him as the ideal product of the October Revolution. Chuikov had missed the first disastrous 6 months of war, having been in China as a military attaché accredited to Chiang Kai-shek. After his recall to the Soviet Union, he became acting commander of a reserve army near Tula. Early in July, when still suffering from a spinal injury, he received orders to move his incomplete divisions, now designated the 64th Army, to hold the Germans west of the Don. Chuikov, accompanied by his chief commissar, Konstantin Kirkovich Abramov, reached Stalingrad front headquarters on the 16th of July. They heard that the enemy was advancing rapidly towards the Don, but nobody had any details. The 62nd Army was spread out on the upper part of the Don's eastern loop, and Chuikov had to bring his divisions in to cover the lower part, south of the River Chir. He was understandably worried about the morale of the army on his left, having intercepted a lorry full of officers with spare cans of fuel, escaping to the rear without permission. Just to his right, above the River Chir, the Austrian 44th Infantry Division was heavily engaged against 3 divisions of the 62nd Army. The fighting was particularly brutal. A captured corporal told his interrogator that an officer had ordered them to shoot 2 wounded Red Army soldiers they had found hiding in a ditch. Further north, however, the Germans had broken through in strength, cutting off many regiments when they reached the Don at Kaminsky. German reconnaissance planes quickly pinpointed the weak points along the Don and the deployment of Chuikov's forward division. On the 25th of July, the Germans attacked in force. This baptism of fire for the 64th Army was not made any simpler by dust storms, nor by the fact that essential detachments were still stuck behind in Tula. The next morning brought a German armoured attack, and although the panzers terrified the crews of the light T-60 tanks who tried to hide in gullies, their shells could do little to the heavy KV tanks. They had a longer range, explained a German panzer commander. We could not attack them across the open. So, like ships at sea, I pulled my tanks right back out of sight, made a wide detour, and attacked them from behind. The Russian heavy tanks scattered, except for one which had lost a track. Its traverse mechanism had jammed, so the turret could not turn. We lined up behind him and started to shoot. We counted our hits on this tank, but none of them penetrated the armour. Then I saw the hatch of the tank move. I guessed that they wanted to surrender, so over the radio I told my company to cease fire. The Russians then opened the hatch completely and climbed out. The crew were totally confused, shaken, and deafened, but not one of them was even wounded. It was depressing to realize how inferior our tank guns were. The German strike through the right flank of 62nd Army to the Don soon caused chaos. A rumour spread in the rear echelons of Tchaikov's 64th Army on the 26th of July that German tanks were about to cut them off. A stampede to the pontoon bridge over the Don began. The panic then infected front-line troops. Tchaikovsky sent staff officers to the river bank to restore order, but German aircraft had already spotted the opportunity. Waves of Richthofen's Stukas appeared, and several of Tchaikovsky's senior officers were among those killed. The 62nd Army was in an even worse position. The 33rd Guards Rifle Division, commanded by Colonel Alexander Utvenko, found itself trapped on the west bank of the Don, attacked by 2 German divisions. They would have quickly finished us off if we had not dug ourselves in deeply, Utvenko told the writer Konstantin Simonov shortly afterwards. His division, down to 3,000 strong, was having to send the wounded on carts and camels to the rear at night. The Germans were also sustaining heavy losses. On just one battalion sector, 513 German corpses were dragged into a balka, or gully. The Russians were so short of ammunition that they had to attack to capture enemy guns and ammunition. They had so little to eat that they boiled wheat from surrounding fields. On the 11th of August, the remains of the division split into small groups to fight through to the Don. I myself reloaded my pistol 5 times, Utvenko recounted. Several commanders shot themselves. Up to 1,000 men were killed, but they sold their lives dearly. One man took a leaflet out of his pocket and started walking towards the Germans. Galia, a woman interpreter on our staff, shouted, "Look at him, the snake is going to surrender," and she shot him with her pistol. The last pocket of resistance, having run out of anti-tank ammunition, was overrun by German panzers. Utvenko and his remaining companions jumped from a small cliff into a marsh where he was wounded in the feet by shrapnel from a shell burst. Able only to crawl, Utvenko spent the next day hiding in a field of sunflowers with some 20 soldiers. That night, they collected more survivors and swam across the Don. 8 of them drowned. Utvenko was pulled across by his adjutant, a former gynecologist called Kudobkin, who had an epileptic fit just after they reached the far bank. Utvenko remarked afterwards that it was fortunate he had not had it in the river. "If we don't die here," Kudobkin replied, "we'll survive the war." Kudobkin had a particular reason for believing he would live. His mother had received notification of his death in the Crimea, where he had been badly wounded, and she had organized a church service. According to Russian superstition, if your memorial service took place when you were still alive, you would not go to an early grave. Simonov clearly sensed in that terrible summer of 1942 that this idea was symbolic for the whole country. Despite the disasters and chaos from bad communications, Red Army units continued to fight back. They made the most of night raids, since an attack during daylight immediately brought a response from the Luftwaffe. The German company commander, who kept a diary in the 384th Infantry Division, recorded on the 2nd of August, "Russians resisting hard. These are fresh troops and young." And again the next day, "Russians resisting hard. They are getting reinforcements all the time. One of our sapper companies avoided battle. Very shameful." His own soldiers then began to suffer badly from stomachache, perhaps due to contaminated water. "It's terrible here," he wrote a few days later. "Such terrifying nights. Every single one of us is tense. One's nerves don't stand a chance." In an attempt to counter Luftwaffe air superiority, Red Army aviation regiments were transferred hurriedly from the central and northern fronts. A regiment of night fighters, landing for the first time at a new base to support the Stalingrad front, discovered that their aerodrome was no more than a large field planted with watermelons and surrounded by tomato plants, which the local peasants continued to harvest, even while fighters landed and took off. The regiment's presence was soon spotted by a Focke-Wulf reconnaissance aircraft, and when strafing Messerschmitts came in just above ground level, the adjacent peasant market was caught in their fire. In an instant, the rural scene became one of total chaos, with panic-stricken horses rearing in the shafts of wagons, children screaming, awnings ripped by machine-gun bullets, and stallholders killed among their fruit and vegetables. Less damage was done to the night fighter regiment, which found itself forced to maintain an exhausting schedule of sorties. Often there was no time to eat at the field kitchen by the side of the runway, so ground crew would bring plates out to the aircraft at dispersal, and pilots ate in their cockpit. The rules of security drummed into the ground personnel by commissars were so absolute that they never counted the number of aeroplanes on the field, or even how many failed to return from a mission. In the confused air skirmishes at this time, Major Kondrashov, the commander of the regiment, was shot down behind German lines. His left leg, which he later lost, was mangled in the crash, but a peasant woman who lived nearby managed to drag him clear of the wreckage and care for him in her house. The site had been marked by fellow pilots from his regiment, and soon after dawn 2 of them landed by her house. They carried Kondrashov out and bundled him into the rear seat of one of the aircraft. The pilot then flew him to a military hospital. Aerial dogfights over the Don during those last days of July and early August attracted the attention of the whole battlefield below. German infantrymen and panzer crews alike would shade their eyes with a hand against the sun, peering up at the blue sky and vapour trails. Russian aircraft generally attacked ground targets at midday. It was such a regular run that Messerschmitt 109s would often make sure that they were around, ready to jump them. There were cheers whenever an enemy machine was hit, and the stricken aircraft, pouring smoke, corkscrewed down and exploded on the ground. The reputation of star fighter pilots began to grow within the German army as well as the Luftwaffe. In this war of movement, the staffs of panzer and motorized divisions seldom bothered to have their headquarters camouflaged. Working in hastily pitched tents through the night on new sets of orders, or checking ammunition and casualty returns, they found that their spirit lamps attracted swarms of insects, not enemy bullets. They caught up on sleep during the day, their heads nodding and rolling around as the headquarters vehicles moved to the next location. The commander of the 16th Panzer Division, General Hans Huber, would take a nap in the middle of a battle in front of his staff, thus inspiring confidence in his unflappability. Papa Huber, as he was known to his troops, made an immediate impression with his powerful, solid face and black artificial hand, having lost an arm in the First World War. Huber was a creature of firm habit and organization. Battle or no battle, he made sure that he ate regularly every 3 hours, consuming so many calories and vitamins. Although no intellectual, he was a brilliant, clear-thinking man, according to more than one officer who knew him well. Hitler admired him greatly as a soldier, but because this old warhorse was a realist who said what he felt, the Führer considered him too pessimistic towards the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. A number of Huber's panzer commanders made dismissive remarks about the stupidity of the enemy, leaving tanks halted in the open and thus presenting perfect targets for Stukas or the 88mm anti-aircraft guns, deadly in a ground roll. They knew that the T-34 was overall a much better armoured fighting vehicle than anything which Germany had yet produced. On the other hand, its gun sight was not very good. Few Russian commanders had decent binoculars, and even fewer had radios. The Red Army's greatest weakness, however, was its poverty of tactics. Their tank forces failed to use terrain properly, and demonstrated little familiarity with the principles of fire and movement. And as Zhukov readily acknowledged, they were incapable of coordinating attacks with Red Army aviation. Complacency sometimes led the Germans into relaxing their guard. At first light on the 30th of July, a group of T-34s, having approached under cover of darkness, surprised Huber's headquarters in a village. Officers struggled into their clothes as shells exploded among the headquarters and rear echelon vehicles. Podevils, the war correspondent then attached to the division, stuck his head outside. "Not an encouraging sight," he noted in his diary. "Vehicles of every sort chaotically trying to overtake each other as fast as they could to get away." The Germans had also been surprised on the previous day by another unexpected skirmish, which Huber dryly called a hussar affair. The initial shock was soon over. A company from the 2nd Panzer Regiment arrived, and very soon 6 T-34s were ablaze in the open on some marshy low ground. One T-34, in a suicidal attack, charged at the divisional transport vehicles in the village, but suddenly encountered a German panzer which, with a direct hit at point-blank range, literally blasted its turret into the air. Huber, after observing the early morning action, remarked to Podevils, "You'd better go up to the front line. It's safer there." Podevils and his companion left later in the morning. They drove forward over the Corduroy Road across the marsh. One of the blackened T-34s still smouldered. It gave off the smell of burnt flesh. At Corps headquarters, he heard that over the last 8 days the Red Army had sent nearly 1,000 tanks across the Don. Just over half of them had been destroyed. These figures were greatly exaggerated. The Red Army commander had only 550 tanks allocated, and many of them never managed to cross the Don. Wildly over-optimistic reports from the front were largely to blame. One panzer crewman observed that whenever a Russian tank was hit, almost every panzer in the battle claimed it as a kill. Yet the sight of so many destroyed Russian tanks impressed all who saw it. General von Seydlitz said that from afar the shot-out KVs looked like an enormous herd of elephants. Whatever the exact figure destroyed, many Germans felt convinced that they must be close to total victory. The Russian Hydra could not go on forever growing more heads for them to chop off. The Führer, again frustrated at the slow progress, reverted to the original plan of the 4th Panzer Army assisting the 6th Army to capture Stalingrad. The loss in time and the cost in fuel were not mentioned. Hoth's armoured divisions reacted quickly. Advancing north against very weak opposition, they soon threatened Kotelnikovo, just under 100 miles southwest of Stalingrad. But the main question was whether they could make up for Hitler's changes of plan. General von Richthofen, on the basis of air reconnaissance reports, noted in his diary on the 2nd of August, "The Russians are throwing forces from all directions towards Stalingrad." Paulus, in a confident mood, according to Richthofen, launched pincer attacks, led by 16th and 24th Panzer Divisions and supported by Richthofen's Stukas. After 2 days of fighting, they surrounded 8 rifle divisions and all the artillery left west of the Don. The encirclement was finally accomplished at Kalach. From the top of a small precipice overlooking the quiet Don, the 1st Panzer crews gazed across at the town of Kalach in the violet evening light. The setting sun behind their tanks threw long shadows in front of them towards the east. Beyond Kalach, the steppe stretched ahead to Stalingrad. Kalach itself consisted mainly of small workshops, a dilapidated railway station, and höchst primitive wooden shacks. After their success, the panzer crews joked among themselves with relief and happiness coming down from the tension of battle. Songs rang out from some of the tanks, but soon their commanders pulled them back into hedgehog defensive position. After dusk had fallen, the thousands of Russian stragglers trapped on the west bank started to attack, and the night was continually broken with bursts of machine gun fire, flares, and crackling exchanges of rifle fire. The next day, the Germans started to clear the woods systematically, a number of officers comparing it to a rather large deer shoot. The prisoners taken included a senior signals officer and his personnel, most of whom were women. That night, another battle broke out, this time by moonlight, around the German positions. The following morning, the Germans set fire to the dry brush to drive the remaining Russians out of the woods. Finally, the area was regarded as cleansed of enemy. Few escaped. Of the 181st Rifle Division of 62nd Army, which had been 13,000 strong at the start of the fighting, only 105 men slipped back across the Don. The fighting had indeed been hard. Many German soldiers did not share Paulus's confidence, nor Hitler's opinion that the enemy was finished. On the first day, the anti-tank battalion of the 371st Infantry Division lost 23 men. More and more often, Sixth Army soldiers, like those in the 389th Infantry Division, were hearing the "Hurrah!" of charging Soviet infantry. One soldier, writing home, was utterly dejected by the many, many crosses and graves fresh from yesterday, and the implications for the future. Heavy losses in other divisions also seemed to have dented morale. The 76th Infantry Division had to detail extra soldiers for burial parties. One of those men selected told his Russian interrogator, when captured a month later, that he and his two companions had had to deal with 72 corpses in a single day. An artillery corporal, on the other hand, who had worked for 29 hours without a proper break, was in no doubt about a victorious outcome for the Wehrmacht. The Russians can shoot as much as they want, but we'll shoot more. It's a great pleasure when a couple of hundred Russians attack. One self-propelled assault gun is enough, and they all make a run for it. Some units were rewarded with extra rations of chocolate and cigarettes for their exertions, which they enjoyed during the relative cool of the evening. The fighting had been hard. The only consolation, a pioneer wrote home, is that we will be able to have peace and quiet in Stalingrad, where we'll move into winter quarters, and then, just think of it, there'll be a chance of leave. Nowhere was Stalin's not one step back order more applicable than in the threatened city that bore his name. The Civil War battle, which took place when the town was still called Tsaritsyn, in Tatar, it meant the town on the Tsaritsa, or Yellow River, was invoked, along with the myth that Stalin's leadership there had turned the tide against the White Armies and saved the revolution. The Regional Military Committee did not shrink from using every measure to turn the city into a fortress. The task was far from easy. Stalingrad curved for 20 miles along the high western bank of the Volga. The defenders would have a broad stretch of exposed water behind them, across which all supplies and reinforcements would have to come. Throughout the region, the population was mobilized. All available men and women between 16 and 55, nearly 200,000, were mobilized in workers' columns organized by their district party committees. As in Moscow the year before, women in kerchiefs and older children were marched out and given long-handled shovels and baskets to dig anti-tank ditches over 6 feet deep in the sandy earth. While the women dug, army sappers laid heavy anti-tank mines on the western side. Younger schoolchildren, meanwhile, were put to work building earth walls round the petroleum storage tanks on the banks of the Volga. Supervised by teachers, they carried the earth on wooden stretchers. A German aircraft suddenly appeared. The girls did not know where to hide, and the explosion from a bomb buried 2 14-year-old girls. When their classmates dug them out, they found that one of them, Nina Grebenikova, was paralyzed with a broken back. Her shocked and weeping friends cleaned off the wooden stretcher and carried her on it to a Stalingrad hospital next to where the Tsaritsa Gorge opens onto the Volga. Anti-aircraft defences were a high priority, but many of the guns had not yet received shells. Most batteries were formed with young women, mainly Komsomol members who had been recruited in April, with the inescapably pointed question, "Do you want to defend your motherland?" Batteries were sited on both banks of the Volga to defend key installations, such as the power station at Beketovka just to the south, and the large factories in the northern sector of the town. There, the workers on arms production lines, such as the Stalingrad tractor factory, which had been converted to the production of T-34 tanks, received rudimentary military training. The Stalingrad Defense Committee issued decree after decree. Collective farms were ordered to hand their grain reserves over to the Red Army. Tribunals were set up to try those who failed in their patriotic duty. Failure to denounce a member of the family who deserted or failed to enlist carried a 10-year sentence. The director of a high school, ordered to take 66 of his 17-year-old pupils to enlist them at the district military commission, was put in front of a tribunal because 31 of them deserted en route. Tribunals also dealt in absentia with civilian deserters, most of them denounced by retreating refugees. Those pronounced guilty were sentenced as traitor to the party and to the Soviet state. All too often, guilt was a matter of timing. Y.S., who ran away when her village was bombed, was sentenced to 6 months' labour camp for deserting her place of work, while A.S., who refused to leave her home when the Germans were approaching, was condemned in absentia as a traitor to the motherland. A minimum of 10 years in a Gulag labour camp awaited her. For some time to come, the political department of the Stalingrad front paid special attention to the investigation of male conscripts from regions of the Ukraine liberated by the Red Army in the winter of 1941 to 1942. Those who had refused to evacuate their towns and villages were, by definition, suspect of being systematically anti-Soviet and of having collaborated with the Germans. Declarations in Moscow about freedom of religion carried little weight in the Stalingrad region. The head of the agricultural bank in one district, who sent his brother, an officer in the Red Army, some prayers, advising him to recite them before battle, was condemned for anti-party action. Civilians also had to be very careful about commenting on the speed of the German advance or the incompetence of the Russian defence. A.M., a worker in a Volga fish factory, was accused of political and moral degeneracy and counter-revolutionary propaganda because he allegedly praised the Germans and blackened the leaders of the party, the government, and the Red Army. Stalin, warned of the atmosphere of panic behind the front, resorted once again to changing commanders. Having dismissed Timoshenko on the 21st of July to replace him with General V.N. Gordov, supervised by Vasilevsky, he then decided in early August to split the front into 2 commands, with the southern part extending from the Tsaritsa in the centre of Stalingrad southwards into the Kalmyk steppe. Colonel General Andrei Yeremenko, who had not yet entirely recovered from his leg wound, on hearing of his appointment to command the southern half, argued against splitting the front through the centre of Stalingrad, but this only irritated the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Yeremenko flew down on the 4th of August in a Douglas transport aircraft and landed at the small airfield on the northwest edge of the city. Khrushchev met him with a car, and they drove to the headquarters. For Yeremenko, the lack of information about the enemy was depressing. 5 days later, Stalin reorganized the front commands again and promoted Yeremenko to command both. But Stalin, still nervous, sent Zhukov down to investigate and report back. The chief danger, as Yeremenko soon spotted, was a simultaneous attack from Paulus's 6th Army attacking across the Don from the west and Hoth's 4th Panzer Army attacking from the southwest. The whole of the lower Volga was in danger, and there was panic in Astrakhan after German bombing. The oil refineries by the estuary into the Caspian burned for a week, emitting filthy black clouds. Other raids caused chaos, for the ports were packed with refugees and the quays piled with factory machinery destined for evacuation eastwards. Now, apart from the desert, the only escape route was across the Caspian Sea. Few forces were available to oppose Hoth's forces in the semi-barren Kalmyk steppe, which Russians from the north thought of as the end of the world. Lev Lazarev, who commanded a detachment of marine infantry there, said of the area, "It's not Russia, it's Asia. It was hard to understand the reason to fight for such territory, yet we all knew that we had to stand or die there." With no soldiers available, the Soviet military authorities had turned to the navy. Brigades of sailors were transferred by rail across Siberia from the Far East Fleet. Their officers were 18-year-old cadets, originally from the Naval Academy in Leningrad, where they had fought in the early part of the siege. In August, while the sailors were en route from the Far East, the cadets received 3 weeks field training on the Kalmyk steppe. These 18-year-olds awaited the tough sailors they were to command with trepidation. But they did not disgrace themselves in battle. The casualty rate for the young lieutenants would be terrible. Out of Lazarev's class of 21 cadets, only 2 remained alive the following year. On the German side, meanwhile, a sense of unease began to grow in spite of their victories. "After the Don, we will advance to the Volga," wrote the company commander who kept a diary in the 384th Infantry Division. But he recognized the danger. Germany simply did not have enough troops to push forward along the whole front. He began to suspect that the war had developed a momentum of its own. It would not come to an end when they reached the great river that was supposed to mark their final destination. Chapter 8. The Volga is reached. On the 21st of August, 1942, infantry companies from General von Seydlitz's 51st Corps crossed the Don at dawn in inflatable assault boats. They rapidly established a bridgehead near the village of Luchinsky. More and more companies paddled furiously over the broad expanse of water. A few miles downstream, at Bertyachi, a whole battalion crossed the Don in relays in less than 70 minutes. Once bridgeheads were secured, pioneer battalions went to work building pontoon bridges to take the tanks and other vehicles of General von Wietersheim's 14th Panzer Corps. The German pioneers, intrigued by the mysterious contrasts of the quiet Don, referred to the river affectionately as the stream. A number of soldiers and officers in the Sixth Army seemed to have fallen for this stretch of Don Cossack country. Some dreamed of having a farm there once the war was won. Soon after midday, on the 22nd of August, the bridge was ready, and General Huber's 16th Panzer Division, the battering ram of the Corps, began to cross. The tanks, half-tracks, self-propelled assault guns, 8-wheeled reconnaissance vehicles, and trucks rattled deafeningly over the pontoon bridge. That night, as soon as the moon rose, Russian aircraft began their bombing runs. Vehicles were hit on both banks, and they burned brightly, illuminating the target area, but the bombs continued to miss the bridge itself. Huber's divisional headquarters received reports of skirmishes around the edges of the bridgehead. From time to time, the shrieking whoosh of Katyusha rockets from Stalin organs could be heard. The sound was unsettling, but the enemy batteries were firing blind. Behind the infantry screen, the lagered panzer troops made final checks on their vehicles or caught up on a little sleep. At 0430 hours, as the dawn rose ahead of them in the east, Count von Strachwitz's Abteilung of the 2nd Panzer Regiment, reinforced with Panzer Grenadier companies, moved forward towards the Volga. The tank crews, conscious of the historic event, found it a very exhilarating moment. The steppe between the Don and Volga, stone-hard in the summer drought, offered fast going. Tank commanders, standing in their turrets, wearing goggles against the dust, had to keep an eye out ahead for a hidden balka or gully that might not be visible to the driver. For the first dozen miles, the panzer crews sighted few enemy. The slightly rolling terrain of dry, rough grass seemed eerily empty. The sun had still not risen high in the sky when General Huber, after a flurry of radio transmissions, suddenly halted his headquarters. Engines were switched off to conserve fuel. They waited in the baking heat. Soon, The droning of a small aeroplane could be heard. A Fieseler Stork liaison aircraft appeared. It circled, then came into land alongside the armoured vehicles. The pilot climbed out and strode over. It was General von Richthofen. Richthofen, now Commander-in-Chief of the 4th Air Fleet, hardly bothered to conceal his mood of impatience with the army. "General Paulus is worried about his left flank," he had noted in his diary only 3 days before. He was also displeased when told that the Luftwaffe's main priority was to shoot up tanks. For fighter pilots, ground attack was regarded as menial and unnecessarily dangerous work. It had none of the skill of aerial combat, and ran the risk of a lucky shot from the ground when Russian infantry lay flat on their backs and fired away with their rifles. Richthofen, in shirt sleeves and with his uniform cap pushed back, exposing part of his shaved head, greeted Huber curtly. On orders from Führer headquarters, all of 4th Air Fleet's resources were to be diverted to the Stalingrad front to cripple the Russians completely. "Make use of today," he told Huber. "You'll be supported by 1,200 aircraft. Tomorrow, I can't promise you any more." In the afternoon, the Panzer crews looked up, squinting against the sunlight, to see waves of Junkers 88 and Heinkel 111 bombers, as well as squadrons of Stukas in tightly packed groups, flying towards Stalingrad. A mass of shadows passed across the steppe. On their return, the Stuka pilots sounded their sirens to greet the advancing troops. The Panzer crews waved back exultantly. In the distance, they could already see the columns of smoke rising from the city, which 6th Army headquarters, in an excess of propagandistic enthusiasm, described as Stalingrad, the city of Stalin, the starting point of the Red Revolution. For the citizens of Stalingrad, Sunday the 23rd of August was a day which will never be forgotten. The model city of which they were so proud, with its gardens along the high west bank of the Volga and the tall white apartment buildings which gave the place its modern cubist look, became an inferno. The loudspeakers in the streets attached to lampposts began to repeat, "Comrades, an air raid warning has been sounded in the city. Attention, comrades, an air raid warning." The population had heard so many false air raid warnings, broadcast in the same monotonous voice, that few took this one seriously at first. Only after anti-aircraft batteries opened fire did people begin to run for cover. Those picnicking on the Mamaev Kurgan, the huge Tartar burial mound which dominated the centre of the city, were the most exposed. Down in the long broad streets which ran parallel to the Volga, the mass of refugees from outlying districts found little protection, apart from trenches in courtyards and gardens dug by block committees for those who could not reach a cellar in time. Richthofen's aircraft began to carpet bomb in relays. "Not just industrial targets, but everything," said one student present that day. The high explosive bombs oscillated gently as they dropped in sticks from the Heinkels. Descriptions of scenes in the city make it hard to imagine anyone surviving outside a cellar. Incendiary bombs showered on the wooden houses down the southwestern edge of the city. They burned to the ground, but in the smoking ash, their spindly brick chimneys remained standing in rows like a surrealist graveyard. Closer to the banks of the great river, the shells of the tall white apartment blocks remained standing, even when hit, but most of the floors inside collapsed. Many other buildings were smashed open or set afire. Mothers cradled dead babies, and children tried to rouse mothers killed beside them. Hundreds of other families were buried alive in rubble. One German pilot, after his aircraft was hit by one of the women's anti-aircraft batteries, managed to bail out, but when his parachute opened, he drifted straight down into a blaze. Those citizens of Stalingrad who saw his end were so shocked by the onslaught around them that even the satisfaction of poetic justice was beyond them. The huge petroleum storage tanks on the Volga bank were also hit. A ball of flame rose about 1,500 feet into the sky, and over the following days the column of black smoke could be seen from over 200 miles away. Blazing oil spread across the Volga. Bombs destroyed the telephone exchange and waterworks, and the main Stalingrad hospital was straddled by a stick of bombs. Windows were blasted in and children hurled from their beds. They included Nina Grabenikova, the 14-year-old whose spine had been broken a week before by the bomb which fell near the petroleum storage tanks. The attack on the hospital so terrorized members of the staff that they ran away, abandoning their patients, some of whom were left for 5 days without food or care. One mother, caught in the open with a daughter whose legs froze in shell shock, literally had to drag her home through the bombing. No driver would attempt the journey. With virtually all the fathers away at the front or now mobilized, women were left to cope with the appalling aftermath. Viktor Goncharov's wife, helped by her 11-year-old son Nikolai, buried her father's corpse in the yard of their apartment block, which had received a direct hit. Before filling in the grave, the son remembered, we searched for his head, but could not find it. Her mother-in-law, Goncharova, the wife of the Cossack veteran, was lost in the chaos. Somehow the old woman managed to live through the battle to come, surviving for just over 5 months in a bunker. They did not find each other again until the end of the war, nearly 3 years later. The aerial assault on Stalingrad, the most concentrated on the Ostfront, represented the natural culmination of Richthofen's career since Guernica. 4th Air Fleet aircraft flew a total of 1,600 sorties that day and dropped 1,000 tons of bombs for the loss of only 3 machines. According to some estimates, there had been nearly 600,000 people in Stalingrad, and 40,000 were killed during the first week of bombardment. The reason why so many citizens and refugees still remained on the west bank of the Volga was typical of the regime. The NKVD had commandeered almost all rivercraft, while allotting a very low priority to evacuating the civil population. Then Stalin, deciding that no panic must be allowed, refused to permit the inhabitants of Stalingrad to be evacuated across the Volga. This, he thought, would force the troops, especially the locally raised militia, to defend the city more desperately. No one bothered about human beings, observed one of the boys trapped behind with their mothers. We, too, were just meat for the guns. While Richthofen's bombers pounded Stalingrad, the armoured spearhead of 16th Panzer Division had advanced virtually unopposed across the steppe for nearly 25 miles. Around Gumrak, the division recorded, enemy resistance became stronger, and anti-aircraft guns began firing wildly at our armoured vehicles from the northwest corner of Stalingrad. This resistance came from the batteries operated by young women volunteers barely out of high school. Few had fired the guns before, owing to the shortage of ammunition, and none of them had been trained to take on targets on the ground. They had switched targets from the bombers over the city on sighting the panzers, whose crews seemed to think they were on a Sunday promenade. The young gun crews furiously wound the handles, depressing the barrels to 0 elevation. The Soviet 37mm anti-aircraft guns were fairly crude copies of the Bofors, and traversed onto the leading armoured vehicles. The German panzer crews quickly overcame their initial surprise and deployed to attack some of the batteries. Stukas soon arrived to deal with others. This unequal battle was watched in anguish by Captain Sarkisyan, the commander of a Soviet heavy mortar battalion, who later related what he saw to the writer Vasily Grossman. Every time the anti-aircraft guns fell silent, Sarkisyan exclaimed, "Oh, they're finished now. They've been wiped out." But each time, after a pause, the guns started to fire again. This, declared Grossman, was the first page of the Stalingrad defense. The German spearhead pushed on for the last few miles. At about 4 in the afternoon, just as the August sunlight was softening, they reached Rynok, to the north of Stalingrad, and there the soldiers of the 16th Panzer Division gazed on the Volga, flowing past right before their eyes. They could hardly believe it. "We had started early in the morning on the Don," recalled one of Strachwitz's company commanders, "and then we were on the Volga." Somebody in the battalion produced a camera, and they took photographs of each other, standing on the backs of their vehicles, gazing through binoculars to the far shore. These were included in 6th Army Headquarters records with the caption, "The Volga is reached." The camera, turned southwards, took other souvenir pictures. One showed columns of smoke from the Luftwaffe raids and is recorded as "View from the outskirts of Stalingrad on fire." Soon after their arrival, the fighter ace, Kurt Ebener, and a companion from the Udet fighter wing wheeled over the Volga just north of Stalingrad. The pilots spotted the tanks and panzer grenadiers below, and a feeling of overwhelming joy and relief for their comrades on the ground below inspired victory rolls and other aerobatics in celebration. Like other panzer commanders, Captain Freitag Loringhofen stood on top of his tank to gaze through binoculars across the wide river. The view was excellent from the much higher western bank. "We looked at the immense step towards Asia, and I was overwhelmed," he remembered. "But I could not think about it for very long, because we had to make an attack against another anti-aircraft battery that had started firing at us." The anti-aircraft battery crews were astonishingly resilient. According to Captain Sarkisyan, the girls refused to go down into the bunkers. One of them, called Masha, is said to have stayed at her post for 4 days without being relieved, and was credited with 9 hits. Even if that figure is an exaggeration, like many at the time, the 16th Panzer Division's report casts no doubts on their bravery. "Right until the late afternoon," stated one account, "we had to fight, shot for shot, against 37 enemy anti-aircraft positions manned by tenacious fighting women until they were all destroyed." The panzer troops were horrified when they found that they had been firing at women. The Russians still find this squeamishness curiously illogical, considering that Richthofen's bombers had killed many thousands of women and children in Stalingrad that very same afternoon. German officers in Stalingrad did not suffer chivalresque illusions much longer. "It is completely wrong to describe Russian women as soldiers in skirts," wrote one of them later. "The Russian woman has long been fully prepared for combat duties and to fill any post of which a woman might be capable. Russian soldiers treat such women with great wariness." The Soviet defenders of Stalingrad were in a dangerous position, partly because General Yeremenko had concentrated most of his available forces to slow Huth's 4th Panzer Army advancing on Stalingrad from the southwest. He had never imagined that Paulus's forces would break through so suddenly and so boldly on his right. Nikita Khrushchev joined him at the underground headquarters, tunneled deep into the Tsaritsa Gorge. The threat they faced was so urgent that when 2 engineer officers arrived to report that their men had just finished building a pontoon bridge across the Volga, they were told to destroy it immediately. The 2 sappers stared at their commander-in-chief in horrified disbelief. Protests were cut short. It is not hard to imagine the panic there would have been in Stalingrad, to say nothing of the reaction in Moscow, if the Germans would have carried straight through in one swoop and seized a bridgehead on the east bank of the Volga, as Strachwitz had in fact wanted to do. Stalin was furious when he heard that German troops had reached the Volga. He forbade the mining of factories, the evacuation of machinery, or any other action which might be taken as a decision to surrender Stalingrad. The city was to be defended to the very end. The military council had posters put up all over the city proclaiming a state of siege. "We shall never surrender the city of our birth. Let us barricade every street. Let us transform each district, each block, each building into an impregnable fortress." Many men panicked, including even the secretary of the Stalingrad Komsomol Committee, who deserted his post and fled to the eastern bank without permission. Those workers not directly involved in producing weapons for immediate use were mobilized in militia special brigades under the commander of the 10th NKVD Division, Colonel Sarayev. Ammunition and rifles were distributed, but many men received a weapon only after a comrade was killed. In the northern industrial suburb of Spartakovka, badly armed worker militia battalions were sent into battle against the 16th Panzer Division, with predictable results. Students from the Technical University, digging trenches on the northern flank of the city, carried on, although already under direct fire from 16th Panzer Division. Their faculty buildings near the Stalingrad tractor plant had been destroyed by bombs dropped in the first waves. The teaching staff helped form the nucleus of a local defence destroyer battalion. One of the professors was a company commander. The battalion commissar was a young woman mechanic from the tractor plant which had been converted to build T-34s. There, volunteers jumped into the tanks even before they'd been painted. As soon as ammunition stacked in the factory had been loaded, they drove them off the production line and straight into battle. These tanks lacked gun sights and could only be aimed at almost point-blank range by the loader peering down the barrel while the gunner traversed the turret. Huber sent off his motorcycle battalion, probing the northern flank. "Yesterday we reached the railway line," a corporal wrote home next day, "and captured a train with weapons and supply vehicles which had not even been unloaded. We also took many prisoners. Among them were many soldiers in skirts, whose faces are so repulsive that one can scarcely bear to look at them. Hopefully this operation won't last much longer." The booty of American Lend-Lease material proved very popular. The officers of 16th Panzer Division especially appreciated the American jeeps, fresh in their new Russian markings, which they considered a much better vehicle than their own equivalent, the Kübelwagen. Red Army aviation regiments were also thrown into the battle on the 24th of August. But a Yak stood little chance against a Messerschmitt 109, and the Sturmovik fighter-bombers, although armoured underneath, were extremely vulnerable when tailed by a competent pilot. German soldiers cheered from below when Luftwaffe pilots dispatched their enemy mit Eleganz, as if the air war was a sort of bullfight conducted for the pleasure of spectators on the ground. German bombing raids on the city continued, with another major air attack on the afternoon of the 25th of August. The power station at Beketovka was badly damaged, but soon repaired. Otherwise, Luftwaffe squadrons continued pulverizing the length of the city. Many people lost all their possessions, but families spontaneously shared whatever they had left. They knew well that the next day they might find themselves in the same state, and nothing reduced the notion of private property more rapidly than such destruction from the sky. Permission was at last given to allow Stalingrad women and children to cross to the East Bank on the NKVD's commandeered craft. Only a few steamers were spared, however, because most were needed for evacuating wounded and bringing back ammunition and reinforcements. The journey was certainly as hazardous as remaining on the West Bank, because the Luftwaffe continued to attack boats crossing the Volga. The ferry jetty, upstream of the Tsaritsa Gorge, was hit again, and the Shanghai restaurant just above it, a favourite peacetime meeting place in a strip of park on top of the river bank, was burned to a shell. The families crossing saw blackened bodies floating past like charred logs, and patches of the river still burned with oil from the storage tanks. The children from the hospital, including Nina Grebenikova tied to a stretcher, were moved across the Volga on the 28th of August and taken to a field hospital on the east bank. The guns of 16th Panzer Division had also been at work since that first Sunday evening, announcing their presence on the Volga by sinking a freight steamer and shelling a gunboat. They also shelled the railway ferry, leaving a tangle of burnt and destroyed carriages, and over the next few days sank 7 rivercraft. The tank crews claimed them as gunboats, and did not seem to realize that they might be evacuating civilians. On their third evening, German panzers sank a paddle steamer taking women and children from the city to the east bank. Hearing screams and cries for help, soldiers asked their commander if they could use some of the pioneers' inflatable boats to rescue them. But the lieutenant refused. "We know how the enemy fights this war," he replied. After night had fallen, the panzer crews pulled their blankets up over their heads so that they did not hear the cries any more. Some women managed to swim to the west bank, but most swam to a sandbank where they stayed the whole of the next day. The Germans did not fire when they were evacuated the next night, as proof that they were different from the Russians. We wouldn't hinder such a thing. Behind the foremost German positions on the Volga bank was a sort of semi-cultivated parkland, with oaks, walnut trees, sweet chestnut, and oleanders, bordered by allotments with melons, tomatoes, vines, and fruit trees. There the advance units of 16th Panzer Division dug in, using the vegetation for cover. The Pioneer Battalion's headquarters was hidden under a large pear tree. During lulls in the firing, panzer crews and combat engineers picked ripe fruit, using caps and helmets as baskets. After the weeks of desiccated steppe, to gaze upon the broad Volga like a calm lake from leafy shade somehow intensified the sensation of having reached the end of their journey to the frontier of Europe. It seemed such a pity that the Russians continued to resist. Soldiers, at the very first opportunity, wrote home from the Volga, proud to be among the first to stand at the new eastern extremity of the German Reich. A few who had served in the Balkan campaign the year before found that their first glimpse of white apartment buildings on the high western bank had reminded them of Athens. This curiously inapposite connection led some of them to refer to Stalingrad as the Acropolis. Units of 6th Army, still waiting to cross the Don, were jealous of the glory seized by the vanguard. An anti-aircraft gunner wrote home, "Soon, we too will have the right to sing, 'There stands a soldier on the Volga bank.'" An artilleryman also wrote home about the Volga Lied, for which Franz Lehar wrote the music. "The song will really be true in our case." Many were convinced that victory could not be far off. "You can't imagine the speed of our dear motorized comrades," a soldier in the 389th Infantry Division wrote home. "And with it, the rolling attacks of our Luftwaffe. What a feeling of security we get when our pilots are above us, because you never see any Russian aircraft. I would like to share with you a little glimmer of hope. Our division will have fulfilled its duty as soon as Stalingrad falls. We should then, God willing, see each other again this year. If Stalingrad falls, the Russian army in the south is destroyed." The position of Huber's division, however, was far from secure. The threat to the Volga river traffic, to say nothing of furious telephone calls from the Kremlin, increased the urgency for Yeremenko to order counterattacks from the northern flank to crush the Germans' narrow corridor. Russian artillery could fire into this strip, little more than 4 miles wide, from both sides, and the Germans were in no position to respond. Not only Huber's 16th Panzer Division, but the rest of Wittersheim's corps was also out of fuel. On the 25th of August, Richthofen flew to join Paulus and General von Seydlitz at the headquarters of 76th Infantry Division. Paulus's nervous tic on the left side of his pace became more pronounced when he was under strain, and he also suffered from recurrent dysentery, what the Germans called the Russian sickness, which did not help him relax. The intolerant Richthofen noted that the commander-in-chief of the 6th Army was very nervous about the situation. That night, the Luftwaffe dropped supplies to Wittersheim's 14th Panzer Corps by parachute, but most fell into no man's land or into enemy hands. The following morning, German air reconnaissance reported Soviet armoured forces gathering to the north. Richthofen, like Hitler, subscribed to the view that a rapid victory at Stalingrad would solve all the problems of an extended left flank at a stroke by bringing about the final collapse of the Red Army. To weaken now was the biggest danger, like teetering on a tightrope. Paulus was perfectly aware of such logic. He persevered, keeping his faith in Hitler's judgment that the Russian forces must be all but finished. When General von Wittersheim subsequently recommended the partial withdrawal of 14th Panzer Corps, Paulus dismissed him and promoted General Huber to take his place. Much depended on the rapid advance of the 4th Panzer Army from the south, but Hitler had obliged Hoth to leave a Panzer Corps behind in the Caucasus. He was thus reduced to 48th Panzer Corps and 4th Corps. Also, as General Strecker observed at this time, the closer the German attack gets to the city, the smaller are the daily gains. An even fiercer defence was being prepared behind the lines. The Stalingrad Defence Committee issued its orders. "We will not abandon our city to the Germans. All of you, organize brigades, go to build barricades. Barricade every street, quickly, in such a way so that the soldiers defending Stalingrad will destroy the enemy without mercy." On the 27th of August, the first rain for 5 weeks fell. But the real cause for delay to Hoth's right flank had come from the resistance put up by Soviet troops around Lake Sapa and near Tundatovo in the hills south of the Volga Bend below Stalingrad. That day, for example, the Penal Company, attached to the 91st Rifle Division, repulsed numerous attacks by superior enemy forces. The political department of Stalingrad Front later reported to Shabakov, "Many men have compensated for their faults through bravery and should be rehabilitated and returned to their regiments." But once again, most of them died long before anything was done. The advance went better 2 days later, when Hoth suddenly switched 48th Panzer Corps over to the left flank out in the Kalmyk steppe. The German army's chief advantage lay in the close cooperation of the Panzer Division and the Luftwaffe. In the constantly changing battle, German infantrymen used the red flag with swastika as identification panels on the ground to ensure that they were not bombed by their own aircraft. But the real danger of Stukas attacking their own ground forces by mistake came in fast-moving armoured operations. Lieutenant Max Plakolb, the commander of a small Luftwaffe forward air control section, was attached to the headquarters of 24th Panzer Division. At this time, when 14th and 24th Panzer Divisions and 29th Motorized Infantry Division were starting to swing round the southwest of Stalingrad, Plakolb settled himself at the radio. The point units of 24th Panzer Division had advanced much faster than the neighbouring division, and Plakolb suddenly overheard on his radio a contact report. "Concentration of enemy vehicles." The pilot then proceeded to give 24th Panzer Division's position. With the greatest alarm, since the Stukas were approaching, Plakolb called up the squadron himself using the code word Bonzo and persuaded them to abort their attack just in time. So rapid was the advance of 48th Panzer Corps from the south that by the evening of the 31st of August its point units had reached the Stalingrad-Morozovsk railway line. Suddenly, it looked as if an opportunity of cutting off the remnants of the Soviet 62nd and 64th armies had appeared. Paulus's infantry divisions, slowly advancing eastwards from the Don, could never have got round the Russian rear. The only chance was to send 14th Panzer Corps down from the Rhinock corridor to seal the trap, as Army Group Headquarters strongly urged. This represented a considerable gamble, and Paulus decided against the plan. Huber would have had to turn his ill-supplied panzers round, break off the running battles, and ignore the enemy armies then massing just to the north. Yeremenko, alerted to the danger, pulled his remaining forces back out of the trap. In some cases, the retreat was dictated by panic rather than design. In 64th Army, the crews of anti-aircraft battery 748 ran away, abandoning their guns. This incident rapidly became a case of conspiracy in the ever-suspicious eyes of commissars, with the allegation that a member of the battery then led a battalion of German submachine gunners in an attack against the neighbouring 204th Rifle Division. On Paulus's northern flank, 14th Panzer Corps had hardly been idle. The Russians continually mounted diversionary attacks on both sides of the corridor. General Huber's responses to these ill-coordinated lunges were sharp and successful. He moved his headquarters on the 28th of August into a tapering ravine which offered better protection against the nightly air attacks. He ensured himself an undisturbed night's rest by sleeping in a straw-lined pit under his tank. Russian bombers began to attack by day as well as night, flying in low over the Volga. Black puffs from the German flak guns marked their approach in the morning sky. On one occasion, a German fighter roared in at ground level above Huber's ravine before climbing to attack the bombers in the clear sky. For those watching from the headquarters, this fighter seems to have offered the magical vision of an aerial Teutonic knight in shining armour. "This silver streak," wrote one of those present in his diary, with revealing emotion, "veered to the east over the river into enemy territory, a crystal, a harbinger of the dawn." On the 28th of August, Russian fighters also attempted to attack the new Luftwaffe base near Kalach, but a Messerschmitt 109 fighter group chased them off. Proud of their victory, the sun-tanned young fighter pilots assembled for debriefing. But their austere commander, who was known as the Prince because of his resemblance to a medieval statue in a cathedral, did not congratulate them. Instead, he passed on the order which had so irritated Richthofen. "Gentlemen, flying for fun and seeing who can shoot down the most enemy machines must stop. Every machine, every drop of fuel, every hour's flying is irreplaceable. The easy ground life we are leading is completely irresponsible. In the air it is even more so. Every shot must go to assist the infantry, if there is no target in the air." Resentful murmurs greeted his words. As is often the case at the end of August, the weather changed suddenly. On Saturday, the 29th of August, rain fell for almost a whole day and night. Soldiers were soaked and trenches filled with water. "This shitty Russia" was a common reaction in letters home at this time. They seemed so close to what they thought was their final objective after an advance of almost 4 months without respite. The 16th Panzer Division at Rheinok, on the bank of the Volga, no longer enjoyed its earlier mood of heady optimism. The allotments and orchards in which they had concealed their vehicles had been smashed by Soviet artillery fire, leaving shell craters and trees shattered by shrapnel. They were all concerned by the growing concentrations to the north. Huber would have come under strong pressure earlier if the Russian railhead at Frolovo had been closer to the front, and the Soviet infantry could have deployed more quickly. The 24th Army joined the 66th Army and the 1st Guards Army, preparing for a counterattack. Once formations had detrained, they marched off in different directions. But in the chaos, nobody seemed to know where they were. The 221st Rifle Division did not even know for sure to which army it belonged, and its commander had no information on the positions or strength of the enemy. On the 1st of September, he ordered the reconnaissance company to go off in groups of 10 to find out where the Germans were. With soldiers mounted on local horses, they moved southward across the Stalingrad-Saratov railway line. The division followed in a mass. Suddenly, German aircraft returning from a raid on the city sighted the advancing force. Some twin-engine Messerschmitt 110s peeled off to strafe them, while the other aircraft returned to base to bomb up again. They came back at around midday, but by then the division had deployed, and the tempting target was dispersed. The reconnaissance groups returned, having sighted some German units, but they were unable to draw a front line for their commander. It simply did not exist in a recognizable form. The Russian commanders were worried and angry. Although their infantry greatly outnumbered the Germans facing them, none of their tanks, no artillery, and few of their anti-tank guns had arrived. The situation proved even more disastrous for 64th Rifle Division, which was assembling to the rear. Morale collapsed under German air attacks, which also destroyed its field hospital, killing many doctors and nurses. The wounded, being taken to the rear, recounted tales of horror which unnerved the inexperienced troops waiting in reserve to be marched forward. Individuals, then whole groups, began to desert. The divisional commander ordered the most fragile units to form up. He harangued and cursed them for such a cowardly failure to serve the motherland. He then adopted the Roman punishment of decimation. With a pistol drawn, he walked along the front rank, counting in a loud voice. He shot every 10th man through the face at point-blank range until his magazine was empty. Zhukov, having just been appointed Deputy Supreme Commander, second only to Stalin, had arrived in Stalingrad on the 29th of August to oversee operations. He soon discovered that the three armies earmarked for the operations were ill-armed, manned by older reservists, and short of ammunition as well as artillery. On the scrambler line to Moscow, he persuaded Stalin that the attack must be delayed by a week. Stalin agreed, but the German advance to the western edge of the city, now that Seydlitz's corps had linked up with 4th Panzer Army, alarmed him again on the 3rd of September. He rang General Vasilevsky, the Chief of Staff, demanding to know the exact position. As soon as Vasilevsky admitted that German tanks had reached the suburbs, his exasperation with Zhukov and other generals exploded. "What's the matter with them? Don't they understand that if we surrender Stalingrad, the south of the country will be cut off from the centre and will probably not be able to defend it? Don't they realize that this is not only a catastrophe for Stalingrad? We would lose our main waterway, and soon our oil too. We are putting everything that can fight into the places under threat," Vasilevsky replied, as calmly as possible. "I think there's still a chance that we won't lose the city." A short time later, Stalin rang back, then dictated a signal to be sent to Zhukov. He ordered that the attack must take place immediately, whether or not all the divisions were deployed or had received their artillery. "Delay at this moment," he insisted, "is equivalent to a crime." Stalingrad might fall the very next day. After a long and argumentative telephone call, Zhukov finally persuaded him to wait 2 more days. Whether or not Stalin had been right and Zhukov wrong is hard to tell. Paulus had time to reinforce 14th Panzer Corps, and the Luftwaffe took full advantage of its power against targets on the open steppe. The 1st Guards Army managed an advance of only a few miles, while 24th Army was forced right back to its start line. But at least this unsuccessful offensive managed to deflect Paulus's reserves at the most critical moment, when the tattered remnants of 62nd and 64th Armies fell back to the edge of the city. The Germans also suffered one of their heaviest casualty rates that summer. No fewer than 6 battalion commanders were killed in a single day, and a number of companies were reduced to only 40 or 50 men each. Total casualties on the Ostfront had now just exceeded 1.5 million. The interrogation of Soviet prisoners indicated the determination which they faced. Out of 1 company, ran a report, only 5 men were left alive. They have received orders that Stalingrad will never be given up. Red Army soldiers felt that they had fought hard and well during the first 10 days of the battle. "Hello, my dear ones," wrote a soldier to his family. "Since the 23rd of August, we have been constantly involved in hard battles with a cruel, cunning enemy. The platoon commander and commissar were badly wounded. I had to take over command. About 70 tanks came towards us. We discussed the situation between comrades and decided to fight to the last drop of blood. When the tanks rolled over the trenches, we threw grenades and bottles filled with petrol. In a very short space of time, most Russian soldiers became fiercely proud of fighting at Stalingrad. They knew that the thoughts of the whole country were with them. They had few illusions, however, about the desperate fighting which still lay ahead. Stalingrad at this moment had fewer than 40,000 defenders to hold off the Sixth Army and the Fourth Panzer Army. No commander forgot that the Volga was the last line of defence before the Urals. The Germans were full of confidence during that first week of September. The fighting had been hard, a soldier wrote home, but Stalingrad will fall in the next few days. According to what our officers tell us, wrote a gunner in the 305th Infantry Division, Stalingrad will certainly fall. And the sense of triumph at Sixth Army headquarters was undisguised when, on the 3rd of September, a staff officer recorded the link-up between the southern flank of the 51st Army Corps and the left flank of 4th Panzer Army. The ring round Stalingrad on the west bank of the Volga is closed. From the crossing of the Don on the 23rd of August up to the 8th of September, the Sixth Army claimed to have taken 26,500 prisoners and destroyed 350 guns and 830 tanks. Paulus received a letter from Colonel Wilhelm Adam, one of his staff officers who was on sick leave in Germany and bitterly regretted his absence at such a historic moment. "Here, everyone is awaiting the fall of Stalingrad," he wrote to his commander-in-chief. "One hopes it will be a turning point in the war." Yet, on the edge of Stalingrad, the nights suddenly became colder, to the point of finding frost on the ground in the morning and a skim of ice in the canvas buckets for the horses. The Russian winter would soon be upon them again. Only a very few, however, foresaw the worst obstacle facing the Sixth Army. Richthofen's massive bombing raids had not only failed to destroy the enemy's will, their very force of destruction had turned the city into a perfect killing ground for the Russians to use against them. Part 3. The Fateful City. Chapter 9. Time is Blood. The September Battles. The first time the German people heard of the city of Stalingrad as a military objective was in a communiqué of the 20th of August. Just over 2 weeks later, Hitler, who had never wanted his troops to become involved in street fighting in Moscow or Leningrad, became determined to seize this city at any price. Events on the Caucasus front, supposedly his main priority, played a major part in his new obsession with Stalingrad. On the 7th of September, a day when Halder noted satisfying progress at Stalingrad, Hitler's exasperation at the failure to advance in the Caucasus came to a head. He refused to accept that Field Marshal List did not have enough troops for the task. General Alfred Jodl, having just returned from a visit to List's headquarters, observed at dinner that List had only followed the Führer's orders. "That is a lie," screamed Hitler, and stormed out. As if to prove that he had been misquoted, instructions were sent back to Germany by teleprinter, ordering Reichstag stenographers to be sent to Vinitsa to take down every word at the daily situation conference. After the triumphs in Poland, Scandinavia, and France, Hitler was often ready to despise mundane requirements, such as fuel supplies and manpower shortages, as if he were above the normal material constraints of war. His explosion on this occasion appears to have brought him to a sort of psychological frontier. General Warlimont, who returned after a week's absence, was so shocked by Hitler's long stare of burning hate, that he thought, "This man has lost face. He has realized that his fatal gamble is over, that Soviet Russia is not going to be beaten in this second attempt." Nikolaus von Below, the Führer's Luftwaffe adjutant, also returned to find a completely new situation. The whole of Hitler's entourage made a uniformly depressing impression. Hitler suddenly was completely withdrawn. Hitler probably did sense the truth. He had, after all, told his generals that a failure to take the Caucasus would mean having to end the war. But he still could not accept it. The Volga was cut, and Stalingrad's war industries as good as destroyed, both of the objectives defined in Operation Blue, yet he now had to capture the city which bore Stalin's name, as though this in itself would achieve the subjugation of the enemy by other means. The dangerous dreamer had turned to symbolic victory for compensation. One or two spectacular successes remained to sustain the illusion that Stalingrad would be the crucible in which to prove the superiority of German might. In continued fighting on the North Front, Count von Strachwitz, the star commander of 16th Panzer Division, had shown that in a prolonged tank battle, success depended on a cool head, straight aim, and rapidity of fire. The Russians sent in wave after wave of T-34s and Lend-Lease American tanks. The American vehicles, with their higher profile and thinner protection, proved easy to knock out. Their Soviet crews did not like them. "The tanks are no good," a driver told his captors. "The valves go to pieces, the engine overheats, and the transmission is no use." "The Russians attacked over a hill," recalled Freytag-Loringhoven, "and we were on the reverse slope. Over 2 days they kept coming in exactly the same way, exposing themselves on the skyline." More than 100 were destroyed. "As far as the eye could see," a pioneer corporal wrote home, "there were countless shot-up and burned-out tanks." The 49-year-old Strachwitz received the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross and was posted back to Germany soon afterwards on account of his age. He handed over command to Freytag-Loringhoven. The Russian attacks at this point may have been appallingly wasteful and incompetent, but there could be no doubt about the determination to defend Stalingrad at any cost. It was a resolve which more than matched the determination of the invader. "The hour of courage has struck on the clock," ran Anna Akhmatova's poem at that moment when the very existence of Russia appeared to be in mortal danger. Since the fall of Rostov, any means of arousing resistance had become permissible. A picture in Stalinskoye Znamya, the Stalingrad front newspaper, on the 8th of September, showed a frightened girl with her limbs bound. "What if your beloved girl is tied up like this by fascists?" said the caption. "First, they'll rape her insolently, then throw her under a tank. Advance, warrior. Shoot the enemy. Your duty is to prevent the violator from raping your girl." Such propaganda, almost a repeat of the theme in Konstantin Simonov's poem Kill Him, was undoubtedly crude. Yet its symbolism closely reflected the mood of the time. Alexei Surkov's poem I Hate was equally ferocious. The German violation of the motherland could only be wiped out with bloody revenge. On the 9th of September, an advance unit from the 4th Panzer Army came across copies of Red Star with Ilya Ehrenberg's appeal to Soviet soldiers, which ended, "Do not count days, do not count miles. Count only the number of Germans you have killed. Kill the German. This is your mother's prayer. Kill the German. This is the cry of your Russian earth. Do not waver. Do not let up. Kill." For Yeremenko and Khrushchev, the main decision at this moment of crisis was to choose a successor to the commander of the 62nd Army, who clearly did not believe that Stalingrad could be held. On the 10th of September, 62nd Army fought a retreat right back into the city. It was cut off from the 64th Army to the south when the 29th Motorized Infantry Division broke through to the Volga at Kuporosnoye at the southern tip of Stalingrad. On the 11th of September, Yeremenko's headquarters in the Tsaritsa Gorge had come under heavy fire. Konstantin Simonov arrived at this moment. he was struck by the sad smell of burnt iron as he crossed the Volga to the still smouldering city. In the airless bunker, Khrushchev, who was gloomy and replied monosyllabically, took out a packet of cigarettes and tried lighting one match after another, but the flame died at once because the ventilation in the tunnel was so bad. Simonov and his companion went to sleep on their overcoats in a corner of the tunnel system close to the Tsaritsa entrance. When they awoke next morning, the place was deserted. There were no staff officers, no typewriters, nobody. Eventually, they found a signalman rolling up the last of the wire. They discovered that front headquarters had been evacuated across the Volga. The constant cutting of landlines during the bombardment had forced Yeremenko and Khrushchev to seek Stalin's permission to withdraw their command post to the other side of the river. The only major headquarters left on the West Bank was that of the 62nd Army. The following morning, General Chuikov received a summons to the new headquarters at Yami of the Joint Military Council for the Stalingrad and southwestern fronts. It took him all day and most of the night to cross the Volga and find the spot. The glow from the blazing buildings in Stalingrad was so strong that even on the east bank of the broad Volga there was no need to switch on the headlights of his land-lease jeep. When Chuikov finally saw Khrushchev and Yeremenko the next morning, they stated the situation. The Germans were prepared to take the city at any price. There could be no surrender. There was nowhere to retreat to. Chuikov had been proposed as the new army commander in Stalingrad. "Comrade Chuikov," said Khrushchev, "how do you interpret your task?" "We will defend the city or die in the attempt," he replied. Yeremenko and Khrushchev looked at him and said that he had understood his task correctly. That evening, Chuikov crossed by a ferryboat from Krasnaya Sloboda, along with 2 T-34 tanks, to the central landing stage just above the Tsaritsa Gorge. As the craft approached the bank, hundreds of people, mainly civilians hoping to escape, emerged silently from shell craters. Others prepared to carry the wounded on board. Chuikov and his companions set off to find his headquarters. After many false directions, the commissar of a sapper unit took them to the Mamayev Kurgan, the huge Tatar burial mound, also known as Hill 102, from its height in meters. There, Chuikov found 62nd Army headquarters and met his chief of staff, General Nikolai Ivanovich Krylov. The harsh and blunt Chuikov was very different from Krylov, a precise man with an analytical mind. Yet the two understood each other and the situation. There was only one way to hold on. They had to pay in lives. "Time is blood," as Chuikov put it later, with brutal simplicity. Supported by Krylov and Kuzma Akimovich Gurov, the sinister-looking army commissar with a shaven head and thick eyebrows, Chuikov began to instill terror into any commander who even contemplated the idea of retreat. Some senior officers had started to slip back over the river, abandoning their men, most of whom, as Chuikov realized, also wanted to get across the Volga as quickly as possible, away from this hell. He made sure that NKVD troops controlled every landing stage and jetty. Deserters, whatever their rank, faced summary execution. There were many other alarming reports about the reliability of troops. Earlier that day, in 6th Guards Tank Brigade, a senior sergeant killed his company commander, then threatened the driver and radio operator with his pistol. As soon as they were out of the tank, he drove it off towards the lines of the German 76th Infantry Division. Because the sergeant had a white flag ready to stick out of the turret, the investigators concluded that this experienced traitor had planned all the details of his disgusting plot in advance. The two soldiers, forced out of the tank at gunpoint, were deemed to have displayed cowardice. Both faced the military tribunal later, and were probably shot. At that stage, 62nd Army was reduced to some 20,000 men. It had fewer than 60 tanks left. Many were only good for immobile fire points. Chuikov, however, had over 700 mortars and guns, and he wanted all the heavier artillery to be withdrawn to the east bank. His main preoccupation was to reduce the effect of the Luftwaffe's overwhelming air superiority. He had already noticed the reluctance of German troops to engage in close water combat, especially in the hours of darkness. To wear them down, every German must be made to feel that he was living under the muzzle of a Russian gun. His most immediate concern was to control a mixture of troops he did not know, in positions he had not reconnoitred, just when the Germans were about to launch their first major attack. Chuikov described the improvised defences he found as little more than barricades, which could be pushed over with the front of a truck. 6th Army headquarters, on the other hand, exaggerated in the other direction, with reports of strong positions with deep bunkers and concrete emplacements. The real obstacle to the attackers, as they soon found, lay in the ruined cityscape. That same day, the 12th of September, Paulus was at Hitler's Wehrwolf headquarters at Benitza with General Halder and General von Weichs, the commander-in-chief of Army Group B. Accounts of the discussions vary. Paulus claims to have raised the question of the extended left flank along the Don all the way back to Voronezh, and the lack of corset stiffening for the Italian, Hungarian and Romanian armies. According to Paulus, Hitler's plans were based on the assumption that the Russians were at the end of their resources, and that the Don flank would be strengthened with more Allied formations. Hitler, who was interested only in Stalingrad, wanted to know how soon it would fall. Paulus presumably repeated the estimate he had given to Halder the day before: 10 days of fighting, then 14 days of regrouping. The first phase of the German onslaught began the next morning at 4:45 a.m. German time, 6:45 a.m. Russian time. Hitler still insisted on the Wehrmacht in Russia operating on the same time as his Wolfschanze headquarters in East Prussia. On the left flank of 51st Army Corps, the 295th Infantry Division headed for the Mamayev Kurgan, and on the right, the 76th and 71st Infantry Divisions attacked towards the main railway station and the central landing stage on the Volga. The officers of the 295th had fired their men with the idea that they would make it to the Volga in one rush. The artillery and air assault on Soviet positions during the previous day had been intense. "A mass of Stukas came over us," wrote a corporal in the 389th Infantry Division, "and after their attack, one could not believe that even a mouse was left alive." The bombardment continued right through the 13th of September as well. From his command post on the Mamayev Kurgan, Chuikov watched it through periscope binoculars. A pall of dust from fragmented masonry turned the sky a pale brown. The ground vibrated continually from the explosions. Inside the bunker, fine soil, as if from an hourglass, trickled down between the logs which formed the low ceiling. Staff officers and signallers were coated in it. The shells and bombs also cut the field telephone cables. Linesmen sent out to discover a fault and make repairs stood little chance in the open. So frequent were the breaks that even the young women telephonists had to venture out. Chuikov managed to get through to Yeremenko on the rear link only once during the course of the day, and by the late afternoon he had completely lost contact with his divisions on the West Bank. He was forced to resort to runners, whose life expectancy crossing the shell-torn city was even shorter than that of linesmen. Although the Germans made progress into the western edge of the city, capturing the small airfield and barracks, their attempts to batter in the northern bulge proved unsuccessful. The fighting was much harder than expected. Many privately realized that they might well be spending the winter in Stalingrad. Chuikov decided to move during that night to the former headquarters tunnel, which ran in from the Tsaritsa Gorge and had a rear exit up into Pushinskaya Ulitsa, a street close to the Volga bank. The line of the Tsaritsa Gorge had also been the obvious choice for Paulus and Hoth as the boundary between their two armies, while Seydlitz's divisions to the north pushed towards the Mamaev Kurgan and the main railway station. Hoth's 14th and 24th Panzer Divisions and the 94th Infantry Division to the south advanced ready to strike towards the rectangular concrete grain elevator which dominated the Stalingrad skyline. News of the 71st Infantry Division's advance into the centre of Stalingrad, just north of the Tsaritsa, was greeted with fierce exultation at Führer headquarters. The same information reached the Kremlin that evening. Stalin was discussing the possibility of a great strategic counterstroke at Stalingrad with Zhukov and Vasilevsky, when Poskribyshev, the chief of his secretariat, entered to say that Yeremenko was on the telephone. After speaking with him, Stalin told the two generals the news. Yeremenko says the enemy is bringing up tank forces near the city. He expects an attack tomorrow. He turned to Vasilevsky. Issue orders immediately for Rodimtsev's 13 Guards Division to cross the Volga and see what else you can send over. An hour later, Zhukov was on an aeroplane back to Stalingrad. In the early hours of the 14th of September, Chuikov and his staff made their way southwards through the destroyed city to the Tsaritsa bunker in 2 vehicles. The rubble-strewn streets were only just passable, and their short journey was frequently delayed. Chuikov was impatient because he had ordered a counterattack and needed to be ready in the new headquarters. His troops surprised the Germans in several places, but they were smashed back at sunrise as soon as the Luftwaffe Stuka squadrons became operational. The only encouraging news he received that morning was that the 13th Guards Rifle Division would cross the river that night. But the enemy advances that day were so strong and rapid that many began to doubt whether Rodimtsev's troops would manage to land on the West Bank. The German 295th Infantry Division fought its way to the far slope of the Mamaev Kurgan, but the most immediate threat to Stalingrad survival came just to their south. Both divisions, 71st and 76th, managed to advance, went 6th Army's over-optimistic report, with an attacking wedge to the central station at midday, and at 3:15 p.m., with the waterworks captured, they reached the bank of the Volga. The main station, in fact, changed hands 3 times in 2 hours in the morning, and was retaken by an NKVD rifle battalion in the afternoon. General Alexander Rodimtsev's uniform was filthy by the time he reached Chuikov's headquarters early that afternoon. Ever since he had set foot on the west bank of the Volga, the constant air attacks had forced him to dive into craters for shelter. Humorous, yet with the intense air of a passionate student, Rodimtsev looked more like a Moscow intellectual than a Red Army general and hero of the Soviet Union. The prematurely grey hair, cut short at the sides and standing high on top, made his head appear elongated. The 37-year-old Rodimtsev belonged to that tiny minority of people who could be genuinely said to scorn danger. In the Spanish Civil War, serving under the cover name Pablito, he had been a key Soviet advisor at the Battle of Guadalajara in 1937, when the Spanish Republicans put Mussolini's expeditionary corps to flight. He was a hero to his troops, who claimed that their greatest fear, if wounded, was of a transfer to another formation when past fit for duty. Chuikov left Rodimtsev in no doubt about the danger of the position. He had just deployed his very last reserve, the 19 tanks left from an armoured brigade. He advised Rodimtsev to leave all heavy equipment behind. His men needed just personal weapons, machine guns and anti-tank rifles, and as many grenades as they could carry. Chuikov summoned Colonel A. Sarayev, the commander of the 10th NKVD Rifle Division, and also the garrison commander of Stalingrad. Sarayev, who had been in Stalingrad since July with 5 regiments of NKVD troops, just over 7,500 men, had greatly increased his empire. He had created a private army over 15,000 strong on both banks of the Volga. He also controlled the crossings and river traffic. Chuikov, who had little to lose at such a moment, threatened to ring front headquarters at once if Sarajevo did not accept his orders. Although Beria had threatened to break the back of a commander in the Caucasus for even suggesting that NKVD troops should go under army command, Sarajevo realized that in this case he would be wiser to obey. The wind from the Kremlin was starting to swing in the army's favour. The militia battalions under his command were ordered to occupy key buildings and hold them to the last. A regular NKVD battalion was sent up onto the Mamayev Kurgan, while 2 rifle regiments were ordered to block the enemy's advance to the river. Rodimtsev's guardsmen must be allowed to land. The NKVD troops fought bravely, suffering heavy casualties, and the division later received the Order of Lenin and the title Stalingradsky. Sarajevo stayed in his post during the fighting, but soon lost his fiefdom. His successor as commander of NKVD forces, Major General Rogatin, took over in the second week of October, with a new headquarters established on the East Bank. Another unpleasant encounter took place that evening. Across the Volga, Stalin's civilian delegates, Georgy Malenkov, had summoned the senior officers of the 8th Air Army to front headquarters. They thought, as they came in, that they must have been called there to receive medals. Yeremenko and Zhukov stood in the background. Malenkov, who on the first day of the war had disbelieved Admiral Kuznetsov's report of the German air raid on Sevastopol, now turned his displeasure on the officers of Red Army aviation. He demanded to know which units had been in action on which days, and then accused them of insufficient activity. He dictated court-martial sentences for the commanders. To make the point of his power, he called forward one officer, a short major with dark, brush-back hair and a face which was rather puffy from self-indulgence. "Major Stalin," he said to the son of Joseph Vissarionovich, "the combat performance of your flyers is revolting. In the last battle, not one of your 24 fighters shot down a single German. What is it? Did you forget how to fight? How are we to understand this?" Malenkov then humiliated General Kryukin, the commander of the 8th Air Army. Only the intervention of Zhukov brought the proceedings to a close. He reminded them that Rodimtsev's division was about to cross the Volga. The fighter regiment responsible for covering them had better make sure that not a single German bomb was allowed to fall. The aviation officers filed out, too shaken to speak. The Stavka had ordered the 13th Guards Rifle Division forward to Stalingrad 3 days before. Although over 10,000 men strong, a tenth of them had no weapons. The division was dispersed away from the site of German air reconnaissance under the elms, Ukrainian poplars and willows of the East Bank around Krasnaya Sloboda. They were given little time to prepare after the journey south from Kamyshin. Rodimtsev, knowing the urgency, had harried his commanders all the way. Truck radiators had boiled over, the pack camels had been nervous, and the dust raised by vehicles had been so thick that the kites perched on the telegraph poles became grey. On several occasions the troops had scattered when yellow-nosed Messerschmitts screamed in at low level to strafe their columns. As they had approached the Volga, the parched, dusty steppe ended, with maple trees announcing the nearness of water. An arrowed sign nailed to a tree bore the single word, "Ferry." Soldiers caught sight of the heavy black smoke ahead and nudged their neighbours in the ranks. It had been the first indication of the battle which awaited them on the far side of the great river. On the river bank, they were rapidly issued with ammunition, grenades, and rations, bread, sausage, and also sugar for their brew-ups. Rodimtsev, after his meeting with Chuikov, decided not to wait until darkness had completely fallen. The first wave of guardsmen were rushed forward in the twilight to a mixture of gunboats from the Volga flotilla and commandeered civilian craft, tugs, pinnaces, barges, fishing barks, even rowing boats. Those left to wait their turn on the eastern bank tried to calculate how long it would be before the boats returned for them. The crossing was probably most eerie for those in the rowing boats, as the water gently slapped the bow and the rowlocks creaked in unison. The distant crack of rifle shots and the thump of shell bursts sounded hollow over the expanse of river. Then German artillery, mortars, and any machine guns close enough to the bank switched their aim. Columns of water were thrown up in midstream, drenching the occupants of the boats. The silver bellies of stunned fish soon glistened on the surface. One gunboat of the Volga flotilla received a direct hit, and 20 members of a detachment on board were killed. Some men stared at the water around them to avoid the sight of the far bank, rather like a climber refusing to look down. Others, however, kept glancing ahead to the blazing buildings on the western shore, their steel-helmeted heads instinctively withdrawn into the shoulders. They were being sent into an image of hell. As darkness intensified, the huge flames silhouetted the shells of tall buildings on the bank high above them and cast grotesque shadows. Sparks flew up in the night air. The river bank ahead was a jumble of burned machines and wrecked barges cast ashore. As they approached the shore, they caught the smell of charred buildings and the sickly stench from decaying corpses under the rubble. The first wave of Rodimtsev's guardsmen did not fix bayonets. They leapt over the sides of boats into the shallow water of the river's edge and charged straight up the steep, sandy bank. In one place, the Germans were little more than 100 yards away. Nobody needed to tell the guardsmen that the longer they tarried, the more likely they were to die. Fortunately for them, the Germans had not had time to dig in or prepare positions. A battalion of the 42nd Guards Regiment on the left joined the NKVD troops and pushed the Germans back around the main station. The 39th Guards Regiment on the right charged towards a large red brick mill, kept bullet-riddled to this day as a memorial, which they cleared in pitiless close-quarter combat. When the second wave arrived, the reinforced regiment pushed forward to the rail track which ran past the base of the Mamaev Kurgan. The 13th Guards Rifle Division suffered 30% casualties in the first 24 hours, but the river bank had been saved. The few survivors, only 320 men out of the original 10,000 remained alive at the end of the Battle of Stalingrad, swear that their determination flowed from Rodimtsev. Following his example, they too made the promise. There is no land for us behind the Volga. The Germans at first saw Rodimtsev's counterattack as little more than a temporary setback. They were convinced that their advance into the centre of the city was irreversible. Since yesterday, the flag of the Third Reich flies over the city centre, wrote a member of the 29th Motorized Infantry Division on the following day. The centre and the area of the main station are in German hands. You cannot imagine how we received the news. But soldiers, shivering in the colder weather, dream already of underground winter quarters, glowing Hindenburg stoves, and lots of post from our beloved homes. German infantry companies had advanced down the Tsaritsa Gorge. The entrance to 62nd Army headquarters came under direct fire, and the Tsaritsyn bunker filled with wounded. Soon the warm, moist air became unbreathable. Staff officers were fainting from lack of oxygen. Zhukov decided to change the site of his headquarters yet again, this time by crossing the river, driving north, and then crossing back to the West Bank. The struggle became intense for the Mamaev Kurgan. If the Germans took it, their guns would control the Volga. One of the NKVD rifle regiments managed to retain a small part of the hill until reinforced by the remainder of Rodimtsev's 42nd Guards Rifle Regiment and part of another division just before dawn on the 16th of September. The new arrivals attacked the summit and shoulders of the hill early that morning. The Mamaev Kurgan was now completely unrecognizable from the park where lovers had strolled a few weeks before. Not a blade of grass remained on the ground, now sown with shell, bomb, and grenade fragments. The whole hillside had been churned and pocked with craters, which served as instant trenches in the bitter fighting of attack and counterattack. Guardsman Kentia achieved fame by tearing down the German flag erected at the summit by soldiers of the 295th Infantry Division and trampling on it. Much less was heard of unheroic episodes. A Russian battery commander on the Mamaev Kurgan was said to have deserted because he was afraid of being held responsible for his cowardice during the battle. The gun crews had panicked and run away when a group of German infantry broke through and attacked the battery. Senior Lieutenant M had displayed indecisiveness and had failed to kill Germans. A capital offence at such a time. At 11 o'clock on the night of the 16th of September, Lieutenant K, a platoon commander in the 112th Rifle Division, some 5 miles to the north, discovered the absence of 4 soldiers and their NCO. Instead of taking measures to find them and stop this act of treason, all he did was report the fact to his company commander. At about 1 a.m., Commissar Kolabanov went to the platoon to investigate. As he approached its trenches, he heard a voice call in Russian from the German positions, addressing individual soldiers in the platoon by name and urging them to cross over. "You should all desert. They'll feed you well and treat you well. On the Russian side, you'll die, whatever happens." The Commissar then noticed several figures crossing no man's land towards the German side. To his fury, other members of the platoon did not fire at them. He found that 10 men, including the sergeant, had gone. The platoon commander was arrested and court-martialed. His sentence, presumably either execution or a Straf company, is not recorded. In the same division, a captain apparently tried to persuade 2 other officers to desert with him, but one of them did not agree and executed the traitor. But one cannot be sure that this version of events was not camouflaging a personal argument. The Germans counterattacked again and again over the following days, but Rodimtsev's guardsmen and the remnants of the NKVD Rifle Regiment managed to hold on to the Mamaev Kurgan. The 295th Infantry Division was fought to a standstill. Their losses were so heavy that companies were merged. Officer casualties were particularly high, largely due to Russian snipers. After less than 2 weeks in the line, a company in Colonel Korfer's regiment of the 295th Infantry Division was on its 3rd commander, a young lieutenant. Skirmishes to the death continued on the Mamaev Kurgan, and German heavy artillery continued to bombard Soviet positions for the next 2 months. The writer, Vasily Grossman, observed the shells throw the soil high into the air. These clouds of earth then passed through the sieve of gravity, the heavier lumps falling straight to the ground, the dust rising into the sky. Corpses from the battle on its blackened slopes were disinterred and then buried again in the ceaseless, churning shell-fire. Years after the war, a German soldier and a Russian soldier are said to have been uncovered during clearance work. The 2 corpses had apparently been buried by a shell burst just after they had bayoneted each other to death. In Zhukov's deliberate understatement, these were very difficult days for Stalingrad. In Moscow, U.S. embassy officials were certain that the city was finished, and the mood in the Kremlin was extremely nervous. On the evening of the 16th of September, just after dinner, Poskrebyshev came in silently and placed on Stalin's desk a transcription from the General Staff Main Intelligence Department. It was the text of an intercepted radio message from Berlin. "Stalingrad has been taken by brilliant German forces. Russia has been cut into 2 parts, north and south, and will soon collapse in her death throes." Stalin read the message several times, then stood for a few moments at the window. He told Poskrebyshev to put him through to the Stavka. Over the telephone, he dictated a signal to Yeremenko and Khrushchev. "Report some sense about what is happening in Stalingrad. Is it true Stalingrad has been captured by the Germans? Give a straight and truthful answer. I await your immediate reply." In fact, The immediate crisis had already passed. Radimtsev's division had arrived just in time. Already during that day, German commanders were conscious of the reinforcements brought across the river, such as Goroshny's 95th Rifle Division and a brigade of marine infantry detailed to reinforce the gravely weakened 35th Guards Rifle Division south of the Tsaritsa. The Luftwaffe also noticed an increase in the number of aircraft put up against them by the 8th Air Army, although Soviet fighter pilots still suffered from an instinctive fear of the enemy. Whenever an Me-109 appears, complained a commissar's report, a merry-go-round starts, with everyone trying to protect their own tail. Luftwaffe personnel observed, above all, an intensification of anti-aircraft fire. As soon as Stuka squadrons appear, noted the liaison officer with 24th Panzer Division, the sky was covered with countless black puffs from flak fire. A fierce cheer rose from Russian positions below when one of the hated Stukas exploded in mid-air in a burst of smoke, and bits of flaming wreckage dropped away. Even the much faster fighters suffered from the increasingly heavy fire from across the Volga. On the 16th of September, a Luftwaffe NCO, Jürgen Kalb, was forced to bail out of his stricken Me-109 over the Volga. He parachuted into the river and swam to the river bank where Red Army soldiers awaited him. Luftwaffe bomber crews were allowed little respite. Every aircraft was required for shuttle bombing. On the 19th of September, one pilot calculated that in the last 3 months he had flown 228 missions, as many as during the previous 3 years over Poland, France, England, Yugoslavia, and Russia combined. He and his crew were in the air 6 hours a day. Based mostly on improvised airfields out in the steppe, their life on the ground was a rush of hastily snatched meals, jangling field telephones, and an intensive study of maps and air reconnaissance photographs in the operations tent. Back in the air, identifying targets was not easy when below stretched an unbelievable chaos of ruins and fires, and huge, widening columns of black oily smoke billowed from the blazing oil tanks, blotting out the sun up to an altitude of 10,000 feet. Mission requests came constantly from the army. Attack target area A11, northwest sector, the large block of houses, heavy enemy resistance there. The Luftwaffe pilots, however, did not feel they were achieving much by continuing to pulverize a wasteland of torn-apart, burnt-out factory sheds in which not a wall was left standing. For the ground crews, mechanics, armament, bomb and radio specialists, preparing aircraft for takeoff 3, 4, 5 times a day, there was no respite. For air crews, their only moments of peace came at dusk and at dawn, but even then they did not linger long beside the airfield, gazing at the sky above this limitless country. Already, by the 3rd week in September, the frosts were sharp. On the 17th of September, the temperature dropped suddenly. Men put on woolen garments under their jackets, which were in most cases disintegrating already. The soldiers' clothing, noted a doctor, was so worn out that frequently they were obliged to wear items of Russian uniform. While the bitter struggle for the Mamayev Kurgan continued, an equally ferocious battle developed for the huge concrete grain silo down by the river. The rapid advance of Hoth's 48th Panzer Corps had virtually cut off this natural fortress. The defenders from the 35th Guards Division cheered and joked when reinforcements from a marine infantry platoon commanded by Lieutenant Andrei Kozyanov reached them during the night of the 17th of September. They had 2 old Maxim machine guns and 2 of the long Russian anti-tank rifles, which they used to fire at a German tank when an officer and an interpreter appeared under a flag of truce to ask them to surrender. German artillery then ranged onto the vast structure, preparing the ground for the Saxon 94th Infantry Division, whose insignia were the crossed swords of Meissen porcelain. The 50-odd defenders fought off 10 assaults on the 18th of September. Knowing that they could not expect resupply, they conserved their ammunitions, rations, and water carefully. The conditions in which they continued to fight over the next 2 days were terrible. They were choked with dust and smoke. Even the grain in the elevator had caught fire, and they soon had almost nothing left to drink. They were also short of water to fill the barrel jackets of the Maxim machine guns. Presumably, the Marines resorted to their own urine for the purpose, as was so often the practice in the First World War, but Soviet accounts avoid such details. All their grenades and anti-tank projectiles had been expended by the time more German tanks arrived to finish them off on the 20th of September. Both Maxims were put out of action. The defenders, unable to see inside the elevator for smoke and dust, communicated by shouting to each other through parched throats. When the Germans broke in, they fired at sounds, not at objects. That night, with only a handful of ammunition left, the survivors broke out. The wounded had to be left behind. Although a fierce fight, it was hardly an impressive victory for the Germans. Yet Paulus chose the huge grain silo as the symbol of Stalingrad in the arm badge he was having designed at Army headquarters to commemorate the victory. Similarly stubborn defences of semi-fortified buildings in the centre of the town cost the Germans many men during those days. These garrisons of Red Army soldiers from different divisions held out defiantly, also suffering terribly from thirst and hunger. There was a violent battle for possession of the Uniwehrmacht department store on Red Square, which served as the headquarters of the 1st Battalion of the 42nd Guards Rifle Regiment. A small warehouse, known as the Nail Factory, formed another redoubt. And in a 3-story building, not far away, guardsmen fought on for 5 days, their noses and parched throats filled with brick dust from pulverized walls. Their wounded died in the cellars, untended, once their young nurse succumbed to a chest wound. 6 men, out of what had originally been close to half a battalion, escaped in the last moments when German tanks finally smashed in the walls. Of the German gains in the centre of the city, the most serious for the Red Army was their advance to the central landing stage. This enabled them to strike at the main nighttime crossing points with artillery, naval Werfer launchers, and machine guns, firing by the light of magnesium parachute flares. They were determined to stop reinforcements and supplies from reaching the defenders. The main station, having changed hands 15 times in 5 days, ended with the Germans as occupants of the ruins. Rodimtsev, in agreement with Chuikov's policy, ordered that the front line was always to be within 50 yards of the Germans, to make it hard for their artillery and aviation. The men of his division took a special pride in their marksmanship. Each Guard soldier shot like a sniper, and thus forced the Germans to crawl, not to walk. German soldiers, red-eyed with exhaustion from the hard fighting and mourning more comrades than they ever imagined, had lost the triumphalist mood of just a week before. Everything seemed disturbingly different. They found artillery fire far more frightening in a city. The shell burst itself was not the only danger. Whenever a tall building was hit, shrapnel and masonry showered from above. The Lancer had already started to lose track of time in this alien world, with its destroyed landscape of ruins and rubble. Even the midday light had a strange, ghostly quality from the constant haze of dust. In such a concentrated area, a soldier had to become more conscious of war in 3 dimensions, with the danger of snipers in tall buildings. He also needed to watch the sky. When Luftwaffe strikes went in, a Lancer hugged the ground in exactly the same way as a Russian. There was always the fear of Stukas failing to see the red, white, and black swastika flags laid out to identify their positions. Often they fired recognition flares to underline the point. Russian bombers also came in low, certainly low enough to reveal the red star on the tailplane. Much higher in the sky, fighters twinkled in the sun. One observer noticed that they twisted and turned more like fish in the sea than birds in the air. Noise assailed their nerves constantly. "The air is filled," wrote a panzer officer, with the infernal howling of diving Stukas, the thunder of flak and artillery, the roar of engines, the rattle of tank tracks, the shriek of the launcher and Stalin organ, the chatter of submachine guns back and forth, and all the time one feels the heat of a city burning at every point. The screams of the wounded affected men most. "It's not a human sound," one German wrote in his diary, "just the dull cry of suffering, of a wild animal." In such circumstances, the longing for home became acute. "Home is so far away. Oh, beautiful home," wrote one wistfully. "Only now do we know quite how wonderful it is." Russian defenders, on the other hand, clearly regarded homesickness as a luxury they could not afford. "Hello, my dear Paulina," wrote an unknown soldier to his wife on the 17th of September. "I am well and healthy. No one knows what's going to happen, but we shall live and we shall see. The war is hard. You have the information about what is happening at the front from the news. The mission of each soldier is simple: to destroy as many Fritzes as possible and then to push them back towards the west. I miss you very much, but nothing can be done, as several thousand kilometers separate us." And on the 23rd of September, a soldier called Sergei wrote to his wife Lyolia with a simple message: "The Germans won't withstand us." There was no mention of home. A renewed attempt by the three Soviet armies on the northern front to attack the Sixth Army's left flank failed on the 18th of September. The rapid redeployment of Luftwaffe squadrons against the threat, combined with counterattacks from 14th Panzer Corps, proved far too effective on the open steppe. A second attempt failed the following day. All the three armies achieved, at great cost, was to spare the 62nd Army from Luftwaffe attack for less than 2 days. Zhukov, knowing that there would be no let-up, started to bring Colonel Batyuk's 284th Rifle Division, mainly Siberians, across the Volga. He held them in reserve below the Mamayev Kurgan in case the Germans established them solidly round the central landing stage and then thrust north up the river bank in an attempt to cut his army off from behind. On the morning of the 23rd of September, a few hours after the last of Batyuk's Siberians had reached the west bank of the Volga, the division was thrown into the attack in an attempt to clear the Germans from the central landing stage and link up with the Soviet troops isolated south of the Tsaritsa. But the German divisions, although suffering heavy losses, forced them back. On that day, which happened to be Paulus's 52nd birthday, the Germans finally secured the broad corridor which cut off the left wing of the 62nd Army in its pocket south of the Tsaritsa Gorge. With predictable thoroughness, the Germans continued their attempts to crush resistance in this southern sector of Stalingrad. 2 days later, they achieved a breakthrough. This led to a panic in 2 militia brigades, which were already virtually out of food and ammunition. The collapse, however, started at the top, as Stalingrad front headquarters reported to Sherbakov in Moscow. The commander of 42nd Special Brigade left the line of defence, pretending that he was off to consult with the staff of the army. The same happened with the 92nd Special Brigade, despite its strengthening with marine infantry. On the 26th of September, the commander and commissar, followed by their staff, abandoned their men, also pretending that they were off to discuss the situation with higher command, but in fact they withdrew to safety on the large island of Golodny in the middle of the Volga. The following morning, when the soldiers learned that their commanders had deserted them, the majority rushed to the bank of the Volga and started preparing rafts for themselves. Some of them tried paddling out to Golodny Island on tree trunks and pieces of driftwood. Some just swam. The enemy, spotting their desperate attempts to escape, opened fire with mortars and artillery, and killed many in the water. When Major Yakovlev, the commander of the machine-gun battalion, by then the highest-ranking officer of the brigade left on the West Bank, learned that the brigade commander had deserted and sown panic among the troops, he took over command of the defence. He soon found he had no communications, since the signallers were among those who had escaped to the island. Aided by Lieutenant Salutsev, Yakovlev rallied the remaining troops and established a defence line which, in spite of the shortage of men and ammunition, held against 7 attacks over the next 24 hours. All this time, the brigade commander remained on the island. He did not even try to send more ammunition to the defenders left behind. In an attempt to hide what was happening, he sent fictitious reports on the fighting to 62nd Army headquarters. This did him little good. Chuikov's staff became suspicious. He was arrested and charged with criminal disobedience of Order Number 227. Although no details are given in the report to Moscow of the sentence pronounced by the NKVD tribunal, clemency is hard to imagine. Chapter 10. Rattenkrieg. Hitler's frustrations over the lack of success in the Caucasus and at Stalingrad came to a head on the 24th of September, when he dismissed General Halder, the chief of the Army General Staff. Both men had been suffering from a form of nervous exhaustion with each other. Halder had been exasperated with what he regarded as the erratic and obsessive meddling of an amateur, while the Führer saw any implied criticism of his leadership as the resentment of reactionary generals who did not share his will for victory. Hitler's main concern, Halder noted in his diary that night, was the necessity of indoctrinating the General Staff in a fanatical belief in the idea. This preoccupation with subjugating the General Staff became a substitute struggle in itself. The consequences were not hard to imagine. A dangerous situation could easily turn into a disaster. In the wake of the row with Jodl and List, Paulus heard that he would be appointed to replace Jodl as chief of the Wehrmacht command staff. General von Seydlitz was strongly tipped as his successor to command 6th Army. Hitler, however, decided to stick with faces he knew well. Jodl was reinstated, and the sycophantic Field Marshal Keitel remained in place to reassure the Führer of his military genius and assist in the Nazification of the army. Professional officers referred to him as La Keitel, or the Nodding Donkey, but they held many other generals in contempt too for their moral cowardice. "The General Staff is heading directly towards its own destruction," wrote Grosskurt to General Beck, later the head of the July plot. "It no longer contains a shred of honor." Grosskurt's only consolation was that his corps commander, General Strecker, and fellow staff officers at 11th Corps headquarters felt the same way. "It is a real pleasure to be together with such men." The dismissal of Halder, as well as marking the end of the General Staff as an independent planning body, also removed Paulus's sole remaining protector at a critical moment. Paulus must have been secretly dejected to lose the chance of a new appointment. Hitler had said that with the 6th Army he could storm the heavens, yet Stalingrad still did not fall. A team from the propaganda ministry awaited its capture, ready to film the raising of flags, and the press begged to be allowed to proclaim Stalingrad gefallen, because Paulus's own headquarters had announced on the 26th of September that the battle flag of the Reich flies over the Stalingrad party building. Even Goebbels started to become concerned that the German press was depicting events in much too rosy a light. Editors were instructed to emphasize the toughness and complexity of the fighting. A week later, however, he became certain that the fall of Stalingrad can be expected with certainty. Then, another 3 days later, his mood changed yet again, and he ordered that other subjects should be brought to the fore. The pressure and criticism Paulus had received from morning to night for not having taken Stalingrad made him highly nervous, according to Grosskurt. The strain exacerbated his recurring dysentery. Staff officers noticed that the tic from which he suffered on the left side of his face became more pronounced. In Sixth Army headquarters at Golubinsky, a village on the west bank of the Don, he stared at the detailed, large-scale map of Stalingrad. Much of the city had already been taken, and his intelligence staff estimated that the Soviet casualty rate was running at roughly double the German. He could only hope that Hitler was right about the enemy running out of reserves at any moment. His own resources were dissipating rapidly, and the astonishing tenacity of the enemy dismayed them all. Much of the criticism directed against him was based on the fact that the Sixth Army, with 2 corps from the 4th Panzer Army, was the largest formation in the German army, at nearly 1/3 of a million men strong. Outsiders, with no experience of the fighting, could not understand the problem. One can certainly argue that Paulus could have used his troops better, but his critics appeared to forget that while around 8 of his divisions were committed to the fighting in the city, another 11 divisions manned nearly 130 miles of front, stretching across the greater and lesser Don bends, and then over the steppe to the Volga north of Rhenok, as well as a strip south of Stalingrad opposite Beketovka. Only a single division remained in reserve. On the northern flank, out in the increasingly bleak steppe, Strecker's 11th Army Corps, General Walter Heitz's 8th Army Corps, and Huber's 14th Panzer Corps faced constant attacks from 4 Soviet armies attempting to relieve pressure on the city itself. On the right, General Yenneker's 4th Army Corps, opposite General Shumilov's 64th Army, linked up with the weak Romanian 4th Army, an overextended defence line which petered out in the northern Caucasus. In all, Yeremenko's command included Chuikov's 62nd Army, the 64th Army round Beketovka, the 57th Army down to beyond Lake Sarpa, the 51st Army holding the line of the rest of the lakes, and then the 28th Army stretching down into the emptiness of the Kalmyk steppe. For the German, Romanian, and Russian armies on the southern flank, the war in the steppe was essentially like the First World War, only with better weapons and the occasional appearance of modern aircraft. For the armoured formations out on both flanks, the sun-baked plains over which they had charged like warships at full speed just weeks before, now struck them as deeply depressing. The lack of trees and mountains made southern Germans and Austrians homesick. The rains of the Rasputitsa produced squalid conditions. Soldiers in dugouts, listening to the rain and watching the level of water rise above their ankles, had little to do but think about trench-foot and observe sodden rats chewing corpses in no man's land. Reconnaissance patrols, raids, and probing attacks offered the only activity on both sides. Small groups crept forward to the enemy line, then hurled grenades forward into the trenches. The only change came on the 25th of September, when 51st and 57th Armies attacked the Romanian divisions south of Stalingrad along the line of salt lakes and pushed them back. But it did not succeed in diverting German divisions from the city. Fighting in Stalingrad itself could not have been more different. It represented a new form of warfare, concentrated in the ruins of civilian life. The detritus of war, burnt-out tanks, shell cases, signal wire, and grenade boxes, was mixed with the wreckage of family homes, iron bedsteads, lamps, and household utensils. Vasily Grossman wrote of the fighting in the brick-strewn, half-demolished rooms and corridors of apartment blocks, where there might still be a vase of withered flowers, or a boy's homework open on the table. In an observation post, high in a ruined building, an artillery spotter with a periscope might watch for targets through a convenient shell hole in the wall, seated on a kitchen chair. German infantrymen loathed house-to-house fighting. They found such close-quarter combat, which broke conventional military boundaries and dimensions, psychologically disorientating. During the last phase of the September battles, both sides had struggled to take a large brick warehouse on the Volga bank near the mouth of the Tsaritsa, which had 4 floors on the riverside and 3 on the landward. At one point, It was like a layered cake, with Germans on the top floor, Russians below them, and more Germans underneath them. Often an enemy was unrecognizable, with every uniform impregnated by the same dun-coloured dust. German generals do not seem to have imagined what awaited their divisions in the ruined city. They lost their great blitzkrieg advantages and were in many ways thrown back to First World War techniques, even though their military theorists had argued that trench warfare had been an aberration in the art of war. The Sixth Army, for example, found itself having to respond to Soviet tactics by reinventing the storm wedges introduced in January 1918, assault groups of 10 men armed with a machine gun, light mortar, and flamethrowers for clearing bunkers, cellars, and sewers. In its way, the fighting in Stalingrad was even more terrifying than the impersonal slaughter at Verdun. The close-quarter combat in ruined buildings, bunkers, cellars, and sewers was soon dubbed Rattenkrieg by German soldiers. It possessed a savage intimacy which appalled their generals, who felt that they were rapidly losing control over events. "The enemy is invisible," wrote General Strecker to a friend. "Ambushes out of basements, wall remnants, hidden bunkers, and factory ruins produce heavy casualties among our troops." German commanders openly admitted the Russian expertise at camouflage, but few acknowledged that it was their aircraft which had produced the ideal conditions for the defenders. "Not a house is left standing," a lieutenant wrote home. "There is only a burnt-out wasteland, a wilderness of rubble and ruins, which is well nigh impassable." At the southern end of the city, the Luftwaffe liaison officer with 24th Panzer Division wrote, "The defenders have concentrated and fortified themselves in the sections of the town facing our attacks. In parkland, there are tanks, or just tank turrets, dug in, and anti-tank guns concealed in the cellars make it very hard going for our advancing tanks." Chuikov's plan was to funnel and fragment German mass assaults with breakwaters. Strengthened buildings, manned by infantry with anti-tank rifles and machine guns, would deflect the attackers into channels where camouflaged T-34 tanks and anti-tank guns waited, half buried in the rubble behind. When German tanks attacked with infantry, the defenders' main priority was to separate them. The Russians used trench mortars, aiming to drop their bombs just behind the tanks to scare off the infantry, while the anti-tank gunners went for the tanks themselves. The channeled approaches would also be mined in advance by sappers, whose casualty rate was the highest of any specialization. "Make a mistake, and no more dinners," was their unofficial motto. Wearing camouflage suits, once the snow came, they crawled out at night to lay anti-tank mines and conceal them. An experienced sapper could lay up to 30 a night. They were also renowned for running out from cover to drop a mine in front of a German tank as it advanced. Much of the fighting consisted not of major attacks, but of relentless, lethal little conflicts. The battle was fought by assault squads, generally 6 or 8 strong, from the Stalingrad Academy of Street Fighting. They armed themselves with knives and sharpened spades for silent killing, as well as submachine guns and grenades. Spades were in such short supply that men carved their names in the handle and slept with their head on the blade to make sure that nobody stole them. The assault squad sent into the sewers was strengthened with flamethrowers and sappers bringing explosive charges. 6 sappers from Rodimtsev's Guards Division even managed to find a shaft under a German stronghold and blew it up using 300 pounds of explosive. A more general tactic evolved, based on the realization that the German armies were short of reserves. Chuikov ordered an emphasis on night attacks, mainly for the practical reason that the Luftwaffe could not react to them, but also because he was convinced that the Germans were more frightened during the hours of darkness and would become exhausted. The German Lancer came to harbour a special fear of the Siberians from Colonel Batyuk's 284th Rifle Division, who were considered to be natural hunters of any sort of prey. "If only you could understand what terror is," a German soldier wrote in a letter captured by the Russians. "At the slightest rustle, I pull the trigger and fire off tracer bullets in bursts from the machine gun." The compulsion to shoot at anything that moved at night, often setting off fusillades from equally nervous sentries down a whole sector, undoubtedly contributed to the German expenditure of over 25 million rounds during the month of September alone. The Russians also kept up the tension by firing flares into the night sky from time to time to give the impression of an imminent attack. Red Army aviation, partly to avoid the Messerschmitts by day, kept up a relentless series of raids every night on German positions. It also served as another part of the wearing down process to exhaust the Germans and stretch their nerves. The Russians used both their twin-engined night bombers, which attracted the fire of every German flak battery on the front, and large numbers of manoeuvrable little U-2 biplanes, which dropped small bombs on night raids. "The Ruskies keep buzzing over us the whole night long," a pioneer corporal wrote home. The worst part was the eerie change in sound. In the distance, the U-2 sounded like one of its many nicknames, the sewing machine. Then, as the pilot approached his target, he would switch off the engine to glide in like a bird of prey. The only sound would be the swishing of air through its struts until the bomb fell. Even though the bomb load was only 400 kilos, the aircraft's psychological effect was considerable. "We lie exhausted in our holes waiting for them," wrote another soldier. The U-2 attracted more nicknames than any other machine or weapon at Stalingrad. Others included the Duty NCO, because of the way it crept up unannounced, the Midnight Bomber, the Coffee Machine, and the Railway Crow. 6th Army requested Army Group Headquarters to keep up Luftwaffe pressure on Russian airfields with round-the-clock attacks. "The Russians' unchallenged air superiority at night has reached an unbearable level. The troops get no rest, and their strength will soon be completely dissipated." There is no overt reference in surviving files to cases of battle stress at Stalingrad. German medical authorities tended to use the euphemism of exhaustion, like the British, but their prescription was closer to the brutal simplicity of the Red Army. The German army had refused even to acknowledge its existence. In 1926, nearly 7 years before Hitler took power, war neurosis was simply abolished as a condition, along with the pension that had gone with it. Take away the disease, went the argument, and you take away the reason for leaving the front line. Breakdown was classified as cowardice, and therefore could be a capital offence. It is thus impossible to say what proportion of disciplinary offences on either side at Stalingrad, especially desertion, was caused by battle shock and general strain. And all one can be certain about from studies of comparable situations is that the rate of battle shock casualties must have started to rise sharply in September, as soon as the war of movement turned into a war of virtually stationary annihilation. Psychological casualties would have started to soar, if one goes by British studies of battle shock cases at Anzio and Normandy, as soon as troops were pinned down or surrounded. Chuikov's main disagreement with senior officers at front headquarters concerned the positioning of divisional, army, and front artillery regiments. Eventually, he won the argument that they should be based on the east bank of the Volga, because there was simply not enough room for them with his troops on the west bank. It would also have been increasingly difficult to transport sufficient supplies of artillery shells across the Volga, and in Stalingrad, a field gun was worth nothing without shells. "One house taken by the Russians, one taken by the Germans," scribbled Vasily Grossman in his notebook just after his arrival. "How can heavy artillery be used in such a battle?" He soon discovered the answer. Soviet artillery, massed on the far side of the Volga, as Chuikov had insisted, did not attempt to shell German front-line positions. Their purpose was to hammer enemy lines of communications and, above all, smash battalions forming up for an attack. To achieve this, scores of Soviet artillery observation officers concealed themselves like snipers at the top of ruined buildings. The Germans, well aware of the danger they represented, treated them as high-priority target for their own snipers or anti-tank guns. Whenever a German troop concentration was spotted and the target coordinates passed back to the batteries on the east bank by wireless or field telephone, the volume of fire was devastating. On the other side of the Volga, wrote Grossman, it seemed as if the whole universe shook with the mighty roaring of the heavy guns. The ground trembled. The only artillery batteries to remain on the west bank were Katyusha rocket launchers mounted on lorries. Hidden behind the high Volga bank, they would reverse out, almost to the water's edge, fire their 16 rockets in rapid succession, then drive back in again. The Soviet multiple rocket launcher was the most psychologically effective of the Red Army's longer-range weapons. Its 16 130mm rockets, each nearly 5 feet long, were fired in rapid succession, with a heart-stopping noise. Many of those experiencing a salvo of Katyushas for the first time thought that they were under air attack. Red Army soldiers had coined the name Katyusha for the rocket after the crescendo in the tune of that name, the most popular Russian song of the whole war. In it, Katyusha promises her fiancé to keep their love alive in her heart while he defends the motherland at the front. Russian soldiers affected to despise the German counterpart, the 6-barreled mortar known as the Nebelwerfer. They called it the Futler, or the donkey, because it made a braying noise, or the Vanyusha, meaning little Ivan, just as Katyusha was the diminutive of Katya. There was a joke in the 62nd Army about what would happen if Vanyusha tried to marry Katyusha. Chuikov soon recognized that the key infantry weapons in Stalingrad would be the submachine gun, the grenade, and the sniper's rifle. After the Winter War, following the devastating attacks of Finnish ski troops shooting on the move, the Red Army accepted the idea of submachine gun squads of 8 men designed to be carried into battle if necessary on the back of a T-34. In Stalingrad street fighting, this size of squad proved ideal for close-quarter fighting. During house and bunker clearing, the hand grenade proved essential. Red Army soldiers called it their pocket artillery. It was also effective in defence. On Chuikov's orders, grenades were stocked ready to hand in recesses dug into the side of every trench. Not surprisingly, there were many accidents caused by untrained soldiers. The second-in-command of a company was killed, and several men were badly wounded when a newly arrived recruit mishandled the grenade. Others were killed when soldiers, mainly from Central Asia, tried to fit captured German detonators in their own grenades. Further weapon training is needed, the chief of the political department reported to the military council of Stalingrad front. Another weapon, often as dangerous to the user as to its intended victims, was the flamethrower, which was effectively terrifying when clearing sewer tunnels, cellars, and inaccessible hiding places. The operator knew that as soon as the enemy sighted him, he would be the first target for their bullets. Red Army soldiers enjoyed inventing gadgets to kill Germans. New booby traps were dreamed up, each seemingly more ingenious and unpredictable in its results than the last. Angered at their inability to fight back against Stuka attacks, Captain Ilgachkin, a battalion commander, decided, with one of his soldiers, Private Repa, to construct their own form of anti-aircraft gun. They fastened an anti-tank rifle to the spokes of a cartwheel, which in turn was mounted on a tall stake driven into the ground. Ilgachkin made complicated calculations on the basis of the gun's muzzle velocity and the estimated speed of a diving aircraft. But whether the gaunt and melancholy Repa paid much attention to these figures is another matter. In any case, their contraption achieved a certain success, with Repa managing to bring down 3 Stukas. The real anti-aircraft batteries also amended their tactics. The Stukas came over at an altitude of between 4,000 and 5,000 feet, then half-rolled to drop into a dive at an angle of about 70 degrees, their sirens screaming.
They came out of the dive at just under 2,000 feet. Anti-aircraft gunners learned to put up a curtain of fire to hit them either at the point of going into the dive or at the point of coming out. Shooting at them on the way down was a waste of ammunition. Another device was dreamed up by Vasily Ivanovich Zaitsev, who soon became the most famous sniper in the Stalingrad army. Zaitsev attached the telescopic sight from his sniper's rifle to an anti-tank gun to take on machine gun nests by slotting a shell right through their loophole. But he soon found that the charges in the mass-produced shells were not consistent enough for precision shooting. Fame could be achieved even with conventional weapons. Bezdiko, the ace mortarman in Batyuk's division, was renowned for having achieved 6 bombs in the air at the same time. These stories were exploited in an attempt to spread a cult of the expert to every soldier. The 62nd Army's slogan was, "Look after your weapon as carefully as your eyes." The garrisons holding the fortified buildings so central to Chekhov's strategy, who included young women medical orderlies or signallers, suffered great privations when cut off for days at a time. They had to endure dust, smoke, hunger, and worst of all, thirst. The city had been without fresh water since the pumping station was destroyed in the August raids. Knowing the consequences of drinking polluted water, desperate soldiers shot at drain pipes in the hope of extracting a few drops. Supplying forward positions with food was a constant problem. An anti-tank detachment had a Kazan Tartar cook who filled a large army thermos with tea or soup, fastened it to his back, and crawled up to the front-line positions under fire. If the thermos was hit by shrapnel or bullets, the hapless cook was soaked. Later, when the frosts became really hard, the soup or tea froze, and he was covered in icicles by the time he got back. With ill-defined front lines and a defence in depth of no more than a few hundred yards in places, command posts were almost as vulnerable as forward positions. Shells exploding on top of our command post were a common occurrence, wrote Colonel Timofey Naumovich Vishnevsky, the commander of the 62nd Army's Artillery Division, to a friend from hospital. When I left the bunker, I could hear submachine gun fire on all sides. Sometimes it seemed as if the Germans were all around us. A German tank came right up to the entrance of his bunker, and its hull blocked the only way out. Vishnevsky and his officers had to dig for their lives to escape into the gully on the far side. The colonel was badly wounded. "My face is completely disfigured," he wrote, "and consequently I will now be the lowest form of life in the eyes of women." German command bunkers ran little risk of being overrun during September and October, and the standard 3 feet of earth on top of the wooden beams served as sufficient protection only against Katyushas. The main danger was a direct hit from the heavy artillery across the Volga. Divisional and regimental commanders were concerned with personal comfort as well as efficiency. A wind-up gramophone often sat next to a crate of brandy or wine brought from France. Some officers took to wearing sports trousers, even tennis shorts, when down in the damp, heavy air of their bunkers, because their combat clothes were infested with lice. It was much more of an upside-down world for their soldiers. Instead of saying good night, they wished each other a quiet night for the dangerous hours of darkness. In the frosty morning, they emerged, stiff in every joint, seeking a patch of sunshine in the bottom of the trench, like lizards, to absorb the warm rays. Feeling braver in the daylight, the Germans shouted insults and threats from their front lines. "Ruskies, your time has come," or "Hai, Rus, Bulbul, Sdavaysa," their pidgin Russian for "surrender, or you'll be blowing bubbles." The notion of pushing Soviet troops back into the Volga, where they would drown like a stampeding herd, became a constant refrain. During lulls in the battle, Russian soldiers too sought patches of sun out of enemy sniper fire. Trenches were sometimes like a tinker's factory. as shell cases were made into oil lamps with a piece of rag for a wick, and cartridge cases into cigarette lighters. The ration of rough macoca tobacco, or lack of it, was a constant preoccupation. Connoisseurs insisted that no fancy paper should be used when rolling macoca into fat, shaggy cigarettes, only newspaper. The printer's ink was supposed to contribute to the taste. Russian soldiers smoke constantly in battle. "It's permissible to smoke in action," an anti-tank rifleman told Simonov. "What's not permissible is to miss your target. Miss it just once, and you'll never light up again." Even more important than tobacco was the vodka ration, theoretically 100 grams a day. Men fell silent when the vodka was produced, everyone eyeing the bottle. The strain of battle was so great that the ration was never considered enough, and soldiers were prepared to go to desperate lengths to meet their need. Surgical spirit was seldom used for its official purpose. Industrial alcohol and even antifreeze were drunk after being passed through the activated carbon filter of a gas mask. Many soldiers had thrown their gas masks away during the retreats of the previous year, so those who had held on to them could bargain. The result could be much worse than just a bad headache. Most recovered because they were young and healthy and did not resort to it frequently. But those who tried too often went blind. In the armies out on the steppe, soldiers often drank up to a litre of spirit a day in winter. The balance above the official ration was made up by failing to report casualties and sharing out their allocation, or through bartering uniform or bits of equipment with villagers behind the lines. Home brews obtained this way out on the Kalmyk steppe included every imaginable sort of alcohol, even a spirit made from milk. Such commerce proved more dangerous for civilians than soldiers. A military tribunal of NKVD forces sentenced 2 women to 10 years each in the Gulag for trading alcohol and tobacco in exchange for parachute silk to make underclothes. The medical services in the Red Army were seldom regarded as a high priority by commanders. A seriously wounded soldier was out of the battle, and senior officers were more concerned with replacing him. Yet this attitude did not deter the very bravest figures on the Stalingrad battlefield, who were the medical orderlies, mainly female students or high school graduates, with only the most basic first aid training. The commander of 62nd Army's 100-strong sanitary company, Zinaida Georgievna Gavrielova, was an 18-year-old medical student who had received the job on the basis of a strong recommendation from the cavalry regiment in which she had just served. Her medical orderlies, few of them much older than herself, had to conquer their terror and crawl forward, often under heavy fire, to reach the wounded. They then dragged them out of the way until it was safe to carry them on their backs. They had to be both physically and spiritually strong, as their commander put it. There was no question of medical personnel being non-combatant. The beautiful Gulya Koroleva, a 20-year-old from a well-known Moscow literary family, had left her baby son in the capital and volunteered as a nurse. Serving with the 214th Rifle Division in the 24th Army on the northern flank, she was credited with having brought over 100 wounded soldiers back from the front line and killed 15 fascists herself. She was posthumously awarded the Order of the Red Banner. Natalia Kachnevskaya, a nurse with the Guards Rifle Regiment, formerly a theatrical student in Moscow, brought back 20 wounded soldiers in a single day and threw grenades at the Germans. Stalingrad Front Headquarters also singled out posthumously the bravery of another female orderly, Kochnevskaya, who had volunteered for the front and carried more than 20 soldiers out of the firing line. Although wounded twice, she carried on bandaging and carrying officers and soldiers. Apart from one well-known member of a tank crew, Yekaterina Petlyuk, very few women served as combat soldiers in the city. In the air armies supporting Stalingrad Front, however, there was a women's bomber regiment, led by the famous aviator Marina Raskova. I had never seen her close to, Simonov wrote in his diary after meeting her at the Kamyshin aerodrome, and I did not realize that she was so young and so beautiful. Maybe I remember it so well, because soon afterwards I heard that she was killed. The sacrifices of the medical orderlies were often wasted through the subsequent treatment of their charges. The casualties they carried or dragged down to the edge of the Volga were left uncared for until, long after nightfall, they were loaded like sacks of potatoes onto the supply boats, empty for the return crossing. When the wounded were offloaded on the east bank, the conditions could be even worse, as an aircraft woman discovered. The survivors of a disbanded aviation regiment who spent the night asleep in woods east of the Volga awoke at dawn to strange sounds. Mystified, they crept through the trees towards the river bank to investigate. There they saw thousands of wounded, as far as the eye could see, left on the sandy banks, having been ferried back across the Volga during the night. The casualties were calling for water, or screaming and crying, having lost arms or legs. The ground crew staff went to help as best they could. The former maternity nurse, Klavdia Sterman, vowed that as soon as they reached Moscow, she would apply to transfer to a front-line medical unit. Survival was far from guaranteed, even on reaching one of the score of field hospitals on the east bank of the Volga. Conditions in Red Army hospitals, despite the presence of some of the finest Russian doctors, made them seem more like a meat-processing factory. The field hospital at Balashchov, which specialized in arms and legs some 6 miles from the city, was very meagerly equipped. Instead of normal hospital beds, it had 3-tiered bunks. One young woman surgeon, newly arrived, was worried not only about the physical state of the wounded. They often closed in on themselves and wanted no contact with anybody else. She at first presumed that the wounded soldiers brought back across the Volga out of the hell of Stalingrad would never want to return. On the contrary, it became apparent that soldiers and officers wanted to go back to the front. Amputees certainly showed no sense of relief at missing the fighting. In fact, most of those incapacitated or permanently scarred, like the artillery colonel whose face had been sliced up by shrapnel, felt that they were no longer proper men. Bad rations did not help either recovery or morale. Grossman, in an emotional state, clearly assumed that this was Russia's fate at that time. In hospital, he jotted in his notebook, the wounded are given a very small piece of salted herring by nurses who cut them up with great care. This is poverty. In those days, before his eyes were opened, he seemed unable to recognize the truth. Soviet logic mercilessly dictated that the best rations went to the fighting troops. The wounded, if they were lucky, received 3 helpings of kasha, or buckwheat porridge, a day. Nothing more. The salted herring seen by Grossman was an unusual treat. A more revealing hint of the state of mind controlling the Stalingrad front medical services came from the results of socialist competition in hospitals, reported to Sherbakov in Moscow. The caterers came first, the surgeons came second, and the drivers came third. Any criteria on which this exercise was based utterly demeaned the genuine sacrifice of medical workers who gave so much of their own blood for transfusion, sometimes twice in an evening, that they frequently collapsed. If they don't give blood, a report explained, soldiers will die. In the great battle of attrition, the shipments of wounded to the East Bank had to be matched by fresh meat for the cannon taken across the Volga into the city. The Stavka drip-fed the 62nd Army with reinforcement divisions as their predecessors were shot to pieces. The new battalions were marched forward at nightfall for embarkation under the eyes of the NKVD troops. They could only stare across at the city on the skyline opposite, lit by fires, and try to ignore the smell of burning. Patches of the river were still aflame with oil. There were also NKVD detachments on many of the ships, ready to shoot anyone who dived overboard in a final attempt to avoid their fate on the West Bank. German shell bursts in the river ahead were enough to make many lose their head. If anybody panicked, a sergeant or officer would shoot the offender on the spot and roll his body over the side. The boats on which they embarked bore every sign of the crossing's dangers. One of the firefighting launches, refitted as a naval craft for the Volga flotilla, was said after one outward and return trip to have received 436 bullet and shell holes. Only a single square yard of hull was untouched. The easiest targets for German guns were the rafts used by engineer regiments to ferry heavy supplies, such as timber for bunkers, across to the city. When one of these rafts drifted onto the west bank and soldiers there ran forward to help unload, they found a sapper lieutenant and 3 of his men so riddled by machine-gun fire that it seemed as though iron teeth had savagely torn the sodden logs of the raft and these human bodies. 6th Army Headquarters knew that with winter approaching, there was no time to lose. Even before Red Square and the grain silos south of the Tsaritsa were seized, it started to prepare for a knockout blow in the industrial northern half of the city. Chuikov had moved to his new headquarters on the Volga River bank, half a mile north of the Red October metalworks, early on the morning of the 18th of September. His staff officers, however, had chosen an unprotected site, just below a huge oil storage tank, which they assumed to be empty. Great efforts were made to bring across more ammunition and supplies at night, as well as reinforcements, which landed on the bank behind the Red October and Barakadi plants. Unessential personnel who could be better used elsewhere were evacuated. Most of the anti-aircraft defences round Stalingrad power station had been knocked out, and their ammunition dump destroyed. So the young women from the surviving gun crews were withdrawn across the Volga on the 25th of September and reassigned to other batteries on the East Bank. At 6 o'clock German time, on the morning of Sunday, 27th of September, the offensive opened with concentrated Stuka bombing. As the Stukas peeled off, one by one, dropping into the attack with sirens screaming, their gull-winged shapes were black silhouettes against an autumnal dawn. On the ground, a total of 2 panzer divisions and 5 infantry divisions advanced to crush the main triangular salient which stuck out westwards from the Volga bank. The 62nd Army preempted the main thrust of the German operation north of the Mamaev Kurgan with several spoiling attacks on its southern side. These seemed to confirm the hyperactive suspicions of some German staff officers that Russian signallers had sneaked into their territory and tapped into German landlines. They could not accept that the preparations for their attack had been so obvious. The main Soviet effort had been to prepare anti-tank obstacles and thick minefields in front of the main factories which extended northwards from the Mamaev Kurgan for 5 miles, the Lazur or Asia chemical plant, the Red October metalworks, the Barakadi weapons factory, and the Stalingrad tractor factory. The heavily laden lancers started to move forwards to their start lines during the bombardment, down and up the sides of Balkas turned into scree slopes with rubble. They were breathless from exertion, as well as dry-mouthed from fearful anticipation of the battle ahead. On the left, part of the 389th Infantry Division prepared to advance towards the Barakadi workers' housing. One observer described them as white symmetrical blocks of buildings and little houses with their corrugated tin roofs sparkling. The air bombardment soon set them ablaze. In the middle, the 24th Panzer Division pushed forward from the small airfield. The Austrian 100th Jaeger Division attacked the Red October workers' settlements. Meanwhile, at the base of this flank, the top of the Mamaev Kurgan was retaken from Goroshny's 95th Rifle Division, which had been crushed by the air and artillery bombardment. The Red Army again proved itself pitiless towards its own civilians. During the fighting for the Barakadi workers' settlements, a sergeant in the 389th Infantry Division, a former police sergeant from Darmstadt, observed that Russian women who came out of the houses with their bundles and then tried to seek shelter from the firing on the German side were cut down from behind by Russian machine-gun fire. The enemy's attack had been so strong that Chuikov said to himself, One more battle like that, and we'll be in the Volga. A little later, Khrushchev rang through from front headquarters to make sure that morale was holding. Chuikov replied, thinking no doubt of the fate of the 95th Rifle Division on the Mamaev Kurgan, that their main concern was German air power. Khrushchev also spoke to Gurov, the army commissar, urging him to greater efforts. The next morning, Monday the 28th of September, the Luftwaffe concentrated its attacks on the West Bank and Volga shipping to destroy the 62nd Army's lifeline. The anti-aircraft guns of the Volga flotilla were in such constant use during this period that the rifling was rapidly worn smooth. 5 supply boats out of 6 were seriously damaged. Chuikov begged for more support from the 8th Air Army to keep off the Luftwaffe, while he threw additional regiments into a counterattack to retake the summit of the Mamaev Kurgan. They forced the Germans back, but the summit itself ended as a no-man's land between the two sides. The vital task for Chuikov was to prevent the Germans establishing it as an artillery firebase from where they could control northern Stalingrad and the river crossings. That evening, Chuikov and his staff could feel some relief that the worst had been averted, but they knew that the loss of shipping was serious. Thousands of wounded lay on the river bank, unevacuated, and the frontline troops would soon run out of ammunition as well as rations. On Tuesday, the 29th of September, the Germans began to crush the apex of the remaining triangle of Soviet territory. The village of Orlovka was attacked from the west by part of the 389th Infantry Division and from the northeast by the 60th Motorized Infantry Division. The resistance of the outnumbered Soviet troops was so desperate that a corporal from the 389th wrote home, "You can't imagine how they're defending Stalingrad. Like dogs. Dogs." The Soviet armies to the north again attacked 14th Panzer Corps on the 30th of September. The 60th Motorized Infantry Division and the 16th Panzer Division between them claimed to have destroyed 72 tanks in a major defensive success against at least 2 Soviet rifle divisions and 3 tank brigades. The Don France costly attack did not deflect much pressure away from Orlovka or the industrial plants, but it helped slow the elimination of the Orlovka salient, a process which in the end took the Germans nearly 10 days. The 24th Panzer Division, most of the 389th Infantry Division and the 100th Jäger Division advanced towards the Red October metalworks and the Barricadi gun factory, the confusing tangle of a completely destroyed factory area, as one Jäger described the huge complex in which almost every window and roof had been smashed by bombing, with rusted machinery twisted out of recognition. Already the first comrades were falling. The cries for medical orderlies increased. The fire intensified, but not just from in front. It was now coming from both sides. Russian artillery shells and mortar bomb explosions also caused heavy casualties, with stone fragments from the rubble, as well as shrapnel. Next day, to speed the attack on the Red October complex, Paulus ordered the 94th Infantry Division and the 14th Panzer Division up from the southern sector of the city. On the Russian side, the hard-pressed 62nd Army also received some badly needed reinforcements when General Stepan Guriev's 39th Guards Rifle Division crossed the Volga. It was sent straight in to bolster the line on the right of the Red October works. Another fresh division, Colonel Gurtiev's 308th Rifle Division, a second formation made up mainly of Siberians, also started to cross the Volga, but these additions barely made up the losses already suffered. Chuikov soon faced an unexpected danger. On the 1st of October, the 295th Infantry Division infiltrated down gullies on Rodimtsev's right flank. His guardsmen countered savagely, ambushing them at close quarters with submachine guns and grenades. But during the night, a large group of German infantry clambered through the main drain running down the Krutoy Gully and reached the Volga bank. They turned south and attacked the rear of Rodimtsev's division. This raid coincided with another breakthrough on the right. Rodimtsev reacted quickly ordering every company he could spare into impromptu counterattacks, and the situation was saved. On the 2nd of October, the Germans attacked the oil storage tanks on the river bank, just above Zhuikov's headquarters. The tanks were not empty after all. Direct hits from German bombs or shells set them on fire. Burning oil poured down the hill, all around the headquarters and out into the river. Only the radio transmitter worked. "Where are you?" Stalingrad front headquarters signalled repeatedly. The reply eventually came back. "We are where the most smoke and flames are." During the first week of October, Zhuikov clearly had started to wonder whether they would be able to hold the rapidly narrowing strip of riverbank. Everything depended on the Volga crossing. He knew that his badly mauled regiments had inflicted heavy casualties on the Germans, but the outcome of the battle depended on nerve as much as resources. They had no alternative but to stick with the 62nd Army's slogan, "For the defenders of Stalingrad, there is no ground on the other side of the Volga." This really had become a sacred oath for many soldiers. One of the most famous acts of courage occurred at this time on the southern part of the factory district, when German tanks advanced on a position held in the ruins of a school by a detachment of marine infantry attached to the 193rd Rifle Division. They'd run out of anti-tank grenades, so Marine Mikhail Panikako seized 2 petrol bombs. As he was poised to throw the first one, a lucky German bullet shattered it in his hand, covering him in flames. He hurled himself forward over the last few yards and flung himself against the side of the tank, smashing the other one in a ball of fire on the engine decks behind the turret. German commanders were also alarmed. Their men were exhausted and morale had suffered. Soldiers in the 389th Infantry Division, for example, did not disguise their hopes that they would have to be posted back to France because of the heavy casualties they'd suffered. German war cemeteries behind the lines were growing every day. Those who heard Hitler's speech on the 30th of September from the Berliner Sportpalast were not encouraged when he boasted that the Allied powers did not appreciate Germany's achievements, above all their advance from the Don to the Volga. Once again, throwing down a gauntlet in the face of fate, Hitler insisted that no man will shift us from this spot. Chapter 11. Traitors and Allies. "We Russians were ideologically prepared for the Battle of Stalingrad," said an officer veteran. "Above all, we had no illusions about the cost and were prepared to pay it." The complete truth would have been to say that the Soviet state, and perhaps a majority of the soldiers, had few illusions. It is not an insult to their courage; if anything, it confirms it, to remember also the minority who would not or could not stand the appalling strain of the battle. The Soviet authorities were pitiless. "In the blazing city," wrote Zhuikov, "we did not suffer cowards. We had no room for them." Soldiers and civilians alike were warned with Stalin's quotation from Lenin. "Those who do not assist the Red Army in every way and do not support its order and discipline are traitors and must be killed without pity." All sentimentalism was rejected. In total war, there were bound to be miscarriages of military justice, just as frontline troops risked being killed by their own artillery or aircraft. Establishing a ferocious discipline was hard at first. Not until the 8th of October did the political department of the Stalingrad front feel able to report to Moscow that the defeatist mood is almost eliminated and the number of treasonous incidents is getting lower. That the Soviet regime was almost as unforgiving towards its own soldiers as towards the enemy is demonstrated by the total figure of 13,500 executions, both summary and judicial, during the Battle of Stalingrad. This included all crimes classed by the commissars as extraordinary events, from retreating without orders to self-inflicted wounds, desertion, crossing over to the enemy, corruption, and anti-Soviet activities. Red Army soldiers were also deemed guilty if they failed to shoot immediately at any comrades seen trying to desert or to surrender to the enemy. On one occasion in late September, when a group of Soviet soldiers surrendered, German tanks advanced rapidly to protect them from fire directed at them from their own lines. Chuikov's weakest units were the militia special brigades, made up mainly of workers from factories in the northern part of Stalingrad. Blocking groups of well-armed Komsomol volunteers or NKVD detachments were placed behind them to prevent retreat. Their commissars in black leather jackets and armed with pistols reminded the writer Konstantin Simonov of Red Guards in 1918. In the case of the 124th Special Brigade, facing the 16th Panzer Division up at Rynok, the blocking groups behind the lines forced those who were cracking under the strain to escape to the enemy. Dobronin reported to Khrushchev that on the 25th of September a group of 10 deserters, including 2 NCOs, crossed over to the Germans. The following night, another 5 men slipped away. According to the German report on the interrogation of the first group of these very same deserters, their company's strength was down to 55 men. Since their last attack on the 18th of September, in which they suffered heavy losses, they have been given no more tasks. Behind the front line, there is a second line of party and Komsomol members armed with heavy machine guns and machine pistols. A Soviet senior lieutenant from Smolensk deserted for a different reason. He had been captured in the battle for the Don Bend in August, but managed to escape from German custody soon afterwards. When he reported for duty again with the Red Army, he was arrested, according to an order of Stalin, treated as a deserter, and sent to a penal company in the 149th Special Brigade sector. Others deserted for reasons which led the Germans into a false optimism. Morale among the Russians is really bad, an NCO from the 79th Infantry Division wrote home. Most deserters are driven over to us through hunger. It's possible that the Russians will suffer from a famine this winter. Soviet records reveal a great deal about the mentality of the time. When 3 soldiers deserted from the 178th Reserve Rifle Regiment, a lieutenant was ordered to go off and grab 3 other men, either soldiers or civilians, to make up the loss. Many, if not most deserters, were from batches of civilian reinforcements drafted in to make up numbers. For example, a large proportion of the 93 deserters from the 15th Guards Rifle Division had been citizens of Stalingrad evacuated to Krasnoarmeysk. These men were completely untrained, and some of them had no uniforms. In the haste of mobilization, their passports were not taken from many of them. This, the report to Moscow acknowledged, was a serious mistake. Clad in civilian clothes and having passports, they easily managed to get back over the Volga. It is necessary and urgent to take passports from all soldiers. Commissars were incensed by rumours that the Germans allowed Russian and Ukrainian deserters to go home if they lived in the occupied territories. A shortage of political training is exploited by German agents who carry out their work of corruption, trying to persuade unstable soldiers to desert, especially those whose families are left in the territories temporarily occupied by the Germans. These refugees from the German advance lacked any news on the fate of their families and homes. Sometimes deserters were shot in front of an audience of a couple of hundred fellow soldiers from their division. More usually, however, the condemned man was led off by a squad from the guard detachment of the NKVD Special Department to a convenient spot behind the lines. There, he was told to strip so that his uniform and boots could be reused. Yet even such a straightforward task did not always go according to plan. After an execution in the 45th Rifle Division, a suspicious medical orderly found that the condemned man still had a pulse. He was about to shout for help when an enemy artillery bombardment began. The executed soldier sat up, then climbed to his feet and staggered off in the direction of the German lines. It was impossible to tell, ran the report to Moscow, whether he survived or not. The Special Department of the 45th Rifle Division must have contained unusually inaccurate marksmen. In fact, one wonders whether they were encouraged in their work with an extra ration of vodka. On another occasion, they were ordered to execute a soldier condemned for a self-inflicted wound. He was stripped of his uniform, as usual, shot, and then thrown into a shell hole. Some earth was thrown over the body, and the firing party returned to divisional headquarters. 2 hours later, the supposedly executed soldier, his underclothes caked in blood and mud, staggered back to his battalion. The same execution squad had to be called out to shoot him again. In many cases, the authorities in the deserter's home neighbourhood were also informed. The family could then be persecuted under Order No. 270 as an extra punishment, but above all, as a warning. Commissars and the Special Department officers on the Stalingrad front saw reprisals against close relatives as absolutely essential to deter others who might be tempted to run away. NKVD special departments, when investigating cases of desertion, undoubtedly put heavy pressure on a suspect to denounce others. A newly arrived soldier in the 302nd Rifle Division, 51st Army, was accused by a comrade of having said, "If I'm sent to the front line, I will be the first to cross to the Germans." Under interrogation, he is claimed to have confessed to persuading 5 others to go with him and revealed their names. But he may have been pushed by the NKVD into inventing a conspiracy which had never existed. Commissars blamed the carelessness and good-heartedness of officers for desertion in a unit. But there were also countless cases of officers using their accepted right to shoot to kill as an extreme measure to be used only on active service when a Red Army man refuses to fulfill a military order or retreats from the field of battle. On a rare occasion, however, the authorities considered that officers had been over-harsh. During the night of the 17th to the 18th of October, 2 soldiers disappeared from the 204th Rifle Division in the 64th Army. The regimental commander and the commissar ordered the company commander to execute the platoon commander of the men who had deserted. This 19-year-old junior lieutenant had joined the regiment only 5 days before, and scarcely knew the 2 deserters from his platoon. The company commander obeyed the order. He went to his trench, and in the presence of the commissar, shot him dead. Commissars, wanting to vaunt the all-embracing nature of the Soviet Union, could have pointed to the fact that nearly half the soldiers of the 62nd Army were not Russian. Propaganda sections, however, had good reasons to remain silent on the subject. Far too much was expected of the levée en masse from Central Asia. "It is hard for them to understand things," reported a Russian lieutenant sent in to command a machine-gun platoon, "and it is very difficult to work with them." The lack of familiarity with modern technology also meant that they were more likely to be confused and terrorized by air attack. Language difficulties and consequent misunderstandings naturally made things worse. One formation, the 196th Rifle Division, which was mostly Kazakh, Uzbek, and Tatar, received such severe losses that it had to be withdrawn from the front to be reconstituted. The commissars realized that things were badly wrong, but their only prescription was predictable: to indoctrinate soldiers and officers of non-Russian nationality in the highest noble aims of the peoples of the USSR, in the explanation of their military oath and the law for punishing any betrayal of the motherland. Their indoctrination cannot have been very successful, because many clearly had little idea what the war was about. A Tatar in the 284th Rifle Division, unable to stand the fighting any more, decided to desert. He crawled forward in the dark from his position without being seen, but then lost his bearings in no man's land. Without realizing, he crossed back into the sector occupied by the 685th Rifle Regiment. He found a command bunker and entered. Convinced that he had reached his destination, he presumed that the officers staring at him must be German officers wearing Russian uniform as a sort of disguise. He announced that he had come to surrender, the report recorded. The traitor was executed. Commissars also faced a bureaucratic problem. It is very difficult to classify extraordinary events, the Front Political Department explained to Sherbakov in Moscow, because we cannot tell in many cases whether a soldier deserted or crossed over to the enemy. In battle conditions, the department reported on another occasion, it is not always possible to determine for sure what happened to particular soldiers or groups of men. In the 38th Rifle Division, a sergeant and a soldier who went off to collect their company's rations were never seen again. Nobody knew what happened to them. They might have been buried by a large shell, or they might have deserted. Unless there are eyewitnesses, we can only suspect. The fact that officers often failed to count their soldiers properly did not help. Some absentees were listed as traitors and then found to have been evacuated to a field hospital with serious wounds. Even a soldier who discharged himself from hospital to return to his unit to fight could find himself listed as a deserter and condemned. On occasions, the carelessness of officers was deliberate. The deaths of soldiers were sometimes not reported in order to obtain more rations, a practice as old as organized armies, but now defined as criminal disorder on the military roll. Dobronin's acknowledgment of the statistical difficulties should certainly be remembered when looking at the total of 446 desertions during September. No mention is made of the other category, crossing over to the enemy. Yet, even Stalingrad Front's own reports of group desertions indicate a serious problem. For example, after 23 men from a single battalion deserted over 3 nights, a protective zone was set up in front of the front line, and officers formed a 24-hour guard. Self-inflicted wounds were regarded as desertion by dishonesty. A soldier from Rodimtsev's 13 Guards Rifle Division, who was suspected of having shot himself in the hand, was escorted to the dressing station. He tried to escape in the dark when German artillery opened up, but was dragged back. A committee of doctors examined him and declared that the wound had been self-inflicted. The prisoner was then executed in front of an audience of soldiers drawn from his battalion. Even officers were charged with self-inflicted wounds. A 19-year-old lieutenant in the 196th Rifle Division, having been accused of shooting himself through the left palm with a submachine gun, was executed in front of an audience of officers from his formation. The report implies, with unconvincing logic, that his guilt was self-evident because he had tried to hide his crime by applying a bandage. Malingerers were seen to belong in the same category. 11 soldiers in a field hospital pretended to be deaf and dumb, Dobronin recorded, then added, with grim satisfaction, but as soon as the medical commission decided that they were fit for military duty and their papers were passed to the military tribunal, they started talking. The ultimate self-inflicted wound was suicide. Like the Wehrmacht, the Soviet authorities defined it as a sign of cowardice, or the product of unhealthy moods. Even the definition of cowardice could take many forms. One pilot, who bailed out of his burning plane, tore up his Communist Party candidate's card immediately after landing, because he thought he had come down behind German lines. On his return to base, the Commissar accused him of cowardice under Stalin's Order No. 270, even though Soviet propaganda emphasized that the Germans executed communists on the spot. The NKVD and the political department of Stalingrad Front worked extremely closely on any hint of anti-Soviet activity. For example, men found with German leaflets were handed over to the NKVD. It was dangerous to pick one up, even for rolling a cigarette of Makorka tobacco. A soldier who lost his temper and told a superior officer what he thought of him and the Red Army could face an accusation of counter-revolutionary propaganda or non-belief in our victory. Corporal K, in the 204th Rifle Division, was executed for having discredited the leaders of the Red Army and uttered terroristic threats against his commanding officer. Those who criticized the regime, like 2 soldiers in the 51st Army, were also handed over to the NKVD. One had spread fascist statements that collective farm workers were like slaves, and the other had said that Soviet propaganda lies to raise morale in the army. Cases of anti-Soviet activities, which were often treated as synonymous with the crime of treason to the motherland, seem to have been comparatively rare in the front line. Officers generally followed the informal advice of the Russian army in 1812. When soldiers mutter, officers should not listen. Most recognized that in war, when men faced death, they needed to say what they thought. Among frontline comrades, soldiers did not shrink from criticizing the incompetence, corruption, and bullying of Communist Party officials. The constant risk of being killed at any moment made them careless of commissars and special department informers. With their trenches so close to the Germans, there seemed little difference between an enemy bullet and that final ration from the Soviet state, the NKVD's 9 grams of lead. Most of the reported cases of anti-Soviet activities took place behind the lines. Newly arrived recruits who grumbled were more likely to be denounced by fellow conscripts. A Stalingrad civilian in Training Battalion 178, who ventured to say that they would freeze and starve when winter came, was quickly arrested thanks to the political consciousness of trainees K and I. NKVD paranoia stretched back among the transport and engineer detachments of the Stalingrad front on the east bank of the Volga. 12 soldiers and 5 officers, including 2 senior officers, were arrested in October for anti-Soviet activities of a defeatist nature. A majority of those arrested are from the occupied territories, the report added, claiming for good measure that they had a plan to betray the motherland and join the enemy. The newspaper reports, which claim that Frontoviki eagerly discussed the heroic leadership of Comrade Stalin in their trenches and went into the attack with the battle cry, "Za Stalina," for Stalin, were pure propaganda. Yuri Belash, a soldier poet, once wrote a verse, "To be honest about it, in the trenches the last thing we thought about was Stalin." However much the Soviet press played up stories of personal heroism, the authorities' total lack of respect for the individual was clearly confirmed by the propaganda at Stalingrad. Newspapers took up the slogan, apparently coined by Chvikov at a meeting of the military council, "Every man must become one of the stones of the city." One of Chvikov's officers added admiringly that the 62nd Army cemented the stones of the Stalin-inspired city like living concrete. This theme reached its ultimate expression in the monstrous post-war memorial constructed on the Mamaev Kurgan, where the figures of soldiers among the ruins are deliberately portrayed in a bas-relief of brickwork. This monument, to the Soviet Union, not to the soldiers themselves, virtually turns them into a terracotta army, like those of Chinese emperors. Even day-to-day administrative policy confirmed the impression of soldiers as discardable items. New boots, uniforms and equipment were reserved for new armies being formed in the rear. For frontline soldiers at Stalingrad, replacement items did not come from the quartermaster's store, they came off the bodies of dead comrades. Nothing was wasted when it came to burial. Men were even sent forward at night into no man's land to strip corpses to their underclothes. The sight of fallen comrades left semi-naked in the open revolted many. When winter came in its full force, snow camouflage suits became especially precious. A wounded soldier would try to take off the white coverall before it became blood-stained. It was a well-known occurrence for a soldier too badly wounded to remove his snow camouflage suit to apologize for any marks to those taking it from him. Grossman, a close observer of his fellow countrymen at Stalingrad, rejected the idea that they had been completely brutalized into indifference. "Life is not easy for a Russian," he wrote, "but in his heart he does not feel that this is unavoidable. During the war at the front, I observed just two feelings towards events, either an incredible optimism or a complete gloom. No one can bear the thought that the war is going to last a long time, and anyone who says that only months and months of hard work will lead to victory is not to be believed. The truth was that in such a terrible battle, you could think only about surviving for the rest of that day or even hour. To look forward to any point beyond was dangerous dreaming. Soldiers at least had some sort of purpose and fairly regular rations to keep them going. The civilians trapped in Stalingrad had virtually nothing. How over 10,000 of them, including 1,000 children, were still alive in the city's ruins after over 5 months of battle remains the most astonishing part of the whole Stalingrad story. Soviet sources claim that between the 24th of August, the day after the first air raids, when Stalingrad inhabitants were finally allowed to cross the Volga, and the 10th of September, 300,000 civilians were evacuated to the East Bank. It was totally inadequate, considering the swollen population of the city. What was not admitted at the time was that well over 50,000 civilians were trapped on the West Bank, partly due to the NKVD's control of river crossing. The last official evacuation was chaotic and tragic. The crowd was huge. It included many families that had been refused permission to leave until the last moment, often without any good reason. The steamer became dangerously overloaded, so no more people were allowed on board. Those left behind on the jetty stood watching the ferry leave. They despaired for themselves. But then, only 50 yards out from the jetty, it was hit by a bomb and sank, blazing, in front of their eyes. Many civilians could not even get near the river's edge, having been trapped behind German lines by the Sixth Army's rapid advances. Hitler, on the 2nd of September, had ordered Stalingrad to be cleared of civilians. Yet the first exodus was more spontaneous than organized. A large column of refugees left the city heading west into German-occupied territory on the 14th of September, with their few remaining possessions piled on handcarts or carried in cardboard suitcases. A German correspondent saw civilians caught by shell fire, turned into a bloody mess of torso and torn clothes, with a severed hand stuck in telegraph wires overhead. Yet those who escaped to safety in German territory had little hope of finding food. Detachments from the Sixth Army were already at work, requisitioning and harvesting any crops in the region for their own use. Even Cossack farmers, some of them former White Guards who had welcomed the Germans as liberators with bread and salt, were robbed of all livestock and grain. The sight of refugees could produce strange confusions of thinking, as a senior NCO from the 295th Infantry Division unintentionally revealed in a letter home. Today, I saw many refugees coming from Stalingrad, a scene of indescribable misery. Children, women, old men, as old as Grandpa, lie here by the road, only lightly clothed and with no protection from the cold. Although they're our enemy, it was deeply shocking. For that reason, we can't thank our Führer and the good Lord enough that our homeland has still been spared such terrible wretchedness. I've already seen much misery during this war, but Russia surpasses everything. Above all, Stalingrad. You won't understand this. One has to have seen it. The many thousands of women and children left behind in the city sought shelter in the cellars of ruins, in sewers, and in caves dug into steep banks. There were apparently even civilians cowering in shell holes on the Mamaev Kurgan during the worst of the fighting. Many, of course, did not survive. Simonov, on his first visit, was astonished. We crossed a bridge over one of the gullies intersecting the city. I shall never forget the scene that opened out before me. This gully, which stretched to my left and right, swarmed with life, just like an anthill dotted with caves. Entire streets had been excavated on either side. The mouths of the caves were covered with charred boards and rags. The women had utilized everything that could be of service. he wrote of the almost incredible suffering of all those in Stalingrad, whether soldier or civilian, but then quickly dismissed any notion of sentimentality. These things cannot be helped. The struggle being waged is for life or death. He then went on to describe the body of a drowned woman, washed up on the Volga shore, holding on to a charred log, with scorched and distorted fingers. Her face is disfigured. The suffering she underwent before death released her must have been unbearable. The Germans did this, did it in front of our eyes, and let them not ask for quarter from those who witnessed it. After Stalingrad, we shall give no quarter. Although shelter was the first priority, civilians faced the virtual impossibility of finding food and water. Each time there was a lull in the bombardments, women and children appeared out of holes in the ground to cut slabs of meat off dead horses before homeless dogs and rats stripped the carcass. The chief foragers were children. Younger, smaller, and more agile, they presented less of a target. They sneaked down at night to the badly burned grain elevator south of the Tsaritsa, which the Germans had finally captured. There, they often managed to fill bags or satchels with scorched wheat and scamper away. But German sentries, protecting the silos for their own army's use, shot a number of them. Those who attempted to steal German army ration tins were also shot on the spot, both in Stalingrad itself and in the rear areas. German soldiers made use of Stalingrad orphans themselves. Daily tasks, such as filling water bottles, were dangerous when Russian snipers lay in wait for any movement. So, for the promise of a crust of bread, they would get Russian boys and girls to take their water bottles down to the Volga's edge to fill them. When the Soviet side realized what was happening, Red Army soldiers shot children on such missions. A precedent for such ruthlessness had been set during the early stages of the siege of Leningrad, when civilians had been used by German troops as a shield. Stalin had immediately issued an order that Red Army troops were to kill any civilians obeying German orders, even if they were acting under duress. This instruction was implemented in Stalingrad. The enemy, reported the 37th Guards Rifle Division, forced civilians forward to drag back dead German soldiers and officers. Our soldiers opened fire no matter who tried to carry away the fascist corpses. Other children were much luckier. They attached themselves to Soviet regiments and headquarters. Many were used as runners, scouts, or spies. But the smaller orphans, some as young as 4 or 5, were just mascots. 6th Army Headquarters established one commandantur for the centre and north of the city, and another for south of the Tsaritsa. Each had a company of felt gendarmerie responsible, among other things, for guarding against sabotage and registering and evacuating civilians. Instructions were issued that anyone who failed to register would be shot. Jews were ordered to wear a yellow star on their sleeve. The felt gendarmerie worked closely with the secret field police under Commissar Wilhelm Moritz. One commandantur officer, captured after the battle, admitted during interrogation that their tasks had also included the selection of suitable civilians for forced labour in Germany and the handing over of communist activists and Jews to the SD. Soviet sources claim that the Germans executed over 3,000 civilians during the fighting, and that more than 60,000 civilians from Stalingrad were transported back to the Reich on Hitler's order as slave labour. The number of Jews and communists arrested by the 6th Army's Felt Gendarmerie and handed over to the SS is not given. Sonderkommando 4A, following the 6th Army's advance, had reached Nizhny Cherskaya in the wake of the 24th Panzer Corps on the 25th of August, and promptly massacred 2 truckloads of children, the majority aged between 6 and 12. They had also executed a number of communist officials and NKVD informers denounced by Cossacks, whose kulak families had suffered greatly at the regime's hands. The Sonderkommando remained in the Stalingrad area until the 4th week of September. A major evacuation of civilians took place on the 5th of October. and the last at the beginning of November. Batches of civilians were selected for loading onto cattle trucks at railheads to the rear. The misery of refugees was all too evident. The wise took every blanket they could carry to barter for food in the weeks ahead. These Stalingrad civilians were marched first to an improvised camp near the village of Voroponovo, now Gorkovsky, then on to other camps at Marinovka, Kalach, and Nizhny-Chirskaya. The treatment they received was still not quite as bad as that suffered by captured Russian soldiers. In the cage near Gumrak, there were, by the 11th of September, over 2,000 prisoners of war, many of them from worker militia battalions. Soviet officers were left to keep order, if necessary with their fists, when the food was thrown in over the wire. No medical facilities were provided. A Soviet doctor did what he could for the wounded, but in hopeless cases he could only put them out of their misery. Subsequent roundups were more brutal. Finally, a huge black crowd was forced out into the first snows. This last and largest group of Stalingrad civilians was marched to Karpovka and other camps. Conditions were appalling. Even the name camp was optimistic, since they were just a large encirclement of barbed wire on the open steppe. There were no huts. The prisoners tried to dig holes in the ground with their bare hands to escape the biting winds, then huddled together. On the night of the 7th of November, the anniversary of the revolution, the Russian prisoners celebrated, singing quietly among themselves. But that evening it began to rain heavily. Towards morning, the temperature fell rapidly, bringing a hard frost, and they shivered uncontrollably in their sodden clothes. Many died. In one hole, the mother next to Valentina Nefyodova sat clasping an infant son and an infant daughter on her knees. The girl survived, but the boy died in her arms. Nefyodova's teenage cousin also froze to death that night. The guards in these camps were mostly Ukrainians in German uniform. Many were Bulbovitsi, extreme right-wing nationalists named after Taras Bulba, who treated their victims terribly. Not all the guards, however, were cruel. Some allowed their charges to escape in exchange for a bribe, but escapers were soon hunted down in the open steppe by Feldgendarmerie. In the Morozovsk camp, however, the Goncharov family, mother, grandmother, and 2 children, were saved by the kindness of a German doctor, who arranged for them to be moved to a nearby farmstead because the 11-year-old Nikolai was suffering from such bad frostbite. Of the thousands who still managed to avoid the roundups in the city, leading a troglodyte existence under the rubble, no one knows how, virtually all fell sick from food poisoning or polluted water. On the outskirts of the town, children crept out like wild animals at night to search for roots and wild berries. Many survived for 3 or 4 days on a piece of stale bread given to them by either a German or a Russian soldier, depending on the front line. Women were often forced to offer their emaciated bodies to survive or to feed an infant. There are even reports of improvised brothels in the ruins. In several instances, love of a sort grew in the unpromising circumstances between Russian women and German soldiers. It was almost invariably a fatal liaison. A Stalingrad woman, accused of signalling to the enemy with a white handkerchief, was found to have hidden 3 fascists in her cellar. She was handed over to the NKVD. The 3 German soldiers were shot on the spot. On the sectors away from the city itself, few German prisoners seem to have been killed on capture, once Soviet military intelligence started to become more sophisticated. Their need for accurate information from prisoners grew rapidly in October, while Zhukov and his staff were planning the great counterstroke. The Soviet interrogation of German prisoners of war, which took place on the day after capture, followed a fairly set pattern. The chief objective was to identify their formation and assess its current strength, supply situation, and morale. German prisoners were also asked such questions as, had they been a member of the Hitler Youth? What did they know of preparations for chemical warfare? What partisan actions as they heard about or witnessed? How effective were Soviet propaganda leaflets? What did their officers tell them about communists? What had been their division's route of advance since June 1941? This was to see whether they could be linked to war crimes reported in any areas through which they had passed. If the prisoner had come from a farming family, did they have Russian prisoners of war working for them at home? What were their names? Letters from home were confiscated to see if they gave any indication of civilian morale back in Germany. During the late summer and autumn of 1942, after the RAF's 1,000-bomber raids, NKVD interrogators were particularly interested in their effect on civilian morale and also on soldiers at the front. Later, when the NKVD was shaken to discover that so many Soviet citizens, mainly former Red Army soldiers, were attached to the German army, interrogators tried to discover from prisoners how many had been with each company. Out of an instinct of self-preservation, prisoners often said what they expected the Russians to want to hear. In some cases, it also happened to be the truth. "Older soldiers," said one corporal, "do not believe the propaganda stuffed into our heads by Goebbels. We remember the unforgettable lessons of 1918. By mid-September, captured German soldiers were openly admitting to their Russian interrogators that they and their comrades were afraid of the approaching winter. Many of the prisoner interviews were carried out by Captain N.D. Dyatlenko of the NKVD, a German speaker transferred to the 7th Department of Stalingrad Front. Lieutenant Colonel Kaplan, the 62nd Army's Deputy Chief of Intelligence, on the other hand, had to interrogate prisoners through his interpreter, Derkachev. Kaplan clearly wasted little time when he got to work. After a badly wounded corporal revealed that the 24th Panzer Division was reduced to 16 tanks, Kaplan noted at the bottom of the page, "The interrogation was not completed because the man soon died of his wounds." Already aware of the tensions between the German and Romanian armies, Kaplan was also interested in strained relations within the Wehrmacht. Austrian prisoners, perhaps in the hope of better treatment, complained of the behaviour of German officers who discriminated against them. A 32-year-old Czech in the 24th Panzer Division, who was captured on the 28th of September, even volunteered to fight for the Soviet Union. Red Army intelligence's main priority at this time, however, was to form an accurate assessment of the Germans' dependence on Allied divisions along the Don front and in the Kalmyk steppe. A number of German regimental commanders at this time were horrified at the replacements they were being sent. One in the 14th Panzer Division wrote that very energetic measures were needed to correct the absence of strength of will and bravery. The greatest weakness, however, remained the Allied troops, represented as full armies on Hitler's situation map. The morale of Italians, Romanians, and Hungarians alike had been shaken by isolated partisan raids on their trains to the front. It soon began to suffer badly from Russian air attack, even when few casualties were inflicted, and when they faced a Russian ground attack with Katyusha rockets from a Stalin organ, their troops began to wonder what they were doing there. Soviet aircraft dropped leaflets written in Hungarian, Italian, and Romanian, telling Allied soldiers not to die uselessly for the Germans. This propaganda worked best on national minorities. Serbs and Ruthenians drafted into the Hungarian forces were the most likely to desert. "How can we possibly trust those who are not Hungarians?" wrote Corporal Baloch in his diary. Red Army intelligence reported to Moscow that a number of small groups formed plans to desert together even before they reached the front. When the Russians attacked, they hid in their trenches and waited to surrender. A Ruthenian deserter from another regiment, interviewed by the NKVD, reported that most of his comrades were praying, "God keep me alive," for whole days as they sat in their trenches. The majority of soldiers don't want to fight, but they're afraid to desert because they believe the officers' stories that the Russians will torture and shoot them.
One of the greatest problems with Allied armies was confusion. Front-line units were continually being shelled or bombed by their own allies. "God help us, and make this battle short," wrote Corporal Balloch. "Everyone is bombing and shelling us." Less than a week later he wrote, "Oh God, stop this terrible war. If we are to take part in it for much longer, our nerve will break. Will we ever again have a nice pleasant Sunday at home? Will we have the chance to lean on our gates again? Will they remember us at home?" Morale became so low that the Hungarian military authorities forbade soldiers to write home in case it led to severe unrest back in Budapest. Even bribery failed to work. Before the next attack, the soldiers were encouraged with the best possible meal: chocolate slabs, preserves, lard, sugar, and goulash. But most of them suffered badly from stomachache afterwards, because a man here isn't accustomed to such a meal. "The Russians have remarkable marksmen," wrote Balloch on the 15th of September. "God, don't let me be their target. We are facing the best Russian units," added the ill-informed corporal. "Siberian riflemen under the command of Timoshenko. We are cold, but it is not winter yet. What would happen in winter if we are left to stay here? Help us, Blessed Virgin, to return home." The next day's entry, another plea to God and the Blessed Virgin, was the very last. Balloch's diary, retrieved from his body near the bank of the Don, was translated into Russian a few days later at the headquarters of General Batutin's Southwest Front and sent to Moscow. The Italian Eighth Army, which held the Don flank between the Hungarians and the Third Romanian Army, had caused concern to the Germans ever since last August. Führer headquarters was forced to agree that 29th Army Corps should be used to strengthen the Italian defence. Its staff issued the following advice to liaison officers: "You should treat them politely, and a political and psychological understanding is necessary. The climate and environment in Italy makes an Italian soldier different from a German soldier. Italians tire more easily on one hand, and on the other they are more exuberant. You should not be superior towards our Italian allies, who came here fearlessly into hard and unfamiliar conditions to help us. Don't call them rude names, and don't be sharp with them." Understanding did little to change the Italians' manifest lack of enthusiasm for the war. A sergeant, when asked by a Soviet interpreter why his whole battalion surrendered without firing a shot, replied with sound civilian logic, "We did not fire back, because we thought it would be a mistake." The Sixth Army, in a show of anti-Comintern unity, even had an Allied unit in the form of the 369th Croatian Regiment attached to the Austrian 100th Jäger Division. On the 24th of September, the Poglavnik of Croatia, Dr. Antony Pavelic, arrived by air to inspect his troops and present medals. He was greeted by General Paulus and a guard of honour provided by Luftwaffe ground troops. Strategically, the most important Allied formations were the two Romanian armies on either flank of Paulus's Sixth Army. Not only were they ill-equipped, they were not even up to strength. The Romanian regime, under pressure from Hitler to provide more troops, had drafted more than 2,000 civilian convicts, sentenced for rape, looting, and murder. Half of them were sent to 991 Special Straf Battalion, but so many deserted on its first encounter with the enemy that the unit was disbanded, and the remainder transferred to the 5th Infantry Division on the Don front opposite Seramifovic. Romanian officers appear to have been unusually paranoid about the enemy infiltration of their rear. Outbreaks of dysentery were regarded with more than suspicion. Russian agents, declared a warning circular from 1st Romanian Infantry Division, have been carrying out mass poisonings in the rear to cause casualties among our troops. They use arsenic, 1 gram of which is enough to kill 10 people. The poison was supposedly concealed in matchboxes, and the agents were identified as women, cooks, and helpers connected with the provision of food.
Germans of all ranks who came in contact with their allies were often dismayed at the way in which Romanian officers treated their men. They had an attitude of lords and vassals. An Austrian count, Lieutenant Graf Stolberg, reported, "Above all, the officers were no good. They did not take any interest in their men." A pioneer corporal from 305th Infantry Division noticed that the Romanian field kitchens prepared 3 sets of meals, one for officers, one for NCOs, and one for the men, who got only a little to eat. Relations between the two allies were expressed in frequent brawls. To avoid in future lamentable incidents and misunderstandings between Romanian and German soldiers whose friendship is sealed with blood shed in the common cause on the field of battle, the Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Romanian Army recommended the organization of visits, dinners, parties, small feasts, and so on, so that Romanian and German units should establish a closer spiritual link. During the early autumn of 1942, Red Army intelligence officers had only an inkling of the Wehrmacht's dependence on Hiwis, short for Hilfswillige, or volunteer helper. While some were genuine volunteers, most were Soviet prisoners of war, drafted from camps to make up shortages in manpower, primarily as labourers, but increasingly even in combat duties. Colonel Grosskurt, the Chief of Staff of 11th Corps in the Greater Don Bend, observed in a letter to General Beck, "It is disturbing that we are forced to strengthen our fighting troops with Russian prisoners of war, who are already being turned into gunners. It's an odd state of affairs that the beasts we have been fighting against are now living with us in the closest harmony." 6th Army had over 50,000 Russian auxiliaries attached to its frontline divisions, representing over a quarter of their strength. The 71st and the 76th Infantry Divisions had over 8,000 Hiwis each, roughly the same number of men by mid-November as their total German strength. There is no figure for the number of Hiwis attached to the rest of the 6th Army and other ancillary formations, which, according to some estimates, would bring the total to over 70,000. Russians in the German army can be divided into 3 categories, a captured Hiwi told his NKVD interrogator. Firstly, soldiers mobilized by German troops, so-called Cossack sections, which are attached to German divisions. Secondly, Hilfswillige made up of local people or Russian prisoners who volunteer, or those Red Army soldiers who desert to join the Germans. This category wears full German uniform with their own ranks and badges. They eat like German soldiers and are attached to German regiments. Thirdly, there are Russian prisoners who do the dirty jobs, kitchens, stables, and so on. These 3 categories are treated in different ways, with the best treatment naturally reserved for the volunteers. The ordinary soldiers treated us well, but the worst treatment came from officers and NCOs in an Austrian division. This particular Hiwi had been one of 11 Russian prisoners taken from the camp at Novo-Alexandrovsk at the end of November 1941 to work for the German army. 8 were shot when they collapsed on the march from starvation. This survivor was attached to a field kitchen with an infantry regiment, where he peeled potatoes. Then he was transferred to looking after horses. Many of the so-called Cossack units formed for anti-partisan and rear area repression, which he mentioned, contained a high proportion of Ukrainians and Russians. Hitler loathed the idea of Untermensch Slavs in German uniforms, so they had to be redefined as Cossacks, who were considered racially acceptable. This reflected the fundamental disagreement between the Nazi hierarchy, obsessed with the total subjugation of the Slav, and professional army officers who believed that their only hope was to act as the liberators of Russia from communism. As early as the autumn of 1941, German army intelligence had come to the conclusion that the Wehrmacht could not possibly win in Russia unless it turned the invasion into another civil war. Hiwis, who were induced through promises to volunteer from prison camp, were soon disabused. The Ruthenian deserter, during his interrogation, described some heavies he had encountered when looking for water in a village. They were Ukrainians who had deserted to the Germans in the hope of getting home to their families. "We believed the leaflets," they told him, "and wanted to get back to our wives." Instead, they found themselves in German uniform being trained by German officers. Discipline was ruthless. They could be shot for the smallest fault, such as falling behind on route marches. Soon they would be sent to the front. "Does this mean you will kill your own people?" asked the Ruthenian. "What can we do?" they answered. "If we run back to the Russians, we will be treated as traitors, and if we refuse to fight, we'll be shot by the Germans." Most frontline German units seem to have treated their heavies well, albeit with a measure of affectionate contempt. An anti-tank gun detachment in 22nd Panzer Division, west of the Don, used to give their heavy, whom they of course called Ivan, a greatcoat and a rifle to guard their anti-tank gun when they went down to the local village for a drink. But on one occasion they had to run back to rescue him because a group of Romanian soldiers, having discovered his identity, wanted to shoot him on the spot. To the Soviet authorities, the idea of former Red Army soldiers serving with the Wehrmacht was distinctly disturbing. They jumped to the conclusion that the purges and the work of the special departments had not been nearly thorough enough. The Stalingrad Front Political Department and the NKVD were obsessed with the use of heavies to infiltrate and attack their lines. On some parts of the front, Sherbakov was informed, there have been cases of former Russians who put on Red Army uniform and penetrate our positions for the purpose of reconnaissance and seizing officer and soldier prisoners for interrogation. On 38th Rifle Division's sector, 64th Army, on the night of the 22nd of September, a Soviet reconnaissance patrol had bumped into a German patrol. The Red Army soldiers reported on their return that there had been at least one former Russian with the Germans. The phrase, "former Russian," was to serve as a death sentence for hundreds of thousands of men in the course of the next 3 years, as Smersh concentrated on the question of treason, which lay so close to Stalin's heart. By summarily stripping opponents and defectors of their national identity, the Soviet Union attempted to suppress any hint of disaffection in the Great Patriotic War. Chapter 12. Fortresses of Rubble and Iron. "Will Stalingrad turn into a second Verdun?" wrote Colonel Grosskurt on the 4th of October. "That's what one's asking here, with great concern." After Hitler's speech at the Berlin Sportpalast 4 days before, claiming that nobody would ever shift them from their position on the Volga, Grosskurt and others sensed that the Sixth Army would not be allowed to break off this battle, whatever the consequences. It has even become a matter of prestige between Hitler and Stalin. The great German assault against the factory district in northern Stalingrad had started well on the 27th of September. But by the end of the second day, German divisions knew that they were in for their hardest fight yet. The Red October complex and the Barricadi gun factory had been turned into fortresses as lethal as those of Verdun. If anything, they were more dangerous because the Soviet regiments were so well hidden. Officers from Gurtiev's 308th Rifle Division of Siberians, on reaching the Barricadi factory and its railway sidings, took in the dark, towering bulk of the repair shops, the wet, glistening rails already touched in spots with rust, the chaos of shattered freight cars, the piles of steel girders scattered in confusion over a yard as large as a city square, the heaps of coals and reddish slag, the mighty smokestacks pierced in many places by German shells. Gurtiev designated 2 regiments to defend the plant, and the 3rd to hold the flank, including the deep ravine running through to the Volga from the workers' housing estate, which was already in flames. It soon became known as the Gully of Death. The Siberians wasted no time. In grim silence they dug into the stony earth with their picks, cut embrasures in the walls of the workshops, fashioned dugouts, bunkers, and communications trenches. One command post was set up in a long concrete-sided bay which ran under the huge sheds. Gurdjieff was well known as a tough trainer of troops. When waiting in reserve east of the Volga, he had made them dig trenches, then brought in tanks to roll over them. Ironing, like this, was the best way to teach them to dig deep. Fortunately for the Siberians, their trenches were ready by the time the Stukas arrived. The screechers, or the musicians, as the Russians called the dive bombers with their wailing sirens, caused fewer casualties than usual. The Siberians had kept their trenches narrow to reduce their exposure to bomb fragments, but the continual shock waves from bomb explosions made the earth vibrate as if from an earthquake and caused a sick pain in the stomach. The heavy percussion left everyone temporarily deaf. Sometimes the shock waves were so intense that they shattered glass and threw radio sets out of tune. These aerial softening-up attacks, known as house-warmings, lasted most of the day. Next morning, the barricade yards were carpet-bombed by Heinkel 111 squadrons and shelled by artillery and mortars again. Suddenly the German guns ceased firing. Even before the shouted warning, "Get ready," the Siberians prepared themselves, knowing full well what the uneasy lull heralded. Moments later, they heard the grinding and metallic screech of tank tracks on rubble. The German infantry discovered over the next few days that Gurdjieff's Siberian division did not sit waiting for them. The Russians made attacks every day at first and last light, an NCO from the 100th Jaeger Division reported. Chuikov's appallingly wasteful policy of repeated counterattacks astonished German generals, although they were forced to acknowledge that it wore down their troops. The most successful defensive measures, however, were the heavy guns on the east bank of the Volga, once their fire plans were coordinated. In the Red October plant, detachments from the 414th Anti-Tank Division had concealed their 45 and 96 mm guns in the rubble, using lumps of discarded metal as camouflage and protection. They were sighted for firing from ranges as short as 150 yards or less. By dawn on the 28th of September, 2 regiments of the 193rd Rifle Division had also crossed the Volga and rapidly prepared positions. Their housewarming was carried out by massed Stuka attacks the following day. The German advance made further reinforcements an urgent need. The 39th Guards Rifle Division was sent across, even though it was only a third of its proper strength. The German attacks grew heavier into October, especially when reinforced with the 94th Infantry and the 14th Panzer Division, as well as 5 combat engineer battalions flown in specially. On the Soviet side, units were completely fragmented, and often all communications broke down, but individuals and groups fought on without orders. On the barricade sector, Sapper Kosichenko and an unnamed tank driver, each with one arm shattered, pulled the pins from grenades with their teeth. At night, sappers continually ran forward, carrying more anti-tank mines, 2 at a time, holding them under their armpits like loaves of bread, to bury them in the rubble of the approaches. The German attacks, wrote Grossman, were eventually blunted by dogged, rugged Siberian obstinacy. One German pioneer battalion, in a single attack at this time, sustained 40% casualties. The commander returned from visiting his men, stony-faced and silent. Chuikov's divisions were badly mauled, exhausted, and very short of ammunition. Yet, on the 5th of October, General Golikov, Yeremenko's deputy commander, crossed the river to pass on Stalin's order that the city be held and the parts occupied by the Germans recaptured. Chuikov disregarded such an impossible instruction. He knew that his only chance of holding on depended on massive artillery bombardments from across the river. The Germans soon made Yeremenko's urgings irrelevant. After a relatively quiet day on the 6th of October, they launched a heavy assault on the Stalingrad tractor plant with the 14th Panzer Division attacking from the southwest and the 60th Motorized from the west. One of the 60th battalions was virtually destroyed by salvos of Katyushas fired at maximum range. The extra elevation was achieved by backing the launcher trucks so that their rear wheels hung over the steep Volga bank. Meanwhile, part of the 16th Panzer Division attacked the northern industrial suburb of Spartakovka, pushing back the remains of the 112th Rifle Division and the 124th Special Brigade. Chuikov's army, now down to a drastically reduced area along the west bank, felt that it was being relentlessly pushed back into the river. The Volga crossings became increasingly vulnerable with the 62nd Army's perimeter so drastically reduced. German batteries and even machine guns on direct fire ranged in on the landing points. A narrow pontoon bridge from Zaitsevsky Island to the west bank had been built by a battalion of Volga watermen from Yaroslavl. This enabled a constant ant-like stream of bearers to cross during darkness, carrying rations and ammunition. Its small size reduced the target, but for those treading the constantly moving planks, the shells exploding in the river either side made each journey terrifying. Cargo boats were still needed for larger and heavier items, as well as evacuating the wounded. Replacement tanks were taken across by barge. As soon as dusk falls, wrote Grossman, the men responsible for the river crossing come out of their dugouts, bunkers, trenches, and hidden shelters. Close to the landing points on the east bank, there were field bakeries in bunkers, underground kitchens providing hot food in thermos containers, even bathhouses. Despite such comparative comforts, the regime on the east bank was virtually as harsh as in the city itself. The cargo boats and their crews, drafted into the 71st Special Service Company, came directly under the new NKVD commander, Major General Rogatin, who also commanded the military office of the river district. Casualty rates among the riverboat crews ranked with those of front-line battalions. For example, the steamer La Stochka, the Swallow, while evacuating wounded, received 10 direct hits on a single crossing. The surviving members of the crew repaired the holes during the day and were ready to sail again the following night. Losses could also be heavy from accidents under pressure. On the 6th of October, an overloaded boat capsized and 16 men out of 21 were drowned. Shortly afterwards, another craft landed in the dark at the wrong place, and 34 people were killed in a minefield. Although slightly late in the day, the incident prompted the authorities to encircle minefields with barbed wire. The strain of the work often led to an alcoholic binge, if the opportunity arose. On the 12th of October, when NKVD troops searching for deserters carried out a spot check on houses in the riverside village of Tumak, they found a disgraceful scene. A captain, a commissar, a stores sergeant, a corporal from the Volga flotilla, and the local secretary of the Communist Party had drunk themselves out of consciousness, as the report put it, and were lying on the floor in a sleeping state with women. Still in their hopelessly inebriated condition, they were dragged in front of the chief of NKVD troops in Stalingrad, Major General Rogatin. There were the odd scandals on land as well. On the 11th of October, in the thick of the fighting for the Stalingrad tractor plant, T-34s from the 84th Tank Brigade, with soldiers from the 37th Guards Rifle Division clinging onto turrets and engine decks, counterattacked the 14th Panzer Division on the southwest side of the works. Both of these Soviet formations were newcomers to the West Bank. One tank driver, failing to spot a shell hole through his hatch visor, drove into it. According to the report, the infantry company commander, who was drunk, flew into a rage at the jolt they received and jumped down. He ran round to the front of the tank, opened the hatch, and fired 2 shots, killing the driver. In that second week of October, a lull occurred in the fighting. Chuikov, rightly suspected, that the Germans were preparing an even bigger attack, probably with reinforcements. Paulus was under as much pressure from Hitler as Zhukov was from Stalin. On the 8th of October, Army Group B, on orders from Führer headquarters, had instructed the Sixth Army to prepare another major offensive against northern Stalingrad to start at the latest by the 14th of October. Paulus and his headquarters staff were dismayed by their losses. One of his officers noted in the war diary that 94th Infantry Division was reduced to 535 front-line troops, which signifies an average fighting strength per infantry battalion of 3 officers, 11 NCOs, and 62 men. He also described 76th Infantry Division as fought out. Only the 305th Infantry Division, recruited from the northern shores of Lake Constance, could be spared within the Sixth Army to strengthen the formations already committed. The Germans, with shouted taunts and leaflets, made no secret of their preparations. The only question was the precise objective. Reconnaissance companies from Soviet divisions were out every night to seize as many tongues as possible. Hapless sentries or ration carriers were dragged back for intensive interrogation, and the prisoners, usually out of sheer terror after all the Nazi propaganda about Bolshevik methods, was only too eager to talk. The intelligence section at 62nd Army Headquarters soon concluded from a combination of sources that the main thrust would again be directed against the tractor plant. The remaining workers there and at the barricade, who had been repairing tanks and anti-tank guns right through the fighting, were either drafted into front-line battalions or, in the case of specialists, evacuated across the Volga. Fortunately for the 62nd Army, their intelligence analysis proved correct. The German objectives were to clear the tractor factory and the brickworks on its southern side, then push on to the Volga bank. Zhukov's risky decision to bring regiments from the Mamaev Kurgan to the northern sectors paid off. He was, however, horrified to hear that the Stavka had reduced the Stalingrad Front allocation of artillery ammunition. This was the first hint that a major counterattack was in preparation. Stalingrad, he suddenly realized with mixed emotions, now represented the bait in an enormous trap. On Monday, the 14th of October, at 6 a.m. German time, the Sixth Army's offensive began on a narrow front, using every available Stuka in General von Richthofen's 4th Air Fleet. The whole sky was full of aircraft, wrote a soldier in the 389th Infantry Division, waiting to go into the attack. Every flak gun firing, bombs roaring down, aircraft crashing, an enormous piece of theatre which we followed with very mixed feelings from our trenches. German artillery and mortar fire smashed in dugouts, and phosphorus shells ignited any remaining combustible material. The fighting assumed monstrous proportions, beyond all possibility of measurement, wrote one of Zhukov's officers. The men in the communications trenches stumbled and fell as if on a ship's deck during a storm. Commissars clearly felt an urge to become poetic. Those of us who have seen the dark sky of Stalingrad in these days, Dobronin wrote to Shabakov in Moscow, will never forget it. It is threatening and severe, with purple flames licking the sky. The battle began with the main attack on the tractor plant from the southwest. At midday, part of 14th Panzer Corps recommenced its push from the north. Zhukov did not hesitate. He committed his main armoured force, the 84th Tank Brigade, against the major assault of 3 infantry divisions spearheaded by the 14th Panzer Division. Our support from heavy weapons was unusually strong, wrote an NCO in the 305th Infantry Division. Several batteries of Nebelwerfer, Stukas, shuttle bombing, and self-propelled assault guns in quantities never seen before bombarded the Russians, who in their fanaticism put up a tremendous resistance. It was a terrible, exhausting battle, wrote an officer in 14th Panzer Division, on and below the ground, in ruins, cellars, and factory sewers, tanks climbed mounds of rubble and scrap and crept screeching through chaotically destroyed workshops and fired at point-blank range in narrow yards. Many of the tanks shook or exploded from the force of an exploding enemy mine. Shells striking solid iron installations in the factory workshops produced showers of sparks visible through the dust and smoke. The stamina of Soviet soldiers was indeed incredible, but they simply could not withstand the force at the central point of the attack. During the first morning, the German panzers broke through, cutting off Zholudev's 37th Guards and the 112th Rifle Division. General Zholodev was buried alive in his bunker by an explosion, a common fate during that terrible day. Soldiers dug him out and carried him to army headquarters. Others seized the weapons of the dead and fought on. The dust-covered German panzers smashed right into the huge sheds of the tractor plant like prehistoric monsters, spraying machine-gun fire all around and crunching the shards of glass from the shattered skylights under their tracks. During the close-quarter fighting which followed, there were no clear front lines. Bypass groups of Zholudev's guardsmen would suddenly attack as if from nowhere. In such conditions, a wise German medical officer set up his forward dressing station inside a smelting furnace. By the second day of the offensive, the 15th of October, 6th Army Headquarters felt able to record, "The major part of the tractor works is in our hands. There are only some pockets of resistance left behind our front." The 305th Infantry Division also forced the Russians back across the railway lines at the brickworks. That night, after 14th Panzer Division's breakthrough into the tractor works, its 103rd Panzer Grenadier Regiment boldly cut through to the Volga bank by the oil tanks, harried by Soviet infantry attacking out of gullies. Fortunately for 62nd Army, Zhukov had been persuaded to move his headquarters because communications were so bad. The fighting had hardly slackened. The 84th Tank Brigade claimed to have destroyed more than 30 medium and heavy fascist tanks for the loss of 18 of their own. The brigade's human losses were still being calculated when the report went in 2 days later. Although the figure for German tanks was almost certainly optimistic, the brigade's junior commanders demonstrated inspiring courage that day. The commissar of a light artillery regiment, Babachenko, was made a hero of the Soviet Union for his bravery when a battery was cut off. The defender's farewell radio message received at headquarters read, "Guns destroyed, battery surrounded. We fight on and will not surrender. Best regards to everyone." Yet, using grenades, rifles, and submachine guns, the gunners broke the enemy encirclement and made a fresh stand, helping to restore the sector's line of defence. There were countless cases of unsung bravery by ordinary soldiers, real mass heroism, as the commissars put it. There were also trumpeted incidents of individual bravery, such as a company commander of 37th Guards Rifle Division, Lieutenant Gonicha, who, with a captured machine gun and just 4 men, managed to disperse an attacking German force at a critical moment. Nobody knew how many Red Army soldiers died that day, but 3,500 wounded were taken back across the Volga that night. The overworked medical orderlies suffered so many casualties that many of the wounded crawled to the riverbank alone. German commanders out in the steppe demanded constant news of progress in the city. Factory walls, assembly lines, the whole superstructure collapses under the storm of bombs, wrote General Strecker to a friend. But the enemy simply reappears and utilizes these newly created ruins to fortify his defensive positions. Some German battalions were down to 50 men. They sent back the corpses of their comrades at night for burial. Inevitably, a certain cynicism arose in German ranks about their leadership. Our general, a soldier of 389th Infantry Division, wrote home, "Jennecke, he's called, received the Knight's Cross the day before yesterday. Now he's achieved his objective. During the 6 days of fighting from the 14th of October, the Luftwaffe maintained relays of aircraft attacking river crossings and troops. There was hardly a moment when German aircraft were not overhead. "The help of our fighter force is needed," noted the political department of Stalingrad Front in a coded criticism of Red Army aviation passed on to Moscow. In fact, the 8th Air Army was down to fewer than 200 machines of all types, of which only 24 were fighters. Yet even Luftwaffe pilots shared the growing suspicion of ground troops that the Russian defenders of Stalingrad might prove invincible. "I cannot understand," one wrote home, "how men can survive such a hell. Yet the Russians sit tight in the ruins and holes and cellars and a chaos of steel skeletons which used to be factories." These pilots also knew that their effectiveness would soon decrease rapidly as daylight hours shortened and the weather deteriorated. The successful German thrust to the Volga just below the Stalingrad tractor plant entirely cut off the remains of the 112th Rifle Division and the militia brigades which had been facing 14th Panzer Corps to the north and west. While encircled fragments of Zholodev's 37th Guards Rifle Division continued to fight on in the tractor plant, the remnants of the other formations were squeezed southwards. The great threat to the 62nd Army's survival was a German thrust down the river bank, cutting off Gorishny's division from the rear. Chuikov's new headquarters were in constant danger. Its close defence group was frequently thrown into the fighting. Since the 62nd Army lost communication so often, Chuikov asked permission for a rear headquarters group to cross to the left bank, while a forward group, including the whole military council, remained on the east bank. Yeremenko and Khrushchev, only too aware of Stalin's reaction, refused point-blank. Also, on the 16th of October, the Germans pushed down from the tractor works towards the Barricadi plant, but the combination of Russian tanks buried in the rubble and screaming salvos of Katyusha rockets from the river bank broke up their attacks. That night, the rest of Lyudnikov's 138th Rifle Division was brought across the Volga. As they marched forward from disembarkation, they had to step over hundreds of wounded crawling towards the landing stage. The fresh troops were thrown into an oblique line of defence just north of the Barricadi works. General Yeremenko also crossed the river that night to assess the situation for himself. Leaning heavily on a walking stick after his wounds the previous year, he limped up the bank to the overcrowded bunkers of 62nd Army headquarters. The craters and smashed timbers of dugouts which had received direct hits left little to the imagination. Objects and individuals alike were covered in dust and ash. General Zholodev broke down in tears, recounting the destruction of his division in the tractor works. Yet next day, after Yeremenko's return, front headquarters had to warn Chuikov that even less ammunition would be available. After the Germans had cut off the Soviet forces north of the Stalingrad tractor plant on the night of the 15th of October, Chuikov received little encouraging news from them, only many requests from the headquarters of 112th Rifle Division and the 115th Special Brigade for permission to withdraw across the Volga. Both headquarters apparently provided false information, claiming that their regiments had been virtually wiped out. This request to withdraw, tantamount to treason after Stalin's order, was rejected. During a lull in the fighting several days later, Chuikov sent Colonel Kaminin to the enclave to check the state of their regiments. He found that 112th Rifle Division still had 598 men left, while 115th Special Brigade had 890. The senior commissar, according to the report, instead of organizing an active defense, did not emerge from his bunker and tried in a panic-stricken way to persuade his commander to withdraw across the Volga. For their betrayal of Stalingrad's defense and exceptional cowardice, The accused senior officers and commissars were later court-martialed by the Military Council of 62nd Army. Their fate is not recorded, but they can have expected little mercy from Zhukov. Diversionary offensives were mounted on the 19th of October by the Don Front to the northwest and by 64th Army to the south. These efforts took the pressure off the 62nd Army for only a few days, but the breathing space enabled shattered regiments to be pulled back across the Volga to reform with reinforcements. Spiritual help came in a strange form. Rumour spread that Comrade Stalin himself had been seen in the city. An old Bolshevik who had fought in the siege of Tsaritsyn even claimed that the great leader had appeared in his former headquarters. This visitation, reminiscent of St. James's miraculous appearance to the Spanish army when fighting the Moors, had absolutely no foundation in truth. One prominent civilian, however, was particularly keen to visit the West Bank at this time. This was Dmitry Manuilsky, the Comintern veteran responsible for German affairs, who had made a doomed attempt with Karl Radek to launch a second German revolution in October 1923, before Lenin finally expired. He had later been the Ukrainian largely responsible for Stalin's devastation of the Ukraine in 1933. Manuilsky had a special interest which was to manifest itself later, but Zhukov firmly refused his requests to visit the West Bank. Back in Berlin, Goebbels' moods vacillated again between a conviction that the fall of Stalingrad was imminent. He gave orders on the 19th of October that all recipients of the Knight's Cross should be brought back for press interviews, and moments of caution. Concerned that the German people might be disappointed at the slow progress, he felt that they should be reminded of how far the German armies had advanced in just 16 months. He gave orders that signs should be put up in German cities showing the distance to Stalingrad. 3 days later, he ordered that names such as Red October and Red Barricade should be avoided at all costs when reporting the tough fighting, in case it encouraged communist-infected circles. During the huge battles for the northern industrial sector of the city, house fighting with local attacks and counterattacks had continued in the central districts. One of the most famous episodes of the Stalingrad battle was the defence of Pavlov's house, which lasted for 58 days. At the end of September, a platoon from the 42nd Guards Regiment had seized a 4-story building overlooking a square some 300 yards in from the top of the river bank. Their commander, Lieutenant Afanasyev, was blinded early in the fighting, so Sergeant Yakov Pavlov took over command. They discovered several civilians in the basement who stayed on throughout the fighting. One of them, Maria Ulyanova, took an active part in the defence. Pavlov's men smashed through cellar walls to improve their communications and cut holes in the walls to make better firing points for their machine guns and long-barreled anti-tank rifles. Whenever panzers approached, Pavlov's men scattered either to the cellar or to the top floor, from where they were able to engage them at close range. The panzer crews could not elevate their main armament sufficiently to fire back. Zhukov later liked to make the point that Pavlov's men killed more enemy soldiers than the Germans lost in the capture of Paris. Yakov Pavlov, made a hero of the Soviet Union, later became the Archimandrite Kirill in the monastery at Sergeyevo, formerly Zagorsk, where he attracted a huge following of the Faithful that had nothing to do with his fame from Stalingrad. He is now very frail. Another story, more of a vignette gleaned from letters, concerned Lieutenant Chernosov, an artillery observer from the 384th Artillery Regiment. His observation post was at the top of a shell-wrecked building from where he called down artillery fire. His last letter to his wife read, "Hello, Shura. I send kisses to our 2 little birds, Slavik and Lidusia. I'm in good health. I've been wounded twice, but these are just scratches, and so I still manage to direct my battery all right. The time of hard fighting has come to the city of our beloved leader, to the city of Stalin. During these days of hard fighting, I am avenging my beloved birthplace of Smolensk. But at night, I go down to the basement, where 2 fair-haired children sit on my lap. They remind me of Slavik and Lida. On his body was found his wife's previous letter. I am very happy that you are fighting so well, she had written, and that you have been awarded a medal. Fight to the last drop of your blood, and don't let them capture you, because prison camp is worse than death. This exchange of letters was seen as exemplary, and also as typical of the moment. They may well be genuine, but like many others, they revealed only a partial truth. When soldiers sat down in the corner of a trench or ill-lit cellar to write home, they often had trouble expressing themselves. The single sheet, which would later be folded into a triangle like a paper boat because there were no envelopes, seemed both too large and too small for their purposes. The resultant letter stuck, as a result, to 3 main themes: enquiries after the family at home, reassurance, I'm getting along all right, still alive, and preoccupation with the battle. We are constantly destroying their manpower and equipment. Day or night, we won't leave them in peace. Red Army soldiers in Stalingrad were well aware that the whole nation's eyes were on them. But many must have tailored part of their letters, because they knew that the special departments censored mail carefully. Even when they wanted to escape when writing to their wife or sweetheart, the battle stayed with them always, partly because a man's worth was defined by the opinion of his comrades and commander. Maria, wrote a certain collier, I think you will remember our last evening together, because now, this minute, it is exactly a year since we were parted, and it was very difficult for me to say goodbye to you. It's very sad, but we had to part because it was the order of the motherland. We are carrying out this order as well as we can. The motherland requires those of us who are defending this town to resist to the end, and we are going to carry out that order. The majority of Russian soldiers seem to have subsumed their personal feelings within the cause of the great patriotic war. They may have been more afraid of the censor than their German counterparts. They may have been more effectively brainwashed by the Stalinist regime, and yet the concept of self-sacrifice comes across as much more than an ideological slogan. It appears almost atavistic, a moral compulsion in the face of the invader. People might reproach me, wrote a Red Army lieutenant in Stalingrad to his bride of a few weeks, if they read this letter about the reason why I am fighting for you. But I can't distinguish where you end and where the motherland begins. You and it are the same for me. A comparative study of letters home, written by officers and soldiers on both sides, is most instructive. In many of the letters from Germans in Stalingrad at this time, there is often a hurt, disabused, even disbelieving note at what was happening, as if this was no longer the same war on which they had embarked. I often ask myself, wrote a German lieutenant to his wife, what all this suffering is for. Has mankind gone crazy? This terrible time will mark many of us forever. And despite the optimistic propaganda of imminent victory at home, many wives sense the truth. I can't stop worrying. I know that you are fighting constantly. I will always be your faithful wife. My life belongs to you and to our world. There was also a surprising number of dissatisfied Russian soldiers, who either forgot that their letters were censored or were so downcast that they no longer cared. Many complained about their rations. Aunt Liuba, wrote one young soldier, please send me some food. I'm ashamed to ask you, but hunger makes me do it. Many admitted that they were reduced to scavenging, and others told their families that soldiers were falling ill because of bad food and insanitary conditions. One soldier, suffering from dysentery, wrote, if it goes on like this, it won't be possible to avoid an epidemic. We also have lice, which are the first source of disease. the soldiers' predictions soon proved correct. In Hospital 4169, soldiers with typhus were rapidly isolated. The doctors thought that the wounded caught typhus from local people on the way to the hospital, and that it spread from there. As well as complaints about bad food and conditions, strong traces of defeatism still surfaced. The commissars, always ready to jump at their own shadows in the Stalinist night, were clearly unsettled by the results of NKVD postal censorship. In 62nd Army alone, in the first half of October, military secrets were divulged in 12,747 letters, the political department reported to Moscow. Some letters contained clear anti-Soviet statements, praising the fascist army and failing to believe in the victory of the Red Army. A few examples were quoted. "Hundreds and thousands of people die every day," wrote a soldier to his wife. "Now it is all so hard that I do not see a way out. We can consider Stalingrad as good as surrendered." At a time when most Russian civilians had been living off little more than soups made from nettles and other weeds, a soldier in the 245th Rifle Regiment wrote to his family, "In the rear, they must be shouting that everything should be for the front. But at the front we have nothing. The food is bad and there is little of it. The things they say are not true." Almost any form of honesty in a letter home was fatal. A lieutenant who wrote that "German aircraft are very good. Our anti-aircraft people shoot down only very few of them," was also identified as a traitor. The danger did not lie only with the censors. A very naive 18-year-old Ukrainian, drafted as a reinforcement into Rodimtsev's division, told fellow soldiers that they should not believe all that they were told about the enemy. "In the occupied territory, I have a father and a sister, and the Germans there don't kill or rob from anyone. They treat people well. My sister has been working for Germans." His comrades arrested him on the spot. "The investigation is underway," the report to Moscow concluded. One form of political repression within the Red Army was in fact easing at this time. Stalin, in a deliberate policy to boost morale, had already announced the introduction of awards with a decidedly reactionary flavour, such as the orders of Kutuzov and Suvorov. But his most overt reform, announced on the 9th of October, was Decree 307, which re-established the single command. Commissars were downgraded to an advisory and educational role. Commissars were appalled to discover quite how much Red Army officers loathed and despised them. Officers in aviation regiments were said to have been particularly insulting. The political department of Stalingrad front deplored the absolutely incorrect attitude which had emerged. One regimental commander said to his commissar, "Without my permission you have no right to enter and speak to me." Other commissars found their living standards decrease, since they were forced to eat with the soldiers. Even junior lieutenants dared to remark that they did not see why commissars should receive officers' pay any more, because now that they are no longer responsible for anything, they will read a newspaper and go to bed. Political departments were now considered an unnecessary appendix. To say that commissars were finished, Dobronin wrote to Shabakov in a clear attempt to seek support, was a counter-revolutionary statement. Dobronin had already revealed his own feelings when, earlier in October, he reported, without criticism, that a soldier had said, "They've invented the orders of Kutuzov and Suvorov. Now they should also have medals of St. Nicholas and St. George, and that'll be the end of the Soviet Union." The principal communist awards, Hero of the Soviet Union, Order of the Red Banner, Order of the Red Star, was still, of course, taken very seriously by the political authorities, even if the Red Star had become something of a Stakhanovite ration issued to every man who destroyed a German tank. When, on the night of the 26th of October, the chief of the Manpower Department of 64th Army lost a suitcase containing 40 orders of the Red Banner while waiting for a ferry to cross the Volga, a terrible consternation ensued. One might almost have thought that the defence plans for the whole of the Stalingrad front had been lost. The suitcase was finally rediscovered 2 miles away on the following day. Only a single medal was missing. It may well have been taken by a soldier who decided, perhaps warming to the idea after a few drinks, that his efforts at the front had been insufficiently recognised. The chief of the manpower department was put in front of a military tribunal, charged with criminal carelessness. Soldiers, on the other hand, had a much more robust attitude towards these symbols of bravery. When one of them received an award, his comrades dropped it in a mug of vodka, which he then had to drink, catching the medal in his teeth as he drained the last drops. The real Stakhanovite stars of the 62nd Army were not in fact the destroyers of tanks, but snipers. A new cult of sniperism was launched, and as the 25th anniversary of the October Revolution approached, the propaganda surrounding this black art became frenzied, with a new wave of socialistic competition for the largest number of Fritzes killed. A sniper, on reaching 40 kills, would receive the For Bravery Medal and the title of Noble Sniper. The most famous sniper of them all, although not the highest scorer, was Zaitsev in Batyuk's division, who, during the October Revolution celebrations, raised his tally of kills to 149 Germans. He had promised to achieve 150, but was one short. The highest scorer, identified only as Zikan, killed 224 Germans by the 20th of November. For the 62nd Army, the taciturn Zaitsev, a shepherd from the foothills of the Urals, represented much more than any sporting hero. News of further additions to his score passed from mouth to mouth along the front. Zaitsev, whose name means hare in Russian, was put in charge of training young snipers, and his pupils became known as Zaichata, or leverets. This was the start of the sniper movement in the 62nd Army. Conferences were arranged to spread the doctrine of sniperism and exchange ideas on technique. The Don and Southwest Fronts took up the sniper movement and produced their star shots, such as Sergeant Passar of 21st Army. Especially proud of his headshots, he was credited with 103 kills. Non-Russian snipers were singled out for praise. Kuchurenko, a Ukrainian who killed 19 Germans, and an Uzbek from the 169th Rifle Division who killed 5 in 3 days. In 64th Army, Sniper Kovbasa, the Ukrainian word for sausage, worked from a network of at least 3 trenches, 1 for sleeping and 2 fire trenches, all connected. In addition, he dug fake positions out to the side in front of neighbouring platoons. In these he installed white flags attached to levers, which he could agitate from a distance with cords. Kovbasa proudly claimed that as soon as a German saw one of his little white flags waving, he could not help raising himself in his trench to take a better look and shout, "Rus, kom, kom!" Kovbasa then got him from an angle. Danielov, in the 161st Rifle Regiment, also dug a false trench and fashioned scarecrow figures with bits of Red Army equipment. He then waited for inexperienced German soldiers to shoot at them. 4 of them fell victim. In 13th Guards Rifle Division, Senior Sergeant Dolimin, installed in an attic, picked off the crews of an enemy machine gun and a field gun. The most prized targets, however, remained German artillery spotters. For 2 days, Corporal Studentov tracked an observation officer and killed him with the first shot. Studentov vowed to raise his score to 170 Germans from 124 by the anniversary of the Revolution. All the star snipers had their own techniques and favourite hiding places. Noble sniper Ilin, who was credited with 185 Fritzes, sometimes used an old barrel or pipe as a hide. Ilin, a commissar from a Guards Rifle Regiment, operated on the Red October sector. "Fascists should know the strength of weapons in the hands of Soviet supermen," he proclaimed, promising to train 10 other snipers. Some Soviet sources claim that the Germans brought in the chief of their sniper school to hunt down Zaitsev, but that Zaitsev outwitted him. Zaitsev, after a hunt of several days, apparently spotted his hide under a sheet of corrugated iron and shot him dead. The telescopic sight of his prey's rifle, allegedly Zaitsev's most treasured trophy, is still exhibited in the Moscow Armed Forces Museum. But this dramatic story remains essentially unconvincing. It is worth noting that there is absolutely no mention of it in any of the reports to Sherbakov, even though almost every aspect of sniperism was reported with relish. Grossman was fascinated by the character and life of snipers. He got to know Zaitsev well, and several others, including Anatoly Chekhov. Chekhov had followed his father, a drunkard, to work in a chemical plant. He had learned the dark sides of life since childhood, but also discovered a love of geography, and now dreamed of different parts of the world during the long days in hides waiting for a victim to appear. Chekhov turned out to be one of those naturally gifted killers which wars bring out. He had excelled at sniper school, and as a 20-year-old in Stalingrad he seemed to experience no fear, just as the eagle is never afraid of heights. He possessed a rare skill for camouflage in hides at the top of tall buildings. To prevent the muzzle flash from giving away his position, he improvised a flash concealer for the end of his barrel and never fired in bad light. As a further precaution to reduce the visibility of the flash, he tried to position himself in front of a white wall. One day he took Grossman with him. The easiest and most regular targets were the soldiers who brought forward food containers to the front-line positions. It was not long before an infantryman on ration detail appeared. Using the telescopic sight, Chekhov aimed 2 inches above the tip of the nose. The German soldier fell backwards, dropping the food container. Chekhov quivered with excitement. A second soldier appeared. Chekhov shot him. Then a third German crawled forward. Chekhov killed him too. 3, Chekhov murmured to himself. The full score would be noted down later. His best was 17 kills in 2 days. Shooting a man carrying water bottles was a bonus, Chekhov remarked, since it forced others to drink polluted water. Grossman posed the question whether this boy, who dreamed of foreign parts and who wouldn't hurt a fly, was not a saint of the patriotic war. The sniper cult produced imitators with different weapons. Manenkov of the 95th Rifle Division became renowned with the long and unwieldy PTR anti-tank rifle. He became a hero of the Soviet Union after destroying 6 tanks in the fighting round the Barricadi gun factory. A Lieutenant Vinogradov in the 149th Artillery Division became famous as the best grenade thrower. When he and 26 men were cut off without food for 3 days, the first message Vinogradov passed back was a request for grenades, not rations. Even when wounded and deaf, Vinogradov was still the best Fritz hunter. He once managed to stalk and kill a German company commander and take his papers from the corpse. As the German divisions pushed southwards from the tractor works towards the line of defence at the Barricadi factory, Chuikov, on the night of the 17th of October, changed his headquarters yet again. He ended up on the river bank, level with the Mamaev Kurgan. A strong force of Germans broke through to the Volga the next day, but were forced back in a counterattack. The only reassuring news was from Colonel Kaminin, sent to the pocket of resistance left north of the tractor works in Renok and Spartakovka. The situation had been restored, and the troops were in general fighting bravely. There were still problems, however, with the militia brigades. On the night of the 25th of October, a whole section of the 124th Special Brigade, formerly workers at Stalingrad tractor works, set out to cross over to the Germans. Only a single sentry had been against the idea, but he had agreed to join them when threatened. Out in no man's land, the sentry pretended that he had a problem with a footcloth, and stopped. He took the opportunity to escape from the others and ran back to the Russian lines. The deserters fired after him, but without success. The sentry, Soldier D, reached his regiment safely, but was then arrested and court-martialed for not taking decisive measures to inform his commanders of the forthcoming crime and preventing the traitors from deserting. The battle of attrition continued around the Barricadi factory and Red October with attack and counter-attack. A battalion command post of the 305th Infantry Division, according to one officer, was so close to the enemy that the regimental commander could hear the Russian "Hurrah!" at the end of the telephone. A Russian regimental commander, however, was in the midst of the fighting. When his headquarters was overrun, he radioed for a Katyusha strike right onto his own position. German soldiers had to admit that the dogs fight like lions. Their own casualties mounted rapidly. The cries of "Sani! Hilfe!" from the wounded became almost as much part of the scene as the explosions and the sound of ricochets off the rubble. Yet the 62nd Army was reduced to several bridgeheads on the west bank, none more than a few hundred yards deep. Streets were taken, Soviet positions pushed back even closer to the Volga, the Barricadi gun factory partially overrun. The 62nd Army's last crossing point was under direct machine gun fire, and all reinforcements had to be thrown into that sector to save it. Soviet divisions were reduced to a few hundred men each, but they still fought back at night. "We felt at home in the dark," wrote Chvikov. "Father," a German corporal wrote home, "you kept telling me, 'Be faithful to your standard and you'll win.' You will not forget these words, because the time has come for every sensible man in Germany to curse the madness of this war. It's impossible to describe what is happening here. Everyone in Stalingrad who still possesses a head and hands, women as well as men, carries on fighting." Another German soldier also wrote home in bitter mood, "Don't worry, don't be upset, because the sooner I'm under the ground, the less I will suffer. We often think that Russia should capitulate, but these uneducated people are too stupid to realize it." A third soldier surveyed the ruins around him. "Here, a saying from the Gospel often passes through my thoughts. No stone will be left standing one upon another. Here it is the truth." Chapter 13. Paulus's final assault. Out in the steppe, the routine of German divisions was a world apart from the fighting in the city. There were defence lines to be held, and probing attacks to be repulsed, but life offered a much more conventional existence, especially back from the front. On Sunday, the 25th of October, the officers of a regiment in the Bavarian 376th Infantry Division invited General Edler von Daniels, their divisional commander, to a Munich Oktoberfest shooting contest. The main preoccupation at that time was the preparation of good winter quarters. "It's not an enticing picture out here," a soldier in the 113th Infantry Division wrote home. "For far and wide there are no villages, no woodland, neither tree nor shrub, and not a drop of water." Russian prisoners and heavies were put to work digging bunkers and trenches. "We really need to make good use of these men, because we are so short-handed," wrote a senior NCO. Out in the treeless steppe, infantry divisions were forced to send trucks and working parties into Stalingrad to fetch beams from the rubble of destroyed houses for the roofs of their bunkers. South of Stalingrad, the 297th Infantry Division excavated man-made caves in the sides of balkas to form stables, stores, and eventually an entire field hospital, for which all the equipment arrived by rail from Germany. During the Indian summer of early and mid-October, Germans were keen to get their house ready. Even the youngest soldiers recognized the implications of digging in. They would now be there for the whole winter. Hitler issued his own instructions for the winter. He expected a highly active defence and a proud sense of victory. Tanks were to be protected from the cold and bombardment in specially built concrete bunkers. But the necessary materials never arrived, so vehicles stayed in the open. Sixth Army headquarters also drew up elaborate plans for the winter. Even a Finnish training film, How to Construct a Sauna in the Field, was ordered, but none of these preparations carried much conviction. "The Führer has ordered us to defend our positions to the last man," Grosskurt wrote home to Germany. "Something we would do of our own accord, since the loss of a position would hardly improve our situation. We know what it would be like to be stranded without shelter in the open steppe." Führer headquarters also decided that the majority of Sixth Army's draft animals should be sent over 100 miles to the rear. This would save on the supply trains required to bring forward the huge quantities of fodder. Altogether, some 150,000 horses, as well as a number of oxen and even camels, had accumulated between the Don and the Volga. Motor transport and repair units were also moved back. The reasons behind such a move were understandable from a purely logistic point of view, but it would prove a serious mistake in a crisis. The Sixth Army, especially the vast majority of its artillery and medical units, depended almost entirely on horses for their mobility. Morale, according to a sergeant major in the 371st Infantry Division, rises and falls with the quantity of incoming post. Almost everyone seemed to be suffering from acute homesickness. "Here one must become a completely different person," wrote a senior NCO of the 60th Motorized Infantry Division. "And that is not so easy. It's exactly as if we were living in another world. When the post arrive, everybody rushes out of their little houses, and they just can't be stopped. For the time being, I must stand by and watch with an indulgent smile." Thoughts were already turning to Christmas, the most beautiful festival of the whole year. Soldiers began to discuss presents with their wives. On the 3rd of November, one division put in its requirements for musical instruments, party games, Christmas tree decorations, and candles. Leave rosters were planned, a subject which excited more hopes and disappointments than any other. Paulus insisted that priority was given to soldiers who have been in the Eastern Theatre without a break since June 1941. For the lucky ones who set out on the long journey, time slipped past in a sense of unreality. Home now seemed to have the dreamlike quality of a former existence. Back among their families, men found it impossible to talk about their experiences. Many were dismayed to find how few civilians had any grasp of what was happening. Worst of all, it seemed pointlessly cruel to enlighten them if it meant that wives would agonize all the more. The only reality now seemed to be the nightmare existence they could not escape. It was human to be tempted by ideas of desertion, but few took them seriously. The most vivid memory of their leave was saying goodbye. For many it was the last time. They knew they were re-entering hell when they passed the sign on the main route into Stalingrad. Entry to the city forbidden. Onlookers put their own lives and those of comrades in danger. Many found it hard to decide whether this was a joke or not. New winter outfits started to be issued at the end of October. "It's a typically German affair," noted one officer, "with reversible trousers and jacket, field grey and white." But soldiers out in the waterless steppe were increasingly infested with lice. "For the time being, there's no point in even thinking of washing. Today I killed my first batch of 8 lice." Jokes about the little partisans soon wore off. Some of the Russian heavies told their German companions of a folk remedy for getting rid of them. This consisted of burying each article of clothing under the ground with just one corner left above the soil. The lice moved there and could be burned off. Regimental doctors began to be increasingly concerned about the general health of troops at this time. when the medical obituary of the Sixth Army was debated in Berlin by consultants late the next January, they charted a vertiginous rate of increase in the death rate from infectious diseases, dysentery, typhus, and paratyphus. This Fieberkurve had started to mount rapidly from as early as July. Although the total number of sick was roughly the same as the previous year, the Berlin specialists were astounded to establish that 5 times as many soldiers were succumbing. The Russians themselves had noticed the number of ill Germans with surprise and spoken of a German sickness. The doctors in Berlin could only speculate that the troops' reduced resistance had been due to cumulative stress and short rations. The most vulnerable appear to have been the youngest soldiers, those aged between 17 and 22. They alone accounted for 55% of these deaths. Whatever the exact causes, there could be no doubt that the health of the Sixth Army was already a matter of serious concern in early November, when the worst prospect appeared to be no more than yet another winter in bunkers under the snow. While the Soviet 64th Army launched attacks to bring troops down from Stalingrad, the 57th Army seized a dominant hill between the Romanian 20th and 2nd Infantry Divisions. Further out, down in the Kalmyk steppe, the 51st Army carried out raids deep into the Romanian positions. One night, Senior Lieutenant Alexander Nevsky and his company of submachine gunners infiltrated through the defence line to raid the headquarters of the 1st Romanian Infantry Division in a village to the rear, where they caused chaos. Nevsky was badly wounded twice during the action. The Stalingrad Front Political Department, following the new party line of invoking Russian history, decided that Nevsky must belong to the bloodline of his glorious namesake. This fearless commander, the full inheritor of his ancestors' glory, was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. In the city, the great German offensive had petered out at the very end of October through exhaustion and a lack of ammunition. The last attack by 79th Infantry Division against the Red October factory collapsed on the 1st of November under heavy artillery fire from across the Volga. The effect of massed enemy artillery has decisively weakened the division's attacking strength, noted 6th Army headquarters. The 94th Infantry Division, attacking the northern pocket at Spartakovka, was also ground down. In the last 2 days, noted a report to Moscow of the 6th of November, the enemy has been changing his tactics. Probably because of big losses over the last 3 weeks, they have stopped using large formations. Along the Red October sector, the Germans had switched to reconnaissance in force to probe for weak points between our regiments. But these new, sudden attacks were achieving no more success than the old ones preceded by heavy bombardments. Also, during the first week of November, the Germans started to install wire netting over windows and shell holes of their fortified houses so that hand grenades would bounce off. To break the netting, 62nd Army needed small-caliber artillery of which it was short, yet it was increasingly difficult to ship anything across the Volga. Red Army soldiers started to improvise hooks on their grenades to catch on to the netting. Soviet forces hit back in any way they could during early November. Gunboats of the Volga flotilla, some with spare T-34 tank turrets mounted on the forward deck, bombarded 16th Panzer Division at Rhynok, and the heavy enemy night bombing attacks continued to wear down the resilience of German soldiers. Along the whole of the Eastern Front, wrote Grosskurt to his brother on the 7th of November, we are expecting today a general offensive in honour of the anniversary of the October Revolution. But observance of the 25th anniversary was restricted on a local level to Soviet soldiers exceeding their socialist promises to destroy Fritzes which they made in socialist competition. Komsomol members especially were expected to keep an accurate tally of their score. In 57th Army, the chief political officer reported, out of 1,697 Komsomol members, 678 have not yet killed any Germans. these underachievers were presumably taken in hand. Some celebrations of the October Revolution did not attract the approval of the authorities. A battalion commander and his second-in-command, bringing forward reinforcements for 45th Rifle Division, got drunk and were missing for 13 hours. The battalion was left wandering around aimlessly on the east bank of the Volga. A number of Stalingrad front divisions had little with which to celebrate, either because the special vodka ration was not delivered or because it arrived too late. Several units did not even receive their food ration that day. Many soldiers, deprived of vodka, resorted to desperate substitutes. In the worst case, the effects were not immediately apparent. The night after the anniversary celebration, 28 soldiers from 248th Rifle Division died on an approach march out in the Kalmyk steppe. No medical assistance was sought, and nobody admitted to knowing what the matter was. Officers pretended to think that they had died from cold and exertion on the march. The NKVD Special Department was suspicious, however, and autopsies were performed on 24 of the bodies. Death was determined to have been caused by excessive consumption of anti-chemical liquids. The soldiers had drunk large amounts of a solution designed to be taken in minute quantities in the case of a gas attack. This noxious liquid apparently contained some alcohol. One of the survivors was interviewed in hospital. He admitted that someone had claimed it was a sort of wine. The NKVD refused to accept that this might be a straightforward case of theft of army material and drunkenness. The case was deemed to be an act of sabotage to poison soldiers. On the 8th of November, the day after the anniversary of the revolution, Hitler made a long speech to the Nazi old combatants in the Bürgerbraukeller in Munich. The broadcast was heard by many in the Sixth Army. "I wanted to reach the Volga," he declared with heavy irony. "To be precise, at a particular spot, at a particular city. By chance, it bore the name of Stalin himself. But don't think that I marched there just for that reason. It was because it occupies a very important position. I wanted to capture it. And you should know we are quite content. We have as good as got it. There are only a couple of small bits left. Some say, why aren't they fighting faster? That's because I don't want a second Verdun and prefer instead to do the job with small assault groups. Time is of no importance. No ships are coming up the Volga, and that is the decisive point." His speech ranked among the greatest examples of hubris in history. Rommel's Africa Corps was already retreating from Alamein into Libya, and Anglo-American forces had just landed along the North African coast in Operation Torch. Ribbentrop took the opportunity to suggest an approach to Stalin through the Soviet embassy in Stockholm. Hitler refused outright, noted his Luftwaffe adjutant. He said that a moment of weakness is not the right time for dealing with an enemy. The fatuous boasts about Stalingrad, which followed this refusal, were not merely hostages to fortune. They were to trap him into a course for disaster. The political demagogue had manacled the warlord. Ribbentrop's worst fears on the eve of Barbarossa were soon to be confirmed. In Stalingrad, real winter weather arrived the next day, with the temperature dropping to -18 degrees centigrade. The Volga, which, because of its size, was one of the last rivers in Russia to freeze over, started to become unnavigable. The ice floes collide, crumble, and grind against each other, noted Grossman, and the swishing sound, like that of shifting sands, can be heard quite a distance from the bank. It was an eerie sound for soldiers in the city. This was the period which General Zhukov had been dreading, what he called war on two fronts, the hostile Volga behind, and the enemy attacking their narrow strips of remaining territory from in front. Sixth Army headquarters, knowing the problems that the Russians faced, concentrated their fire again on the Volga crossing. One steamer of the Volga flotilla, bringing guns and ammunition across, was hit and settled in shallow water on a sandbank. Another boat came alongside, and all the cargo was transferred under heavy fire. The sailors, working in the freezing water, were as likely to die as the French pontonniers building the bridge across the Berezina more than a century before. Grossman wrote, "The blunt, broad bows of the barges slowly crushed the white beneath them, and behind them the black stretches of water are soon covered with a film of ice." Boats creaked under the pressure of the ice, and hawsers snapped under the strain. Crossing the river became like a polar expedition. During the first 10 days of November, German pressure was kept up with constant small-scale attacks, sometimes with tanks. The fighting may have been in smaller groups, but it was still just as fierce. A company of the 347th Rifle Regiment, dug in only 200 yards forward of the Volga, was down to 9 men when overrun on the 6th of November. But its commander, Lieutenant Andreev, rallied his survivors, and they counterattacked with submachine guns. A group of reinforcements arriving just in time cut off the Germans and saved the 62nd Army's northern crossing point. The Russians carefully watched the German system of signalling with flares and turned it to their own advantage by adapting their colour combinations using captured cartridges. One platoon commander was credited with having tricked German artillery into switching their fire at a critical moment onto their own troops. With such narrow strips of no man's land, desertion remained an escape of last resort. But now there were cases of German soldiers attempting to cross the lines. In the centre of the sector of the 13th Guards Rifle Division, a German soldier slipped forward from one of their defended houses towards a Russian-held building. His action was clearly supported by some of his comrades, because they called out, "Russ, don't shoot!" But when the man was halfway across no man's land, a newly arrived Russian soldier fired from a second-floor window and hit him. The wounded German crawled on, also screaming out, "Russ, don't shoot!" The Russian fired again, and this time killed him. His body lay there for the rest of the day. That night a Russian patrol crawled forward, but found that the Germans had already sent their own party forward to retrieve his weapon and documents. The Soviet authorities decided that more explanatory work was needed to explain to soldiers that they should not shoot deserters straight away. Troops were reminded of Order No. 55, which dealt with encouraging army deserters through good treatment. On the same sector, it was noticed that German soldiers raised their hands above the trench in order to be wounded. The political department was immediately instructed to step up propaganda activities with broadcasting and leaflets. On the 11th of November, just before dawn, the final German assault began. Newly organised battle groups from the 71st, 79th, 100th, 295th, 305th and 389th Infantry Divisions, reinforced with 4 fresh pioneer battalions, attacked the remaining pockets of resistance. Even though most of the divisions were severely depleted by the recent fighting, it was still a massive concentration. Once again, 8th Air Corps Stukas prepared the way. But General von Richthofen had lost almost all patience with what he regarded as army conventionality. At the beginning of the month, in a meeting with Paulus and Seidlitz, he had complained that the artillery isn't firing and the infantry isn't making any use of our bombing attacks. The Luftwaffe's most spectacular achievement, on the 11th of November, was to bring down the factory chimneys. But once again, they failed to crush the 62nd Army in its trenches and bunkers and cellars. Batyuk's Siberians fought desperately to retain their foothold on the Mamaev Kurgan, but the main point of the enemy thrust was half a mile further north, towards the Lazur chemical factory and the so-called tennis racket, a loop of railway track and sidings resembling that shape. The main force for this attack was the 305th Infantry Division and most of the pioneer battalions flown in to reinforce the offensive. Key buildings were captured, but then retaken by the Russians in bitter fighting. The following day, this attack came to a halt. Further north, the men of Lyudnikov's 138th Rifle Division, cut off behind the Barricadi factory with their backs to the Volga, resisted fiercely. They were down to an average of 30 rounds for each rifle and submachine gun, and a daily ration of less than 50 grams of dried bread. At night, U-2 biplanes tried to drop sacks of ammunition and food, but the impact often damaged the rounds, which then jammed weapons. On the night of the 11th of November, 62nd Army launched attacks, including 95th Rifle Division, southeast of the Barricadi plant. The intention, according to the report sent to Sherbakov on the 15th of November, was to prevent the Germans from withdrawing troops to protect their flanks. This appears to contradict Chuikov's account in his memoirs, where he asserts that he and his staff had no knowledge of the great counter-offensive launched on the 19th of November until informed the evening before by Stalingrad front headquarters. The Soviet attackers, however, were halted almost immediately by the weight of German shelling and forced to take cover. From 5 a.m. on the 12th of November, there was a hurricane of fire lasting for an hour and a half. Then a strong force of German infantry attacked, managing to act as a wedge between two of the Russian rifle regiments. At 9:50 a.m., the Germans sent in more troops, part of them advancing towards the petrol tanks on the banks of the Volga. One of the Soviet rifle regiments managed to hold off the main attack, while other assault groups surrounded and cut down German submachine gunners who had broken through. 3 German tanks were also set on fire in the desperate fighting. The regiment's 1st Battalion was reduced to 15 men. They somehow managed to hold a line 70 yards forward of the Volga bank until another battalion arrived. Only one man survived from the Marine infantry guarding the regimental command post. His right hand was smashed and he could no longer fire. He went down into the bunker, and on hearing that there were no reserves left, filled his cap with grenades. "I can throw these with my left hand," he explained. Close by, a platoon from another regiment fought until only 4 were left alive, and their ammunition ran out. A wounded man was sent back with the message, "Begin shelling our position. In front of us is a large group of fascists. Farewell, comrades, we did not retreat." The 62nd Army's supply position became even more desperate because of the ice floes coming down the Volga. Icebreakers were needed at the banks, where the river froze first. On the 14th of November, the steamer Spartokovets took 400 soldiers and 40 tons of supplies to the right bank just behind Red October, and on its return it brought back 350 wounded under fire. But few other craft got through. Rescue teams were on standby throughout the night to help any boat which became icebound, and thus an easy target for the German guns. "If they can't finish the business," Richthofen noted caustically, "when the Volga's icing up and the Russians in Stalingrad are suffering severe shortages, then they'll never succeed. In addition, the days are constantly getting shorter and the weather's getting worse." Paulus was under heavy strain. His doctor warned him that he was heading for a breakdown if he continued without a rest. "Hitler was obsessed with the symbolism of Stalingrad," explained one of Paulus's staff officers. "To clean up the last few points of resistance in November, he ordered that even tank drivers should be assembled as infantry for a last push." Panzer commanders were horrified at such a mad waste, but they could not get Paulus to cancel the order. In the end, they tried to scrape together enough reserve drivers, cooks, medical orderlies, and signal staff. In fact, anybody rather than their experienced tank crewmen, in order to keep their divisions operational. The very heavy losses in panzer regiments were to prove serious, if not disastrous, within a matter of days. General von Seydlitz was deeply concerned. By the middle of November, 6th Army Headquarters judged that 42% of his battalions must be considered fought out. Most infantry companies were down to under 50 men and had to be amalgamated. Seydlitz was also concerned about the 14th and 24th Panzer Divisions, which needed to refit, ready for the inevitable Soviet winter offensive. In his view, the fighting had been continued far too late into the year. Hitler himself had admitted to him during lunch at Rastenburg that German troops should start to prepare for all the trials of a Russian winter at the beginning of October. The troops in Stalingrad had been specifically excluded from the instructions to prepare winter defences, and yet Hitler in Munich had boasted that time was of no importance. The worst casualties were experienced in officers and NCOs. Only a small minority of the original combatants remained on both sides. "These were different Germans from those we had fought in August," remarked one Soviet veteran. "And we also were different." Frontline soldiers on both sides seemed to feel that the best and the bravest were always the first to die. German staff officers were also worried about the next spring. Simple calculations showed that Germany could not sustain such casualties for much longer. Any notion of a heroic adventure had turned bitter. A strong sense of foreboding set in. As a symbol of determination for revenge, the new Red Army practice in Stalingrad, when saluting the death of a well-regarded commander, was to fire a volley or salvo, not in the air, but at the Germans.
Starlit dance floors in my mind, galactic rhythm beating time. Moonlight spills on dreams unkind, galaxies in perfect rhyme. Shooting stars in cosmic dust, planet grooves in waves of trust. Venus beams with heart combust, in this dance we all adjust. Light years away but feeling right, interstellar disco night. Gravity can't hold our fight, spinning through the neon light.
The Germans had switched to reconnaissance in force to probe for weak points between our regiments. But these new, sudden attacks were achieving no more success than the old ones preceded by heavy bombardments. Also, during the first week of November, the Germans started to install wire netting over windows and shell holes of their fortified houses so that hand grenades would bounce off. To break the netting, 62nd Army needed small-caliber artillery, of which it was short, yet it was increasingly difficult to ship anything across the Volga. Red Army soldiers started to improvise hooks on their grenades to catch on to the netting. Soviet forces hit back in any way they could during early November. Gunboats of the Volga flotilla, some with spare T-34 tank turrets mounted on the forward deck, bombarded 16th Panzer Division at Rheinok, and the heavy enemy night bombing attacks continued to wear down the resilience of German soldiers. "Along the whole of the Eastern Front," wrote Grosskurt to his brother on the 7th of November, "we are expecting today a general offensive in honour of the anniversary of the October Revolution." But observance of the 25th anniversary was restricted on a local level to Soviet soldiers exceeding their socialist promises to destroy Fritzes which they made in socialist competition. Komsomol members especially were expected to keep an accurate tally of their score. In 57th Army, the chief political officer reported, out of 1,697 Komsomol members, 678 have not yet killed any Germans. These underachievers were presumably taken in hand. Some celebrations of the October Revolution did not attract the approval of the authorities. A battalion commander and his second-in-command, bringing forward reinforcements for 45th Rifle Division, got drunk and were missing for 13 hours. The battalion was left wandering around aimlessly on the east bank of the Volga. A number of Stalingrad front divisions had little with which to celebrate, either because the special vodka ration was not delivered or because it arrived too late. Several units did not even receive their food ration that day. Many soldiers, deprived of vodka, resorted to desperate substitutes. In the worst case, the effects were not immediately apparent. The night after the anniversary celebration, 28 soldiers from 248th Rifle Division died on an approach march out in the Kalmyk steppe. No medical assistance was sought, and nobody admitted to knowing what the matter was. Officers pretended to think that they had died from cold and exertion on the march. The NKVD Special Department was suspicious, however, and autopsies were performed on 24 of the bodies. Death was determined to have been caused by excessive consumption of anti-chemical liquids. The soldiers had drunk large amounts of a solution designed to be taken in minute quantities in the case of a gas attack. This noxious liquid apparently contained some alcohol. One of the survivors was interviewed in hospital. He admitted that someone had claimed it was a sort of wine. The NKVD refused to accept that this might be a straightforward case of theft of army material and drunkenness. The case was deemed to be an act of sabotage to poison soldiers. On the 8th of November, the day after the anniversary of the revolution, Hitler made a long speech to the Nazi old combatants in the Bürgerbraukeller in Munich. The broadcast was heard by many in the Sixth Army. "I wanted to reach the Volga," he declared with heavy irony. "To be precise, at a particular spot, at a particular city. By chance, it bore the name of Stalin himself. But don't think that I marched there just for that reason. It was because it occupies a very important position. I wanted to capture it. And you should know we are quite content. We have as good as got it. There are only a couple of small bits left. Some say, why aren't they fighting faster? That's because I don't want a second Verdun and prefer instead to do the job with small assault groups. Time is of no importance. No ships are coming up the Volga, and that is the decisive point." His speech ranked among the greatest examples of hubris in history. Rommel's Africa Corps was already retreating from Alamein into Libya, and Anglo-American forces had just landed along the North African coast in Operation Torch. Ribbentrop took the opportunity to suggest an approach to Stalin through the Soviet embassy in Stockholm. Hitler refused outright, noted his Luftwaffe adjutant. He said that a moment of weakness is not the right time for dealing with an enemy. The fatuous boasts about Stalingrad, which followed this refusal, were not merely hostages to fortune. They were to trap him into a course for disaster. The political demagogue had manacled the warlord. Ribbentrop's worst fears on the eve of Barbarossa were soon to be confirmed. In Stalingrad, real winter weather arrived the next day, with the temperature dropping to -18 degrees centigrade. The Volga, which, because of its size, was one of the last rivers in Russia to freeze over, started to become unnavigable. The ice floes collide, crumble, and grind against each other, noted Grossman, and the swishing sound, like that of shifting sands, can be heard quite a distance from the bank. It was an eerie sound for soldiers in the city. This was the period which General Zhukov had been dreading, what he called war on two fronts, the hostile Volga behind, and the enemy attacking their narrow strips of remaining territory from in front. Sixth Army headquarters, knowing the problems that the Russians faced, concentrated their fire again on the Volga crossing. One steamer of the Volga flotilla, bringing guns and ammunition across, was hit and settled in shallow water on a sandbank. Another boat came alongside, and all the cargo was transferred under heavy fire. The sailors, working in the freezing water, were as likely to die as the French pontonniers building the bridge across the Berezina more than a century before. Grossman wrote, The blunt, broad bows of the barges slowly crushed the white beneath them, and behind them the black stretches of water are soon covered with a film of ice. Boats creaked under the pressure of the ice, and hawsers snapped under the strain. Crossing the river became like a polar expedition. During the first 10 days of November, German pressure was kept up with constant small-scale attacks, sometimes with tanks. The fighting may have been in smaller groups, but it was still just as fierce. A company of the 347th Rifle Regiment, dug in only 200 yards forward of the Volga, was down to 9 men when overrun on the 6th of November. But its commander, Lieutenant Andreev, rallied his survivors, and they counterattacked with submachine guns. A group of reinforcements arriving just in time cut off the Germans and saved the 62nd Army's northern crossing point. The Russians carefully watched the German system of signalling with flares and turned it to their own advantage by adapting their colour combinations using captured cartridges. One platoon commander was credited with having tricked German artillery into switching their fire at a critical moment onto their own troops. With such narrow strips of no-man's land, desertion remained an escape of last resort. But now there were cases of German soldiers attempting to cross the lines. In the centre of the sector of the 13th Guards Rifle Division, a German soldier slipped forward from one of their defended houses towards a Russian-held building. His action was clearly supported by some of his comrades, because they called out, "Russ, don't shoot!" But when the man was halfway across no man's land, a newly arrived Russian soldier fired from a second-floor window and hit him. The wounded German crawled on, also screaming out, "Russ, don't shoot!" The Russian fired again, and this time killed him. His body lay there for the rest of the day. That night a Russian patrol crawled forward, but found that the Germans had already sent their own party forward to retrieve his weapon and documents. The Soviet authorities decided that more explanatory work was needed to explain to soldiers that they should not shoot deserters straight away. Troops were reminded of Order No. 55, which dealt with encouraging army deserters through good treatment. On the same sector, it was noticed that German soldiers raised their hands above the trench in order to be wounded. The political department was immediately instructed to step up propaganda activities with broadcasting and leaflets. On the 11th of November, just before dawn, the final German assault began. Newly organised battle groups from the 71st, 79th, 100th, 295th, 305th and 389th Infantry Divisions, reinforced with 4 fresh pioneer battalions, attacked the remaining pockets of resistance. Even though most of the divisions were severely depleted by the recent fighting, it was still a massive concentration. Once again, 8th Air Corps Stukas prepared the way. But General von Richthofen had lost almost all patience with what he regarded as army conventionality. At the beginning of the month, in a meeting with Paulus and Seidlitz, he had complained that the artillery isn't firing and the infantry isn't making any use of our bombing attacks. The Luftwaffe's most spectacular achievement, on the 11th of November, was to bring down the factory chimneys. But once again, they failed to crush the 62nd Army in its trenches and bunkers and cellars. Batyuk's Siberians fought desperately to retain their foothold on the Mamaev Kurgan, but the main point of the enemy thrust was half a mile further north, towards the Lazur chemical factory and the so-called tennis racket, a loop of railway track and sidings resembling that shape. The main force for this attack was the 305th Infantry Division and most of the pioneer battalions flown in to reinforce the offensive. Key buildings were captured, but then retaken by the Russians in bitter fighting. The following day, this attack came to a halt. Further north, the men of Lyudnikov's 138th Rifle Division, cut off behind the Barricadi factory with their backs to the Volga, resisted fiercely. They were down to an average of 30 rounds for each rifle and submachine gun, and a daily ration of less than 50 grams of dried bread. At night, U-2 biplanes tried to drop sacks of ammunition and food, but the impact often damaged the rounds, which then jammed weapons. On the night of the 11th of November, 62nd Army launched attacks, including 95th Rifle Division, southeast of the barricade plant. The intention, according to the report sent to Sherbakov on the 15th of November, was to prevent the Germans from withdrawing troops to protect their flanks. This appears to contradict Chuikov's account in his memoirs, where he asserts that he and his staff had no knowledge of the great counter-offensive launched on the 19th of November until informed the evening before by Stalingrad front headquarters. The Soviet attackers, however, were halted almost immediately by the weight of German shelling and forced to take cover. From 5 a.m. on the 12th of November, there was a hurricane of fire lasting for an hour and a half. Then a strong force of German infantry attacked, managing to act as a wedge between two of the Russian rifle regiments. At 9:50 a.m., the Germans sent in more troops, part of them advancing towards the petrol tanks on the banks of the Volga. One of the Soviet rifle regiments managed to hold off the main attack, while other assault groups surrounded and cut down German submachine gunners who had broken through. 3 German tanks were also set on fire in the desperate fighting. The regiment's 1st Battalion was reduced to 15 men. They somehow managed to hold a line 70 yards forward of the Volga bank until another battalion arrived. Only one man survived from the Marine infantry guarding the regimental command post. His right hand was smashed and he could no longer fire. He went down into the bunker, and on hearing that there were no reserves left, filled his cap with grenades. "I can throw these with my left hand," he explained. Close by, a platoon from another regiment fought until only 4 were left alive, and their ammunition ran out. A wounded man was sent back with the message, "Begin shelling our position. In front of us is a large group of fascists. Farewell, comrades, we did not retreat." The 62nd Army's supply position became even more desperate because of the ice floes coming down the Volga. Icebreakers were needed at the banks, where the river froze first. On the 14th of November, the steamer Spartokovets took 400 soldiers and 40 tons of supplies to the right bank just behind Red October, and on its return it brought back 350 wounded under fire. But few other craft got through. Rescue teams were on standby throughout the night to help any boat which became icebound, and thus an easy target for the German guns. "If they can't finish the business," Richthofen noted caustically, "when the Volga's icing up and the Russians in Stalingrad are suffering severe shortages, then they'll never succeed. In addition, the days are constantly getting shorter and the weather's getting worse." Paulus was under heavy strain. His doctor warned him that he was heading for a breakdown if he continued without a rest. "Hitler was obsessed with the symbolism of Stalingrad," explained one of Paulus's staff officers. "To clean up the last few points of resistance in November, he ordered that even tank drivers should be assembled as infantry for a last push." Panzer commanders were horrified at such a mad waste, but they could not get Paulus to cancel the order. In the end, they tried to scrape together enough reserve drivers, cooks, medical orderlies, and signal staff. In fact, anybody rather than their experienced tank crewmen, in order to keep their divisions operational. The very heavy losses in panzer regiments were to prove serious, if not disastrous, within a matter of days. General von Seydlitz was deeply concerned. By the middle of November, 6th Army Headquarters judged that 42% of his battalions must be considered fought out. Most infantry companies were down to under 50 men and had to be amalgamated. Seydlitz was also concerned about the 14th and 24th Panzer Divisions, which needed to refit, ready for the inevitable Soviet winter offensive. In his view, the fighting had been continued far too late into the year. Hitler himself had admitted to him during lunch at Rastenburg that German troops should start to prepare for all the trials of a Russian winter at the beginning of October. The troops in Stalingrad had been specifically excluded from the instructions to prepare winter defences, and yet Hitler in Munich had boasted that time was of no importance. The worst casualties were experienced